followed by insightful discussions on the vision for rural India, the realities and models of sustaining inclusion, climate resilience, and the evolution of rural finance. The ideas exchanged and initiated were truly inspiring. Today, we have another packed schedule for you with a distinguished set of speakers on equally compelling topics such as digital technologies, jobs in rural farm and non-farm sector, role of private sector in spurring growth, and an important closing session detailing the way ahead. Before we begin today's session, a couple of quick announcements. Considering the time constraints, the speakers will be introduced with their affiliations and designations prior to each session by the anchors. Should you wish to know more about the speakers and other details pertaining to the conference, please note that all of these can be accessed on the conference website via the QR codes placed on your tables. We have some stalls set up showcasing the key interventions of the project and those of the stakeholders. We encourage you to visit them at your convenience. While there are no designated coffee breaks, refreshments will be available from 10:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. and once again from 3:30 p.m. to 4:30 in the adjacent hall to your right. Please pick up your coffee mugs and get back to the hall to continue with the sessions. Before we begin with our first session, we have a short video highlighting the key moments and insights from day one. Let's take a moment to revisit those discussions we had yesterday. The video, please. Thank you. Now let's move on to our first session of the day, mainstreaming digital technologies in rural India. To introduce this session and the speakers, I'm pleased to hand over to the session's anchor, Ms. Divya, who will guide us through. Over to you, Divya.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today. Our next session, titled Mainstreaming Digital Technologies in Rural India, will explore the integration of digital technologies in rural areas and their impact on development and empowerment. This session aims to highlight the importance of digital transformation in enhancing rural livelihoods and services. We are honored to have a distinguished set of speakers for this session. I would like to invite our first speaker, Mr. Amit Singh, who is a partner at Deloitte. Sir, I kindly request you to come over to the stage and take your seat, sir. Our next speaker, who is joining us virtually, is Mr. Parmesha, Global Lead, Data Driven Digital Agriculture at the World Bank. We welcome you, sir. Thank you for joining with us, sir. I would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Prashant Mehra, co-founder of Platforms Commons Foundation. Sir, I warmly invite you to come over to the stage and take your seat. Our next speaker, Mr. Osama Mansur, founder director of the Digital Empowerment Foundation. Sir, I kindly request you to come over to the stage and take your seat. And last but not the least, I would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Prashant Mittal, Director of the National E-Governance Division. Sir, I kindly request you to step up to the stage and take your seat. Thank you, sir. Now, I request Mr. Amit Singh to begin his presentation outlining the current status of digital technologies in rural India. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. So morning sessions are always difficult to start with, right? And just before lunch is also difficult, or post lunch is also difficult. So let me start you with the vision, right? So I will let you read the story. Just have a look, what is the vision we are saying in the not so distinct future, let's say in 2035, right? A man called Vikas, no controversies attached, right? 60-year-old lives in a remote region of India, right? Now, I will give you 30 seconds to just read it, okay? So now imagine, people like Vikas, perhaps agriculturalist, but still technically savvy. Their kids are also living in a village and working in an IT firm, right? And they are able to do everything what they need to do it from from Bangalore or Chennai, right? And also look at and the other thing which he is able to get it, apart from just remote working concept that people in the village you can work on a remote working. There are fewer areas only where you can work through remote working. However, if you look at that the second paragraph which is said he is able to improve his agriculture using AI and other techniques, right? And look at the third one where he also brings that everything. So what you need to be in village, right? You need a good health, good education, good employment, right? So we what I'm trying to say that we have seen the glimpses of this during COVID period, okay? And I have seen villages, while I won't say the GDP has improved, but number of kids from the metros moved back to villages and they stayed for 2 to 3 years, and some of them don't want to come back, okay? But obviously that's a different thing, whether we want them, we are pushing them to come back or not. But that is the real impact of what rural India can bring if we have the digital means to help them. Now currently what we have in this country, right? So it's not that all the digitization is happening only for urban India currently, right? We can't say so much. Currently in digitization, right now, all the rural population have access to public services, more or less, right? They have access to the digital transaction, whether it's a UPI, whether it's digital commerce, they have it. They have the knowledge resources, they can go through YouTube, they can do anything what they wish to do. Now, what they don't have as of now, whether are they getting a equitable services compared to their urban counterparts, right? Are they also getting a same set of future facing technologies? For example, the speed of internet, very simple example, right? How long will it take for 5G to go to village currently, right? So are they getting the same service? Let's say somebody orders a food or somebody orders something, are they getting a same day delivery like in urban India we are getting? Perhaps not, right? Are they getting equitable access to resources? Perhaps not at this point of time. And it's not that the society or government has to be blamed for that, because it's a economics, right? Demand and supply gap. And also empowered citizens, are they fully aware of their rights compared to urban? Perhaps not. Now, so let's start with the digital ecosystems in India, and then we'll move to the rural in particular. So some of the initiatives need not much of an introduction. For example, what we have done in terms of Aadhaar in our country, right? And that is the backbone for so many other different kind of digital systems and transactions. So what Aadhaar has done, what UPI has done for this country, and we are speaking from the rooftop. We are speaking on the all global forums in terms of what we have achieved. Then what we have done during COVID, right? The COVID was a huge success. DigiLocker, we have got more than 6.75 billion documents. We have got so much of success with Ayushman Bharat. We have so much success now coming up with the advanced tools like Bashni. So idea is, now if everything is so good in terms of, the India stack which we have prepared and which we are running. So where are the things we need to focus? So you have to see one thing, that 65% of the population currently in rural, and if you look at the current birth rate, the population replacement rate, right, that is a 2.1% compared to 1.6% in the urban. What does it say? That your future workforce will come from rural India, majority of it, right? In fact, India is already looking at some kind of aging problem, perhaps not to the tune of China, but it is showing early signs now. If your majority of workforce will come from rural, and the rural currently we still have 5.8% people of the rural are completing graduation, compared to the urban. Urban is better around 7.5%, and rural we are only for 5.8%. Now, if you look at the overall internet users in country, more than 800 million, and there are more than 50% users are coming from rural India, which is a good sign in terms of the total number of users which are accessing the internet. However, the quality may be an issue. Now, some of those things, you can see that where are they, for which purpose they are using internet, rural versus urban, right? And it's not difficult to believe, and also I understand, I have seen also myself that if you look at entertainment, communication, social media, online gaming, more or less rural India is at par with urban India, right? Whether good or bad, but that's what everybody is using internet for, right? For YouTube, for WhatsApp, for other things like that. Now, now comes to the crux of it. That let's look at the last three ones: the e-commerce, digital payment, and online learning. And that's where you see the gap, right? The e-commerce, I mean, users in the urban area are almost double compared to rural India, and don't mind that their population is only 35% of the rural, right? The digital payment, almost a similar story. Thanks to UPI, we have so much of digital transactions in India, because obviously the more and more we are relying on the POS terminals and cards, net banking, etc., which was even more difficult for this kind of digital transaction to take place in the rural area. Uh, and the last one is the online learning, right? So online learning, I think the way it had picked up during COVID time, it is not the same now. Nevertheless, but it is also interesting to note that almost 1:5 ratio, right? So only 1% of users of total online users, are coming from rural compared to the more people, coming in the urban area. So that's the kind of overall picture in terms of rural. Now let's look at some of the digital initiatives, mostly I would say led by government of India and state governments. Okay, and you see, the way where we have success, how we have got so much of success. What we have observed that generally the government of India or the state government tends to do well in terms of digital transaction if there is a push, right? Push can be in terms of carrot, in terms of stick also. So when they really, decide to do either follow one of those methods, then you have a better result. So for example, UPI. So UPI, we had the, almost 20 lakhs crores transactions in last month. And heartening to see, though I don't have a specific number to rural, but 60% come from rural and semi-urban, which is a good news, I would say, from a digital transaction point of view. Now let's look at the counterpart of let's say ministries like Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, which have got the enterprise level systems, right? Which they have the systems which they are connecting more than the 250,000 panchayats centrally. Now the simple systems like from E-Gram Swaraj from Ministry of Panchayati Raj, they have disbursed 55,000 crore rupees of FFC money through their single systems through all Gram Panchayats. Obviously, this is where the push comes, right? If you leave it optional at times for Gram Panchayats, whether they still want to follow the old method, perhaps a lot of people will not kind of look for it. So there was a kind of I would say push, take it or leave it type. There was a lot of resistance also, but eventually it's good that we have the situation where all the Gram Panchayats are 100% transactioning through digital means. There are hardly any payment, hardly any procurement, which is happening in the old manual methods. Now, e-commerce, I think ONDC hopefully will be a game changer. Currently, they can, they have more than 6 lakhs, around 6 lakhs of service providers, and they claim to be, covering all pin codes of India, which is good, because I think the competition to the leading commerce platforms will always be better in terms of connectivity and ease of access, no limited entry barriers and all. So these are, you can say, better areas, right, where things are moving fast. Now the very important sector for rural is agriculture. Agriculture, we are seeing a lot of startups coming up with a lot of good techniques, and solutions. However, they are still saturated in a niche place, doing POC, district oriented, state oriented. And Ministry of Agriculture is also doing a lot of things now, perhaps little late in the day, but at least there are a lot of programs are being planned. Currently there are more than 56,000, the crop cutting experience surveys have been done across the one. So these are the good ones. I think it is yet to show the real value, I would say, but in the years to come, I think it will show. Now the other factor, you see the very simple logic that the portal, right, for the procurement, and which integrates mandis and farmers. we have got around 1.7 crore farmers registered, right? Now, but in PM Kisan we have got more than 10 crores farmers, correct? So that shows that where there is a benefit, farmers tend to register, what's in for me, where they struggle with technology, they struggle with transactions, they struggle with other things, so it takes more time. Okay. Now other things, service delivery, we have got a 4.31 lakhs CSCs in rural. A lot of them are working well, a lot of them are struggling with the feasibility, but more or less we have the network to kind of service. Health, I mean Ayushman Bharat has done a great job in terms of getting almost 64 crores of registration. However, if you look at the health application which we use in urban, like the likes of where we do a lot of remote consultation, etc., are yet to take off in rural area because of multiple issues. So the government-led push has been working in the rural area. However, the commercial sector also has to step in. Other ones like the education, it's a good scheme, that MeitY was trying to kind of train people, basically the digitally illiterate people, in terms of how to use digital mediums for future. So there is a sizable number of registrations and trainings have been done. The last one is the Swamitva scheme, for example. Maybe you will not have heard that currently half of the country, not all states have participated, but half of the countries, what they are doing, they are digitizing each and every part of the residential parcel. Because in rural, what used to happen, that you have the land of you have the records of agriculture land, however you don't have records of place where you live. So the idea is to give property card to everyone, that you can use it the same way we use in urban, as for a mortgage, for an inheritance, transfer, etc. And this is the largest drone-led, drone survey exercise I believe country has ever taken, right? So mapping up each and every parcel, almost 300,000 villages, each and every household, mapped through drone and digitally capture the property records. One more thing, I found from another report that digital health, telemedicine, right, that is very, very important in the rural area. See, because rural India, eventually, if you look at the technologies, are more relevant for rural India. Simple example, while Blinkit may have been very successful in urban India, but how many grocery shops we have in country? More than 1.2 crore. Right? Let's take a simple example, 1 crore out of 150 crore. Like for one grocery shop for each, for 15 people. So it's not that we don't have a network. Still the Blinkit is successful. But the same thing is not there in the rural, but still, takes time for them to successful. So is the health, so is education. We can't build, world-class institutions in rural India overnight. So how to bridge that gap? Basically through digital means, connect them. So that's where I think the e-learning, e-health, e-agri will be very important for future, for distant future, near future. And that's where we have seen in the entire, from all spectrum of the country, most of the people, this was a survey done by, by an agency, and then most of the people were either they think their facility does not have a health telemedicine facility, or they don't know. So that also shows the lack of, the awareness of the tools like that, and also the lack of, facilities. So this is my last slide in terms of what will drive rural transformation. So look at, some of the things, for example, infrastructure development. While we can say now, why we need infrastructure? We need internet, we need laptop, we need devices, right? And we have seen, we have struggled during this, the multiple projects in multiple states when we were setting by smart schools, smart labs, right? Because the problem was that, okay, you will give me LED panel, where will I keep, how will I secure it? I don't have regular power, I don't have good school to keep everything safe and secure. My panels will be, stolen, things like that. So the infrastructure is also important to some extent to make sure that these things are also taking shape, right? The second one is a better connectivity. So good that we have got more than 450 millions in a users, internet users from a rural area. However, we have seen most of them, some of them may not be using only for the basic purpose, some of them struggle with the poor connectivity. What we need is a slightly better connectivity in rural area for a person like Vikas to and their kids to work remotely from their village. Digital literacy, I think, important, very very important. Financial access in terms of if people can get access to some of these means like the affordable devices, affordable laptops, so on and so forth. There have been schemes, but it will be good to kind of look at involve everyone. Content and services in regional language. So around as per the survey, 57% of the people in the India they prefer content in local language. While currently that is not the case, most of the time they still have to deal with the English in terms of content, in terms of the application interface, and that's where I think tools like Vasni will make a change. So that is also important that we kind of create and circulate content in local language. Rural entrepreneurship. So basically, whenever some kind of e-commerce takes shape, and the local rural business is the last one to get involved. And that's where I think this whole economy or the local economy does not develop that well. So I think the involvement of rural businesses are very important in the whole e-commerce thing, and that's what I believe ONDCs will do. Public-private partnership, because we can't expect that government alone to do everything. So if government can lead, and maybe the likes of commercial players, e-health, e-pharmacy, e-education, etc., can create a specific model for rural area, that will be better. Because one way it is saying my application is open for anybody can take it, but then there are viability issues, there are technology challenges and all, there are vernacular issues, right, so on and so forth. So I think if you can create and push that kind of environment, it will be good for rural population. And last and the most important, especially for the e-commerce and digital payment, is the cyber security. So many sob stories we hear nowadays, right? And imagine from a person from a rural, even if they lose 10,000 rupees, I think that will be a matter of life and death for them, right? If they are getting robbed because of that. So the cyber security is important, very very important for entire country. However, it is more important for a rural population in order to manage their finances, in order to protect their identity, protect their transactions, so on and so forth, right? So I think with these, some of these things, I'm sure my panelists will talk about it. So I think if we focus on some of those elements, and we'll go faster than what we imagined in the beginning in the 2035. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. Parmesha, who has joined us virtually, to address about the power of digital technologies that can transform the rural economy. Over to you, sir.
Still there, and it's good to be connected with all of you today. I'm sorry I can't join you physically, but I think I've been listening to the sessions yesterday, and there's a lot of interesting ideas coming in there. So Amit has already talked to you about a lot of statistics. I think rural India needs a very significant investment in digital public infrastructure, in which I would include three things. One is as connectivity, as was already talked about, where we are heading in the right direction, but I think we need connectivity of a higher quality to reach rural areas if we want to develop good quality products and services. Second is data. I consider data as a very essential public infrastructure which already has propelled a lot of good innovations in the financial inclusion space, but I think rural areas will need that. And then the final thing is about skills, digital skills, because there is still a huge skill gap between rural India and urban area in terms of doing that. And I think that means that we have to revisit our school system and bring in the digital skills very early on in rural areas, so that a lot of people are able to use digital skills to start new kinds of businesses while they stay in rural areas and are able to connect with markets, services, government programs in a much more seamless way. So I will take some of these examples and also intersperse it with what we are seeing globally as emerging in the rural space, which may have implications for India as well. The first is the whole rural data stack. I think it's important to create a rural data stack, and it's not like every data stack is already being done by Ministry of Agriculture, where I think they have brought in crores of farmers into digital farmer registries, and they're also geotagging number of farms through their plots are also getting geotagged. So there's a lot of interesting work happening in agriculture. But I think rural is not just agriculture, and I can predict that it will be less and less dependent on agriculture in the next 20 years. I think what will happen is that all the sectors other than agriculture, which is animal husbandry, horticulture, fisheries, and a lot of ancillaries will become more important as we go forward, because our land holdings are going to come down. I think we have to continue to work on agriculture, but I think we will have to start working more on other drivers which are not agriculture. You will be very surprised to know that the total horticulture production in India in 2015 exceeded the agriculture production. And yet we don't make investments in the other sectors, the digitization of other sectors significantly. So I think we need significant investment in non-agriculture kind of sectors. Then comes the non-farm sector, which I will include handlooms, textiles, and lots of other sources of livelihood, which are becoming more and more important for rural households. So I think we need a significant digital effort in data effort in those areas also. And finally, the processing. We know that hardly 21% of our food gets processed. And if our food is not getting processed and we're not able to create new enterprises and jobs out of that, and I think digital technologies will play a bigger role in increasing the processing content of our rural economy. And then comes the logistics and services and lots of other services which are going to become important. So I will say that if health services and education services get digitized in rural areas, they will create new drivers of economic growth. Now, what does a data stack mean? A data stack means that you bring a lot of micro enterprises. You know, National Rural Livelihood Mission, the project which the bank has been supporting with government, has produced millions of micro entrepreneurs, women micro entrepreneurs. And it's referred to as Lakpati Didis by the government again. Now, how will women become Lakpati Didis unless you accompany them with some kind of a digital platform? So I think the micro entrepreneurs of this country need digitization. They need geotag kind of services where people can locate where these enterprises are so that they can link with markets much better. So micro enterprises, SMEs, plus producer organizations, cooperatives, financial institutions, they need to come into one data stack. And I think if we have that data stack, then transaction intensity between these various actors will increase significantly. So I think if we want to revitalize the rural economy, we need to digitize and create a rural data stack. This is very, very important, and it has to be as big a project as Aadhaar and UPI. And then if every enterprise, micro enterprise has a unique ID, then I think it will be easy to bring rural financial services and other things to combine with that. The second part, what I would say is that we have to create very good quality content, as Amit was saying. We have so much research done by ICR and lots of other institutions. There are a lot of programs which exist, but they're all scattered. So I think we need to create a back-end content which should be accessible to any micro entrepreneur or SME whenever they want it, and it should become AI enabled. An AI chatbot for micro entrepreneurs should become as universal. And we saw that a lot of people are using internet for social media and others, so we need to create an AI chatbot for micro entrepreneurs, women micro entrepreneurs, so that if they need resources about where this product can be sold, where the finances can come in, all should be available under a single platform. So I think we need to create investment in content and AI-enabled content also for rural areas, because otherwise they will lag behind significantly behind all the other sectors which develop faster. Finally, I would also say that we need to invest in a lot of digital learning I think online learning is a very important investment. We have seen World Bank did a study, and we found the countries which have invested in digital online learning for rural areas are the rural economies are growing at much faster rate. So I think we need to create content and curriculum for digital online for micro entrepreneurs, SMEs, so that they can do online learning and upgrade their skills significantly. And then comes the whole issue of creating incubators and accelerators in rural areas. So I think we need incubators and accelerators for entrepreneurs and different kinds of enterprises and services available at the doorstep. If we have a center like this at every block level, which is digitally enabled, it will allow a lot of people who remain as necessity entrepreneurs to become more aspirational entrepreneurs, and we need to create a new kind of platform, an ecosystem for rural entrepreneurship which is more digitally enabled and digitally driven. But it will not happen through only digital technologies. We will have to bring in a lot of facilitators and entrepreneurs. I would also propose that we have a lot of interesting programs on Krishi Sakhi and Pashu Sakhi, which is being implemented by government. I think we need digital Sakhis. We need millions of digital Sakhis who will be digital facilitators in rural areas and work at the block level. I think if we can start with million women who can become digital Sakhis and go through digital literacy, I think this will become a big enabler for a lot of rural areas to be able to do that. So I think we need enablers, facilitators along with technologies there. And finally, I think the digital finance is a very important thing. I think we need a credit score for all rural micro enterprises and smallholders. We are working on a rural civil score model in Bihar right now, where all smallholders will have credit scores. And I think if we have credit scores where data-enabled credit scores are created for micro entrepreneurs and SMEs, then digital finance will become a much more bigger reality for rural India. Currently, the rural finance is still being serviced through banking correspondents and branch networks, but it has not digitized in spite of Aadhaar and UPI there. So we need to create a very robust kind of a digital finance architecture. If we had a credit score, then a lot of other startups and enterprises and NBFCs will be able to service the rural areas. And so there has to be an investment at the policy level to create credit scores for rural SMEs, micro entrepreneurs, and farmers as well. The two things which we are very impressed with our neighbor China currently, that their two bigger e-commerce companies have really provided a platform for micro entrepreneurs to create some kind of a portal on their websites. You can use the e-commerce channel and have a lot of video streaming of your products from a remote area. If you want to sell a product which are being produced in Shanxi province, you can produce a video and then the Pinduoduo and Alibaba offer you a portal by which you are able to transact with the consumers. And consumers are able to pool their resources and work with them. So I feel that our e-commerce work, which ONDC has already started extremely well, we need to do some facilitated kind of e-commerce for rural areas and create and do large-scale proof of concepts for rural producers to be able to showcase their products directly to consumers. We need to create those kinds of models. And finally, I would say that the investment required is also in terms of policies which allow a lot of new startups to emerge in the rural areas, which are also started by rural entrepreneurs themselves. So I think that currently the enterprise intensity in rural areas is hardly 8.5%, and that does not generate enough growth and jobs. So if we want to double this enterprise intensity, we need it to be digitally enabled and digitally powered. I'll stop at there, and thanks a lot for listening to me, and I'll continue to listen and get more ideas on how we can invest in this sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, I request Mr. Prashant Mehra to present his ideas around the rural stack. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Excuse me, how do I get the big presentation? So while they get the presentation up, it's not much of a PPT. I put it up today morning because Amit had this nice fancy presentation which got shared last night. So I thought I should also do something. See, I've been building tech platforms for about 30 years, and in my latest avatar, we are trying to reimagine tech as a commons asset, but about that some other time. I always, however, feel a little uncomfortable to begin to talk about technologies and stack without putting the context to it. So let's start with what I believe is the core issue I want to discuss today. Also, it's conferences like this that give you the opportunity to think a little bit outside the box, so why not do that? So let's talk about the balance of payment issue between rural India and urban India. For a minute, I'll encourage you to imagine there's a country called rural India. And there's another country, its neighboring country, called urban India. Rural India is poor, has lackluster infrastructure across, right? Educational infrastructure, health infrastructure, manufacturing infrastructure, which also means that it has a tendency to continue to remain poor because it doesn't have all other infrastructure to climb out. Its per capita income is about 1/4 that of urban India. It does a lot of export to urban India, and it does a lot of import as well. What does it export? Raw agricultural commodity. I wouldn't even say food. Right? So even semi-processing is something that doesn't happen in rural India at scale. Cheese should be made in villages, right? If you go to Italy, all the best cheese is made in villages. If you go to the UK, you go to the Cheddar Valley, one little village called Cheddar, and you made cheese. I mean, for us, cheese is made in an Amul factory somewhere after procuring the raw milk from rural India. So it exports raw agricultural commodity, and it imports literally everything else. People are buying smartphones, all this digital infrastructure we spoke about, right? It costs money to pay the monthly thing, to buy the cell phone, the TV connection, the tractor, the diesel to run the tractor, the fertilizer, the seed, the work, the clothes, anything. And agriculture is not putting enough money in the hands of rural India to be able to pay for all of this. So what does it export? People, right? That's primarily the reason of so much migration. So the next first export is agri goods, the agri raw commodities, and the second export is people. And it's still not viable. So I was sitting down with Panchayati Raj doing some analysis about a few months back, and we did analyze data of 30,000 villages, and 99.5% of them would not be viable without the cash infusion through schemes and subsidies. It's a bad place to be in. I believe before we talk about rural stack, we need to understand how will this country called rural India become what urban India is like today. Prosperous, sitting in an AC room, enjoying creature comforts, etc., etc., etc. And tech has a role to play in that journey, which we're going to talk about now, and the shape and form of that tech. But the prime agenda, I believe, needs to be able to reimagine what that development agenda is. So where is the growth opportunity? So where is our narrative for a manufacturing economy? Now Unilever is talking about cell manufacturing. I'm not too sure about this number, so correct me if any one of you has. The Haridwar Unilever factory has about 80,000 employees, something like that, right? Where all the soaps and this and that is made. They talk about their future ideal factory being 200 employees and at a block level. And this trend is called cell manufacturing. How is it any different from having one factory in a village or a cluster of villages? So if an FMCG company, a multi-billion-dollar global company is saying my future of manufacturing is cell manufacturing with 200 employees and not the monolithic 80,000 employee factory. Because logistics, electricity, road transport is a given. I had to do it central large factories earlier because I couldn't. There weren't enough roads. There wasn't electricity, there wasn't access to raw material. Today, thanks to logistics, roads, electricity, I can afford to manufacture wherever I want. So the narrative on what is the manufacturing economy for this country called rural India. We've done some very good successful pilots on the services economy. I wonder why that's not scaled, why that hasn't become mainstream, right? Call center, Amit also spoke about Vikas, work from home. I'm guessing some sort of is part of some service economy model. So what are those businesses that will come naturally? And we all talk about knowledge economy, experiential economy, and how the primary, tertiary thing. So what's that roadmap we're talking about? We of course cannot sideline the core economy of today, which is the agro economy. But there's a massive growth opportunity there. If you look at China, it has about the amount of land under cultivation in India. China has about 15% less, and it uses 10% less water than what India does. Its agri contribution to GDP is $1.5 trillion compared to close to $500 billion from India. So that's 3 times. Why? A lot of that is to do with local manufacturing and local supply chains. Reduces wastage like crazy. Creates alternate food products which then they export. And so on and so forth. A lot of more value add is happening on the agri goods in China at local levels, at small levels, and that's really adding up. We haven't scratched the surface of that. In order for this charter to happen, what needs to happen? So we're saying, if you now go down to some brass tacks, we need to start talking about institutional structures beyond the FPO construct. Enterprise models which have worked need to come together. So we're working on a very interesting project with some 80 odd NGOs in the country where we're trying to say, bring out a micro business model that has worked for you. And not only that, please enumerate with this, which geography you did it, what are the trainers available locally to do the hand-holding, what are the products you can buy to set up your business. So if you're doing a backyard poultry, where you can buy a mesh from, where can you get vaccination services, what kind of a capital will you be able to mobilize. So a whole lot of these needs in terms of local supply chains, professional management, etc. will get supported by software, and that's happening. Except, if you look at, say, a supply chain software, the example which I spoke about, so Unilever is talking about cell manufacturing. The shape and form of that software will be very different from building, running a 80,000 people factory. The manufacturing strategy, the procurement strategy, the distribution strategy will all be very different and will all be codified in software products. So supporting these core needs in manufacture, services, economy, knowledge and agriculture is a set of software products. the issue with these products is twofold. One, actually threefold maybe. One is they themselves are not very viable because rural India is not a great paying customer. And software is expensive, so it becomes an issue. Because it's not viable, there is not enough incentive to customize it and simplify it by a factor of 1,000,000. To give you an example, if a Unilever turnover is of the order of $1 billion, it will be a few $1,000 turnover for some other factories, maybe 10, 20, 30,000. So you really need to shrink and simplify that operational model. Right? So Unilever does a 10,000 crore and you're doing a 1 lakh turnover. So the needs, procurement, insurance, capital access, all of that are still valid, but the shape and form of fulfilling them changes. And therefore the software layer supporting them changes. But because rural India is not a heavy paying customer, the incentive and the money to simplify these and customize these is missing. But worst of all, but still, so there is this whole product layer which people are working, a lot of gaps are also there and one can sit and enumerate what these are. Underpinning that is what I call a platform and protocol layer. So what does that mean? So one of the first things I think somewhere earlier Parmesh spoke about data stack, right? Access to so much data. So with data you get networks. So if I am a provider of soil testing software, let's say, now if I have ready access to 9 crore farmers, now that's a great deal for me. Now whether to buy or not, the software provider, the farmer will decide. If I have a great software to run a goatery, because there's a certain manner in which you need to build a goat herd from 2 or 4 goats to a 30, 40, 50 herd, there's a certain process protocol you do that, and I've invested and built that software. Now I have access to 2 crore tribal farmers who are running goateries. That's a great thing. So that platform layer really stands for 3 things. One, it gives you ready to use networks. Now ONDC is a great example, but it's a very micro example. It's a lot of tech initiatives I've seen where a service delivery hat, that I have to deliver a service to this country called rural India. We are talking about not urban India delivering services to rural India. We are talking about what is the software stack which rural India is going to use to build itself up. So ONDC is buy sell, which is great. It's important, but that's not going to change the game. So I will sell if I can manufacture something to a good quality. So if I am doing local manufacturing, I need access to design services. Because while I might be a great Madhubani artist, nobody buys my paintings because they are outdated. So I need some designer to really tell me what to design with. And I can procure some services from this network. So it's not just about buying and selling. So at the first level, this platform layer gives me net access, right? It gives me access to networks. So buyers, sellers, designers, capital providers, logistics providers, knowledge providers, micro business models, the list goes on and on. It gives me APIs. So if I'm a software vendor, I can plug into it. And when I plug into it, then suddenly I have access to all of that network. I can do my own innovation on top of it. And it gives me access to protocols. Think of a protocol as a standardized way of doing something specific and something small. So in ONDC parlance, if I place an order, I reduce my inventory. Right? So if I have 100 goats and I have sold one, via an order when now I have only 99. So this is a simple protocol. If you do an order, you reduce inventory. And so many things will come across. If I'm doing crop advisory, well, how do I feed in my soil test report into a crop advisory? That's an example of one little protocol. Once you start standardizing it, you are opening the space for innovation. Once you create these protocols and open them up through APIs, as ONDC has done for one use case, and there are 1,000 more, you are then really inviting all the innovation in the country to come. Today what's happening? If I have to integrate my commons.farm platform with soil testing startups, I have to do it one at a time. And every time I integrate with the next soil testing startup, well, I got to interpret their report. You don't do that when you do a blood test. It's a very standard report you get. In a standard structure you get. And with the health stack now, that will get even more standardized. So why can't you do that for soil? Why can't you do that for a goat? Why can't you do that? So many different protocols will emerge. So to recap, one is really talking about a platform layer that gives you networks, which access to buyers, sellers, capital products, capital providers, logistics, the works. Because getting them on board is extremely expensive. The startups can't do that. You need to start creating protocols, because these they come out of deep analysis of an expert finding out how to do something in a best possible manner. Right? So protocols are not that you just dream them up, right? So some experts will sit and say, hey, this is how it should work. And first step 1, step 2, step 3. But once you do that, you're opening up people to do their own innovations by plugging into it, and they plug in using APIs. On top of it, you create the software layer, but largely you do this conversation at the back of what is that which is needed to make the country called rural India take care of to make that a developed country, not have a balance of payment issues. Make it to a manufacturing and services economy, then a pure agrarian economy, which also is not really living to its potential because you're not doing any local processing and you don't have local supply chains. So by the time a paddy comes back as rice, price has gone by 2.5 times because you just didn't have enough local processing, storaging and working capital to hang on to the, The question, and I don't know, have any clue of the answer, I know what not to do, but I don't know what to do, how to mobilize this journey. It's not a government job. Government systems tend to be for governance. Right? A PM Kisan, I had to distribute the subsidies. So when I was engaging with NIC on this, right? So the whole lot of work that goes in validating that indeed this is the right farmer and indeed this is the right bank account before that money goes via PM Kisan system, right? That's a huge job in itself. So government builds systems for governance. Government is not going to build supply chain systems, not going to build manufacturing systems for rural India. The private party doesn't have the incentive to do that. I mean, PPP seems like a lazy answer. I think it requires more closer deliberation that how do you design those constructs where something like this can come together. It is really to be, it's almost that it is the IT ministry of rural India. It's not the rural department and it's not METI. It is that country which is really talking about what do I really need to do, and therefore what kind of systems, platforms I do. And a little bit of a thought I shared with you, hopefully that helps. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I request Mr. Osama Mansur to address his ideas about leveraging new media technologies for improving service delivery in rural India. Over to you, sir.
So, I don't know where to start. That presentation is not visible to you people. Anyway, so I just wanted to, I was thinking that Amit's presentation could have been a discussion point and, take every slide and discuss, how much he is playing with the data without telling us what is the truth. in most of those parts. But I just wanted to tell you that technology, the presentation that I am making and the talk that I am going to make is that not about technology at all. It's only about people. And one example is that I made this last night, the presentation. And not because I don't know PPT, but I think it's faster. And whenever somebody tells to make PPT, and we open computer, and then you slide and then adjust, and there's so many things in that one. And here you can just write, and you can take a photo and that collect all the photos and publish as PDF, and then you can have the presentation ready. And I'm not giving this example because the writing may be legible or not legible, but that's another point. Similarly, yesterday I was talking to, I am part of a WhatsApp group of various of our projects. And there is a project called Internet Roshni. It is in the tea gardens of Assam. About 100 tea gardens we have. Each tea garden we have internet connectivity, facilitations and all that. And in a group, somebody sent a swanky video, absolutely swanky video. And literally swanky video, like proper logo, shogo, everything, and the person who runs the center, the entrepreneur who runs the center, she is actually saying that this is the scheme that has come and you must take this. And when I called her, I said, okay, why are you doing this? She said that this is easier, sir. I learned this how to do it, and then I can reach out to more people and mobilize more people. And we actually did not tell her to do that. Another very simple example, I don't want to take it to domestic level, but we have a video department who makes swanky video and good presentation and all that. And then my daughter one day said that, what kind of crappy video you guys make? Nobody wants to watch it. It's so dull. You want to say this and this and this. And then she made one video of me and my wife's anniversary, and it got 4.1 million views. Literally. She did it in 10 minutes. And nobody has taught her how to. So basically what I'm trying, Reggie is sitting there. Reggie, you should be speaking here. Reggie has come from Sittilingi in Tamil Nadu. And there is a stall also, it says that he should be the speaker. He runs a kind of organization which has got a hospital in rural India. It has got a farmers associations unit which produce organic thing. And then there is a craft unit who involve the local people. So whole ecosystem of the entire people. In COVID, there was an issue that there was no connectivity and they were suffering, and he called me through Matthew Cherian, who is a good friend and advisor, and he told me, okay, we need connectivity in the campus. There was a point of connectivity, and then there was no point of connectivity in the rest of the area. It's like here is the tower, but it's the shadow area. So they had a hospital up to that level, there was a connectivity, but the rest of the community didn't have it. We did it in about 1 week's time, and he was expecting a big bill, but there was not too much of a fat bill, and it was done in about 40,000-50,000 rupees. And the whole campus became connected. And then when I talked to him that, why don't you give computers here, there, he said, no, just make it only for as much as we need it, so this unit and that unit and that unit and so on and so forth. Now they have a campus which is connected, their school is connected, their craft unit is connected, there is something else is connected, and the rest of the people are using it. Absolutely bottom up, demand driven, the way they wanted. So the problem is not about technology. The problem is that what model we create. And that is what I want to talk about is, there is enough technology. We have enough Prashants, we have enough Deloittes, we have enough technology. The point is, for example, when we started organization 22 years back, Digital Empowerment Foundation, all my friends, we all come from open source kind of thing, always use free software and all that. And I talked to Microsoft that can you make it free, and they make all their software free for all our community for several years. So the point is that, are you fighting of being open source, or whether you want to pay and you still want to be legal or not, whether do you want to use it? And then of course the Google came in our life, and then many softwares are always available, but everything which is free, then you are a product. So obviously, that is also one of the things. So I wanted to just talk about, how do we look at rural India? What is rural India? Why, we still, when we talk about rural India, we use numbers. And it's very interesting that when Amit was talking about, several numbers, it looks very exciting. For example, digital transactions, right? There is a huge transaction, about 350 million people, I'm giving you one example, do online transactions. 350 million people, right? Out of 350 million people, how many people are from rural India? It's only 120 million people are from rural India who do online transaction, right? What is the population of rural India? 908 million people in rural India, right? What is the percentage then? It comes 102 versus 900 million people. It's extremely low, but even that is not an alarming issue. 45% of all the transaction, and by the way, 99% of all online transaction happens on UPI. So let's say UPI is the base now for online transactions. 45% of all the transactions, number of transactions, is done by only 6% of people. Of that, it is something like I am transacting whole day and adding into the number. But that person in rural India is transacting once in 1 year. It's the same thing about connectivity. We have 900 million, almost 820 million people says that internet users. 820. Out of that, you have given data, 442 million people are from rural India. 442 million people are from rural India. And population is 900 million people. And that 442 million people are mostly counting on gaming, entertainment, and so on and so forth. The data says it. 208 million people watch video, 76% do communication users, 70% do social media users, online gaming 53%, and so on and so forth. So the people who are sitting here perhaps would not be happy. We want to see people, SHG group transacting, making payment online, doing their work online. Why are they not doing it? Even if that number, why they are not doing it? Because we are not working on enabling the digital thing to them from the socio-behavioral norms. That is the biggest issue that we are being challenged. But let's look at rural India, the way we look at it. Our demographic way of looking at rural India is that, which are the backward districts? There are 374 backward districts. Which are the minority districts, minority dominating districts, 86, because they are the part of the backward. Which are the Dalit districts? 200 million people, Dalit people, live in the backward area, and these are all overlapped with each other. How many tribal districts? 177 districts are tribal dominating districts. Are we mapping from that perspective? PRIs, the Panchayati Raj, are we looking at it from the women empowerment perspective? 50% of elected member of Panchayati Raj are women. 1.45 million against 3.1 million are women. If you work with those women, you can do governance better, you can do agriculture better, you can do digital divide better, you can do so many things just by targeting those women to work with. Because they are domesticated also, they are businesswomen also, they are politicians also, and they are agriculturists also. There are so many overlaps, and they are almost unconnected. So it's better that they are connected and your governance can get better. We don't plan that way, right? There are 200 million artisans spread across 470 handloom cluster. Each cluster is like a small little cosmos of township. But we are not looking at, we are only looking at artisan who's going power kargo, go ahead and all that. But we are not looking at that small little place can be a tourism, can be a destination, can be a God's own country, and there are so many things that we can do around. There are 485 GI locations, geographical indication based locations. Each geographical indication based location has a very strong, to look at it as a smart city creation kind of opportunity, if you look at it from that perspective. Because there are so many people in that cluster working on that business, but they all are poor and deprived. They are only suppliers, they are only workers. Why? Because we always see them as a laborers, as a workers, but not as knowledge creators. We can create homestays out of them, and there are so many things that we can do around them. And the number goes on. There are 23 lakh looms there. Why every 23 lakh loom owner is a poor person? If the person is producing and if the digital can connect. What is it that we are not doing right? What is it that we are not doing right? Because every rich person that I talk to, they love looking at the looms. They love looking at them. They love looking at their product. Why are they poor then? There is something wrong that we are doing. How are we looking at them is the most important part. Similarly, there are so many. So I wanted to basically just put on institutional identification for planning any digital intervention, business intervention, or empowerment intervention. For example, there are 24,935 public health centers. I would challenge not even a single public health centers have a proper video conferencing facility to consult a doctor. It's very simple. For preventive medicine, which is 80% of the medicinal solutions, we don't even have an information transaction screen in the place. And most of the doctors do not go to PHCs or even CHCs. It's very simple. Why are we always looking at telehealth as a curative, infrastructural oriented big thing to facilitate everywhere? And these are not even level of hospital. And you need hospital for curative purpose, but preventive, you only need to consult a doctor. So this is some of the example. There are 1.5 million schools. These are institutional
Sorry,
places.
just a time check. We're running short of time.
Oh, really? I've totally gone into the different.
Sorry, could you please quickly wrap up in another 2 minutes?
Yeah. Sorry. So I can go on and on, but I just wanted to also go into the next slide and give me one more 2 minutes that Arshia has said. Can you go to the next one? So I have also, wanted to, since we are running short of time, I really didn't realize the time check, that if you look at the rural job creation, if you are creating so many institutional intervention and all that, we are not creating expertise at a local level. For example, if there are so many panchayat, we have so many digital experts we need. If we need so many connectivity, we need so many experts. If you're talking about so many taluks all connected, where are the digital experts at that level? That is missing all the time. We are taking it as an enabler from the top, but not at the bottom. And then there are many examples that I can go on, but because of the lack of time, I will be happy to sit and talk to many of the people. Many people, Arshia and Vikas was especially wanted to hear about the best practices. I told one of them, two of them, but there are several that we can share. But perhaps maybe in the discussion it can come out, and maybe I can sit with any of you. Just in short, there are 2,000 locations that we work with at a grassroots level with digital expertise and entrepreneurship. And right from tea gardens to the panchayat level, to the village level, to the GI location, to the artisans level and all that. And the real work is in how do you structure the business model to work with in a sustainable manner and not really with the technology. Technology is always frugally required to solve the problem. Main is like in business planning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. Prashant Mittal, who is currently the Deputy Director General of National Informatics Center, looking after agriculture, animal husbandry, fisheries, social justice, and empowerment of persons with disabilities. I kindly request you, sir, to address about the government's vision of adoption of digital technologies in rural India. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. And I find myself like a science student whose viva is in last number. Nobody is keen. Many students have already answered the questions. So, yeah, second slide. So, as my predecessor has told, Prashant, that right benefit is required to right person. But I make IT intervention by government a little bit wide, where we shall talk about the right benefit for right purpose to right beneficiary at right time. That can be done by technology. And as it is very true, the technology plays only 10 to 20% of the role. Rest 80% lies with the domain experts, be it rural development, animal husbandry, agriculture. They should be taking care of that, and we are there to support them from MITI and any NIC unit in respective ministries. So when I talk about the right benefit, because the scale of labor remuneration in Kerala would be different than Jharkhand or Bihar. So if we talk about one trouser can't fit to everyone. So we have to be flexible, and AI in today's world enables us to do this automatically. So these days we are graduating from conventional EDP model to AI enabled solutions, and some efforts have been made in rural development, and I am proud to say that rural development is the department which has adapted technology way back in 1988. They have started doing IT based estimation and those things in 1988-89, and the first computer after NIC's computer in district was in DRDA. So I think the history is there to enable rural development for IT enablement. So right purpose is another thing, because we can't do same thing for everyone, as I told, but we have to make the purpose very specific. So proper ground level planning, bottom up planning, that has been supported by Rural Development Ministry and Panchayati Raj Ministry. So that is enabling. Gaps are there, and we domain people are working closely with the technology people to get that gap shortened. Right person identity, and I think I am thanking Aadhaar that they have made this tool available. There are certain challenges as upcoming DPDP Act. We have to be very careful that personal information should not be, you can say, sold. So that is the challenge which all government agencies are facing as on date. And we are working closely with all the departments, and I am heading that division in NIC. And right time, because the traverse time for help has been reduced thanks to PFMS, as sanctions are issued even daily. Ministry of Rural Development issues the financial sanctions daily for every state. So that has been remarkable, you can say game changer thing in the field of financial discipline. So we have reduced the parking of funds, and it saved around 1000 crore per year in Narega it's only. And so I should be quick. Data we have already talked about. So this is the you can say a brief introduction about schemes which are being supported by intelligent IT systems. Poshan Tracker for women and child development, which is supported by MITI technologically, and MITI itself is supporting CSC. For AgriNet, this is mobile enabled applications. My scheme, where rural people can get their eligibility, they can feed their attributes, and the system will tell under which scheme they are eligible. Digital Village is another scheme, though it is very limited, but Department of Social Justice and Empowerment, they have also come up with Adarsh Gram, which will be digitally enabled also. The Ministry of Agriculture, apart from everything and anything which is possible, right from drone, satellite mapping, planning, cropping pattern, seed tracing, seed traceability, and everything is being done there. And PM Kisan, PNFBI, and Soil Health Card, these are the three nationwide rollout which have been successfully done. Panchayati Raj is, I think, they are masters for local government directory. Here, this directory enabled planners a lot, because before that, even names of village were spelled differently, and it was a Herculean task to get those things put on the single platform. So it has helped a lot. Service Plus is a low-code, no-code platform where any service can be onboarded within a week, and it is Aadhaar enabled and PFMS coupled, and bank payment linkages are there. So this is a wonderful system, and this can be adopted as an ERP system by any state government. I think many states are using Service Plus platform. Plan Plus is bottom-up planning system. And Ministry of Social Justice, PM Ajay, this is for scheduled caste community. Shrestha is for OBC. PM AGY, Adarsh Gram Yojana, and National Overseas Scholarship. So these scholarships are available for rural India also. So when we talk about the vulnerable population, now one person whose kid is having enough capacity, he can also dream to send them to Oxford. Fund is not a problem. Complete expense is being done by government, and the complete chain is being supported by IT systems. Ministry of RD, each one of you sitting in hall are knowing what technology has done there, and recently DIC under MITI has done locos, the SSG and related applications. So this is the technology domain where different ministries are supporting rural India. So these are the spread of programs. So when we talk about the DORDs, Department of Rural Development ICT landscape, so it is interesting that today DORD is the largest data treasurer in, I think, of a single point, if I say so, in universe. We are having 200 crore duplicate individuals data set. So that is It is more than India's population, but it is there. So that much data is there, and if one can explore and monetize that data, it can still earn lot many wonders for rural India as well. So these are the applications where our rural public is being supported, and I think it is misnomer that IT population is not there in rural India. I define it differently. If we talk about the transactions, suppose some person says that in rural India, the person is able to swallow only 3 paracetamol, whereas in urban one is able to swallow 10 paracetamol. Because why he is taking 3? Because he is not needing even 5. So in urban area there may be larger requirement. So in rural India, lot many transactions still are being done on barter system. So digital transaction may not be required, but wherever things are for their convenience, the adaptability is much faster than urban area. Yeah, there is some mischiefs also which distract person, which are disruptive and are not very I think you can say cozy bed as far as that enforcement agencies are enabled today. Each day we hear even educated urban population has lost 70 lakh rupees for the digital arrest. So there are things where Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology.
So sorry to bother you, sir. So we're running out of time. 5 more minutes. Sir.
Okay, I will finish. So digital capacity building is reasonably placed. We are having CSC, we are having Gram Rozgar Sahayak, Gram Awas Sahayak, Self-Help Group, Bank Sakhi, Krishi Sakhi, Asha Worker. And as administrators, we find problems in getting data from urban area rather than from rural area. Because in rural area, we are having ample foot soldiers who can gather data for us. But in urban area, it is not the same situation. So capacity development programs are required, as it has been underlined by all my predecessors. Efficient scheme design, Osama has already talked about that. Enhanced service delivery and better connectivity. This is another thing where we have to, from government, we have to work, and from other domains, it can be leveraged as DPI, and rural India can be supported. And ecosystems have to be built. I will not emphasize. So how we define the technology advancement, success of technological advancement in rural India? First one, ease of doing business. Now every villager can get his or her land records, record of right through internet. Earlier he has to beg from patwaris. So this change has been occurred in rural India, and now several other things are happening around that, as Swamitva has enabled them to take loans on that. Transparency is another thing which enabled government, and now I can say, earlier we were telling that those many crores of Indira Awas we have built, but no one was knowing where that Indira Awas has been built. Today, each and every Pradhan Mantri Gramin Awas is geotagged, its photo is there, so transparency has increased. Direct benefit transfer, we know. Bridging digital divide, the decision of Supreme Courts are being made available in all official languages with the help of Bhashini and Panni. Faceless government is another UIDI enabled thing. Trust on public service, it will gradually come. Convergence across a scheme with LGD code and willingness of secretaries concerned. Now we have started, different ministries have started talking for inter-ministry convergence, and citizen engagement groups are there. With SHG, it has increased a lot, and speed of implementation of policy, I can say that we have implemented one solution pan India in 9 days. In 9 days, this is a record I am very proud of. I got instruction from cabinet secretary through our secretary, and we built that thing, and it was functional in 9 days. So this capacity is available in rural India. We face problem in urban India, but it is not the scenario in rural India. Digital literacy, I think it is very much required, and school curriculum may be reworked.
So
for
sorry to
that.
bother, sir.
Yeah. So better collaboration across public and private. I will steal 2 minutes more. So for trust building, social audit is another thing which is happening perhaps only in rural India. Social audit with the help of Gram Panchayats and SHGs. Rural estate, local. So as government, I would like to ensure the participants, we are here to hear, collaborate and execute. So all suggestions are welcome. Kindly feel free. Today, every government program is built with active participation of groups from NGOs, from district administration, state administration and central level. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So I apologize that there is no time for Q&A since we are running short of time. I thank all the speakers for their valuable insights. Once again, I request you to give a big round of applause for all the speakers, and I hope this session was much interactive and insightful. Over to the next session by Mr. L. Jagan Kumar, TNRTP. Thank you.
Thank you all for our previous speakers for their enlightening discussion on the mainstreaming digital technologies in rural India. Our next session titled Jobs in Rural Space Towards Inclusive, Productive and Sustainable Food Agri-Systems. We'll explore the creating job opportunities in the rural agri-food sector despite it reduced the contribution to the GDP, but still India's agriculture sector remains vital, employing a significant portion in the population. The session will delve into the strategies for sustainable food systems, innovations in agribusiness, and greening agricultural practices aiming to foster inclusive growth and development. We are honored to have an esteemed panel of speakers with us. I request you to join welcoming them in a warm round of applause to the dais. Our first speaker is Mr. Adarsh Kumar, Senior Agribusiness Specialist at the World Bank. I request to invite Mr. Arun Padiyar, India Lead at World Fish. Mr. Sindhil Kumar Natarajan, Public Policy and Government Relations at Ninja Card. Mr. Dr. Edward Danish, Chief R&D Officer at Fresh to Home. Mr. Ramraj Damodara Swamy, Director at Padmanabha Labs Hybrid Aquatics. Mr. R.J. Chandramogan, Chairman of Hudson Agro Products. Now I request Mr. Adarsh Kumar from World Bank to give his presentation.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. I think Arun and I are going to kick off briefly with a kind of framing presentation for 5 to 7 minutes. And then we'll sort of go to the panelists to frame certain questions and have a kind of more open discussion. I'm just going to just sort of what do we know about rural jobs? And I think looking at broadly, quickly cover what is the status from existing data sources, where can more and better rural jobs come from? I think that's broadly 3 buckets: higher value agriculture and agribusiness, faster growth of employment-intensive industries, linkages to better jobs being created in urban areas. I think these are 3 pathways that, through our global work, is pretty clear that these are the kind of pathways that we should be focusing on. And then, who are the actors who can kind of create and who can sort of turbocharge these kinds of interventions. What do we know about rural jobs? So agriculture continues to be the biggest rural employer. We know that almost 60% of the labor force, about 50 to 60% in COVID, it actually increased, is engaged in the agricultural sector. And 29% of new jobs being created when we look at periodic labor force survey. 29% of new jobs are also being created in the agricultural sector. When we look at non-farm, I think a few sectors account for a bulk of job creation: construction, wholesale, retail, machinery, transport, and so on. And while these sectors are creating more jobs in urban areas, they are also significant job creators in rural areas. When we look at manufacturing, again, it's a very small segment of industries that account for a bulk of jobs: apparel, food processing, textiles, and so on. This is just, I guess, the trend of job creation is just between periodic labor force participation surveys. If you look at, fastest growth is coming in agriculture and construction and retail. Those are the green kind of direction of jobs if you look at. Where are some of, there are obviously pockets of dynamism in the rural areas. If you look at agricultural exports, for example, in India, have been growing pretty rapidly over the last decade. But if as a proportion of global trade, it's still a very small percentage. There's much more potential to do better. Most rural workers, bulk of rural workers today are self-employed. So if you look at the share of workers in rural areas, more than 50% report as self-employed, which is not a positive phenomenon, because if you look at the data from the periodic labor force participation survey, self-employed workers report the lowest earnings, less than casual labor actually, if you look at the what the data is showing. Rural women are significantly worse off, so a much higher proportion of rural women report that they are self-employed, and their earnings are significantly lower than rural men. So just a little bit about where can more and better rural jobs come from. I think these three areas, I just wanted to give some examples of global success stories, right, of planned interventions that have really changed the dynamic in rural areas. A very famous example globally is Kenya's flower industry. So from almost nowhere, Kenya has managed to create, become a significant exporter of cut flowers in the world, mainly sort of breaking into European Union markets. And this was done through interventions that sought to promote competitive advantage in that industry. So active government support in terms of reducing duties and taxes to bring in the kind of machinery and technology that is needed, investing in skilling the labor force for the kind of work, and then promoting standards, national standards that kind of matched the target market standards that were required. Second, again, okay, I think earlier version of the presentation, but I'll just skip through this. The second example I sort of had put on there was the dairy sector. In India, we've had a very successful engagement. The World Bank has been supporting the National Dairy Development Board. The previous National Dairy Plan Phase 1 was done through where the World Bank supported the Government of India and NDDB to put in place a range of technological advancements, strengthening the artificial insemination stations. So basically looking at improving productivity through breed improvement and feed and nutrition improvements for animals. And I think the kind of technology transfers and scaling up those technology transfers across the country changed sectoral dynamics in a big way. The average yield went up by almost 21%, productivity of dairy cows, still significantly below global benchmarks. And about 1.5 million additional people were mobilized into groups and dairy cooperatives. So I'll stop there. I think the kind of questions that broadly I hope that we can sort of address is how do we connect sort of rural women and men to wage employment in high growth sectors. Clearly wage employment is showing the biggest kind of income increases for rural workers. What kind of macro reforms and policy measures can enhance competitiveness and increase private sector growth in sectors that provide employment in rural areas? And how do we target some of these sectors and growth areas? Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, sir. Now our request Mr. Arun Padiyar from India Lead to give us presentation.
Good morning to all of you. First of all, I thank the organizers for this opportunity. So, coming to the food production sectors, fisheries has become one of the kind of most liked sector by policymakers and also by the people today. Why? Because I can say that there is a very fast growth in the consumption side. So there is a big vacuum there to supply, the fish to the demands. So in first few slides, I present something about the demand side. If you look at the fish consumption patterns over last 15 years, what has happened is that we have had additional nearly 25 crore of people in India joined the fishitarian population. So today we have nearly, out of 140 crores, we have nearly 100 crore people have started, have joined the fishitarian population. This is not a small number. This is more than population of Bangladesh that has joined in last 15 years. So if you look at per capita consumption, fish today is nearly around 9 kg per annum, but this is significantly lower than the global average of 20.5. So less than half that what the global average is. So a lot of scope there to increase the fish consumption in India. There is lot of discrepancies in fish consumption patterns in India. It is not homogeneous. Mostly in South India and eastern part of India, northeastern states, more and more fish consumption is happening. Especially in the eastern parts and northeastern part, they like freshwater fish, whereas in southern parts, in the coastal states, we have liking towards marine fish. So if you look from the production side, fisheries sector has given nearly 7% growth over last 10 years. Far better than agriculture sector in general, which is 2 to 3% what I heard. In that, aquaculture, that is fish farming, that has given nearly 9% growth in last 10 years. If you go to Andhra Pradesh, the growth has been something like, in aquaculture alone, 16% growth we have seen. This CAGR. So this kind of extraordinary growths have made Andhra Pradesh the powerhouse of fish in India, and they have harnessed their entire water resources, all available water resources for this purpose. If you go to Godavari Krishna belt, that basin area, nearly 20% of the area, the landscape area, they have converted into aquaculture over last 4 decades. So this is phenomenal growth. But today what is happening is that aquaculture is moving towards the consumption centers like eastern UP, Bihar, northeastern states, West Bengal. Already it was there, but it is getting intensified. But nothing much is happening in southern parts in aquaculture terms, especially in Tamil Nadu and Kerala and maybe Karnataka, Maharashtra, because water shortage maybe, and also could be also the consumption patterns. They want more of marine fish. So we need something in mariculture side, means growing fish in inside the deep oceans. So if we look at employment generated here in this sector, nearly 8 crore people, 8.4 crore people are there. Direct employment to 2.8 crores and the indirect employment to double these numbers as per Government of India information. And the GVA, this gross value added by this sector, is nearly 3 lakh crores. So that is increasing over the years. Just in the last 10 years, it has grown from 4.5% approximately to 7% of the agriculture GVA. So this is still growing because fish is high value species, and also we are seeing some value additions. Horeca sector is joining, hotel, restaurant and catering. There we are not doing well so far. Only poultry sector is doing well. So if fish enters, the seafood enters there in a bigger way, we have huge potential for value additions. But the pattern, consumption pattern at the household levels, it's still we need fresh fish. People want to touch the fish and then only take from the retail shelf. So they want to feel it before purchasing. So lot needs to be changed. Dignified shopping experience needs to be brought in. And we have here next speaker, Mr. Edward Danish, to talk about all these market related issues, what the consumers expect. So in this one, what I cover is two examples, how from Odisha and Assam and also in Bihar, what we have done, especially for women self-help groups under NRLM or Mission Shakti program. So basically these women self-help groups to come to fishery sector, they don't have any physical assets like ponds or so. So we have to depend on the public assets. There's common property resource like village tanks or maybe minor irrigation project or major reservoirs in the state. So that could be one avenue, and how, but this needs a completely overhaul in the policy level changes, and also lot of support, skill support, and also handholding support to women, and also financial support to women to do it, and also finally the market support. And where can I see it? Yeah, there is also possibility of upskilling the existing women in post-harvest side, because traditionally women in fishery sector are involved in post-harvest side, like fish drying, handling the fish, and also marketing the fish at retail levels. So we can do a lot of work on that side. One example I'll give how we have connected the fish, fisher women who are drying the fish to the school feeding program or the Anganwadi nutrition program. That I'll give you the example. Basically what we have done, we strongly believe is that partnerships at all levels, we require to initially to get the precedence, successful precedence, to convince the government, to generate the evidences, so that government can scale it up through their policies and programs. So convergence is also required, interdepartmental, intra-departmental convergence is also required, because if you see fisheries, only fish is the part of fishery department. What about the land? It is the revenue department, or it is Panchayati Raj department, or then coming to consumption side, women and child development department, school departments. So there we have to work, bring them together. So how we did this? So once we do this, convergence, then partnerships plus convergence, what I put is that we can get synergies and accelerate the transformation. This is what we have seen, both leveraging the resources and also, unlocking the giant potential in the government. So this is what we can see and what we are experiencing. So in Odisha alone, today 3 lakh women in 30,000 women SAGs have been given with the village tanks. There are about 64,000 village tanks, each one approximately 1 hectare in all 65,000 villages across the state. So government brought the policy, convergence policy for long-term leasing of these tanks to the women self-help groups on the priority basis. Earlier it was garnered by all the local individuals for individual revenue, and Panchayati Raj department used to get some lease. But today they can't do that. It has to go to women, and it's for equity sake, equity for women to bring them to the mainstream. And we have demonstrated that women can farm the fish, they can market the fish. So that brought a lot of confidence. We used USAID funds to do that in some 30 ponds, 30 villages we have done. Women have successfully shown they can do it. So today 30,000 SAGs are there, is very successful. 1.5 lakh rupees they are generating per hectare per annum with the 2 tons per hectare. The price of the fish, that's all freshwater fish. So perhaps we can do it in other places also. Now Bihar government is planning to do this. And this can be extended to other minor irrigation projects. We have World Bank supported project, Alpacra project in Odisha. There we have already initiated this kind of project for minor irrigation projects. So coming to a school feeding program, Fish for Nutrition. So we have taken fish powder to the, blended it with the hot cooked meals, and it has to come from women SAGs who are doing, solar dried, fish production in the coastal areas. Lot of fish, but food safety is the issue. certification is the issue. We have to give them full support to do that, achieve that to the FSSAI levels and higher standards. So we are doing that and linked it over 100 Anganwadis in Mayurbhanj district, our Honorable President's district, and also in Assam, in Kamrup district we have done.
Sorry to interrupt, sir.
Yeah,
We
thank you
request
so
to
much.
explain.
So what I can say is that a lot of opportunities to use the fish for development programs. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation, especially in the jobs in fisheries and allied sector, sir. So now I would request Mr. Adarsh Kumar World Bank to moderate the panel discussion.
I think this is working. Yeah, thank you. So I think we have an hour and distinguished and knowledgeable panelists, and we're going to try to keep it a little bit of an open discussion. I think Mr. Chandramohan sir, I'll start with you. About the dairy sector. Now, we've had a very successful kind of history of dairy sector interventions in this country. And there have been a lot of notable successes in the cooperative sector, in private sector players coming up. Where do you see sort of the next 10 years, and what kind of interventions, challenges, opportunities to kind of fast track this growth trajectory that we've had in the past? Thank you.
Dairy sector, we can say we are part of animal husbandry. And animal husbandry has been growing faster than agriculture in the entire country. And especially dairy sector has maintained a better CAGR throughout. We represent the corporate side, and the cooperatives have started, and we people were allowed to enter into the field in 1993. See, today in sector, the future challenges are land size is shrinking due to industrialization or house construction and all that. And animals, earlier they used to be fed by waste of agriculture. Today we have to just look at a specialized one, and we require better animals to just cope up with the demand. So technology intervention is needed. And as a matter of fact, we are doing different things to augment more milk and bring rural prosperity. For example, we worked with Coimbatore Agri University to develop Napier grass called Co3, Co4 and Co5. As a company, we have a chair. And this particular Co3 has got 140 tons yield per acre with 20% dry matter and 10% crude protein. That means this will give 2.8 tons of crude protein per acre. But over a period, they have themselves developed Napier grass Co5 that can give 175 tons with a dry matter of 35 tons and also 13% crude protein. So literally there is a jump of about 40% crude protein coming from the same land area where the cost of feeding becomes lesser. And in reality, farmer interaction is needed to just develop him to just be cost effective to produce milk. Say we have 30 animals farm. We have introduced simple automation where we ask them to plant Co3, Co4, Co5, gradually Co5 now. And we see to that he is able to save on water, he is able to save on fertilizer by using the manure, and with simple automation he milks the animal. Instead of 5 people, he requires only 3 people, saving all this. 2 people savings in a 300 liters of milk is something like 4 rupees per liter. and feed cost savings is different. A lot of things we do, but today our farmer has to be educated to produce cost-effective milk ethically. The challenge is going to be we require more milk, but cost-effectively without inflating to the consumer. Coming to the point of technology, on the machinery and other part is different. We were the first people in the entire country, irrespective of cooperative or corporate, to do digital payment to the farmers 2 years ahead of demonetization. The reason was very simple. Women folk work in the field. They produce the milk. The men folk come there and give the milk. They collect cash. And the cash absolutely 100% doesn't go back to the women. Literally, this guy has got his own expenditure of liquor or some other thing. And it was a major menace to us. Second thing, whenever they were in a financial crisis, they go to a local money lender, get money from him. 10,000 rupees they will get. The money lender will say 3% interest, you will deduct 3% in advance. Ask them to pay 100 rupees a day for 10,000. This comes to 72% plus interest per annum. To avoid it, we brought them all to the bank. Initially, there was a lot of hesitation. But today, the bankers are considering them as a customer and they are preferably looking at them and they are willing to extend any help. Today, if I am going to go back to them saying that they were agitating not to make it as a bank payment, they wanted cash initially. Today, if I am going to go back and tell them we will revert back to our cash payment, I will say there will be a major revolt for us. Today, he is a happy person and we have educated them in reducing the cost, that is making the profit, not inflating to the consumer. This is our experience. Thank you.
Thank you. I think 2 or 3 questions I want to park with you when we come back. So one is, I think you talked about 2 or 3 opportunity areas and things that you've done. And when we as the World Bank and public sector, like the government of Tamil Nadu or TNRTP, thinks about where can public sector investments help move the needle. So one is access to finance and credit programs, where we've invested a lot, and that's something we look forward to the future. Second is around technology development on feed and nutrition. And one of the challenges we face there is on adoption of these practices in the long run. That once subsidies through our projects stop, we find at least in the cooperative level that some of these services adoption rates are falling or actually being reversed. And third is on the cost reduction, which is linked to these. So I'll just park these issues and I'll come back to you on them.
No,
yeah.
Before we go further,
Yeah.
as you are talking about your intervention,
Yeah.
the one area where you people can play a very, very key role, in my opinion, is animals are given artificial insemination. That is actually giving 50-50 cow, female and male. The male calves are not considered as an asset. It's a liability for the farmer. He wants to get it off faster. But if a female calf is born, he is considering it as an asset and it is paying. Sex semen was very expensive till recently. It was costing about 1,000 rupees. And the effective rate will be about 1 out of 3 will be successful. So, for inseminating the animal, we were spending about 3,000. Now, ADDB is coming out with 200 rupees per dose. That will come to 600 rupees. This is likely to be introduced in the month of August or September according to Animal Husbandry Department. If your World Bank or probably the governments can intervene, subsidize that 600 rupees cost, that is 200 rupees a dose cost, to something like 40 or 50. Let the government take the other load. This will bring down the cost and we will be producing too many cows and it will be improving the rural economy in a mind-boggling manner. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'll go to the other end, Mr. Danish, to you, to really talk about Fresh to Home has come up with a platform that is linking rural producers to markets. I think not as much. What are the kinds of investments that you had to make in rural areas to enable that connection? And where do you see gaps that public sector and donor organizations like ours can help in scaling that?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I hope that at least some of the people have used Fresh to Home platform to order for seafood. Just to give a very brief idea, it is like we are the Amazon of seafood and bought seafood into the organized sector. So that's the brief introduction of Fresh to Home. Now to your question, is a lot of questions in one. So I have to a little bit explain at different points. So the first thing was I should tell a small story here, how Fresh to Home started. There was this gentleman in Matthew in Cochin, and he used to sell fish online. He was the first website, and Forbes magazine just looked at India to see who is selling fish online, and they found him and they crashed his website. All the people started logging in on it. And Shan, who is our other co-founder, he used to be sitting in Bangalore buying his fish, and he's a techie. And he said, what, I'm not getting my fish. He's a Mallu and he needs fish. And he could not get his fish. And so he took a car and drove right down to Cochin and found this man. And then he said, man, this is a good thing. It's a $50 billion size of business. Let us do something. And it is integrating into the local procurement and things like that. And so that's how the Fresh to Home idea started. So then the rest is history. So coming back to your question, so what we do is that we have an app, we have developed an app, because fishermen basically, of course the whole coastline is India and we buy fish from everywhere. And fishermen can't read or write. So we have an app where the fishermen buy, where we buy fish. So if they can bid with us, the app is very pictorial. There are just pictures of fish and the price that the fisherman could quote with us, and he could directly sell the fish. And behind scene there is an AI mechanism which compares the price between different landing centers, optimizes the pricing and buys this. So one is that we have enabled direct access of fishermen to our markets. The other thing is that the infrastructure that is required, for example the trucks, the cold chain that is required. So that is the other thing that we have put. So the minute the harvest happens, it gets into a proper cold chain, so that we pay a lot of attention to the quality that is of the fish that is reaching the markets. So that's a very important thing. Otherwise what would happen is the middleman would buy the fish, there's an auction, there is a delay in auction, and at that time there is no cold chain for the fish. After the auction is finished, then it would travel to the urban centers, then the urban markets, sold there, then it would come to the retail markets. It at least takes 4 or 5 days for the fish to reach the market. So that is one thing that has happened, is that the time that takes to reach the market is also reduced. So that infrastructure has been put in place. Then the next thing is that we have developed huge processing centers in each city. So now we have this in Cochin, Bangalore, Chennai, Pune, Bombay, and Delhi and Kolkata. So from there, we are now delivering to 100 and more cities. So this is the kind of coverage we are able to reach with this fish and reach to the market. So along with fish, we are more of a wholesome food company, but then we are able to buy everything. So we are also integrated with the poultry industry, creating employment opportunities there. And we train those people, the fishermen, how to send the fish with us in a better quality. Likewise, how we also support poultry in developing antibiotic residue-free poultry. So these are some of the biggest products that we are selling on a platform today. So any other part that I need to cover?
Thank you. I am also a Mallu, so I'm a regular user of Fresh to Home. Where have been some of the job creation opportunities in the system that you've developed, right? I think obviously there's a tech element, but I think you referred to infrastructure and logistics being a major kind of new supply chain that you've had to create in many ways. So that's one question. And the second is, how did you address standardization and quality challenges? Are there such challenges at the producer level? And how do you address those kinds of challenges?
So I will give the example of one very specific project that we have done in south of India near Cochin. There is a fish called basa. I don't know how many of you are familiar with this. Now if you go to any hotel or any place and ask, it is basa fish. And it is all imported from Vietnam. And the figures Arun tells me are something like close to 25,000 tons of fillet we are importing of basa. So what we did is, it is white basa, white in the sense it's bleached. So there's a lot of chemicals. One of the USP for us is that we do not use any chemicals or preservatives in our food. So we had to find the local producers for this basa. So we got a group of fishermen collected, and so now all of our basa fish, these fishermen provide to us. So basa takes almost about 8 to 9 months to grow in the pond condition. So what we did is we hired some fisheries graduates from Cochin University, and then we trained these fishermen how to feed the fish, how to manage the water quality, and also we did some nursery stage where the fish can there's a nursery stage. The total period gets reduced, the culture period gets reduced. So instead of getting 2 crops per year, they started to get 3 crops because they would seed already a partially grown fish into it. So the time required for growing a full fish reduces from about 8 to 9 months to 6 months. So in a year, they could, considering the seasonality and all that, in 2 years they could get about 3. So almost 40% productivity is also increased. So this group of fishermen, almost they are about 150, 200 fishermen who work on these farms, and directly they are benefited, and we also give a support for them, financial support, no interest, and it is a purchase guarantee. So we give a good fixed price for them, we get into an agreement with them, and we provide seeding capital so they can buy the seed feed and give the fish to us at X price at an X point of time. So not only do they get market access, they get technical help, they get financial support, and they're assured of their market. So this is one thing that we have done to get good quality fish to our process. So the other question regarding quality, there's a whole standard of FSSAI, and then of course that is taken care of, and then there are a lot of ISO standards, HACCP standards, and all these things. So right from receiving, we will implement this in our processing. So it is just like, you know, when you receive, there are certain receiving checks, and that is so there's full traceability. You know, from, so at least for aquaculture fishes, we know from which farm it has come, which factory it grows. So there is a batch number, the whole traceability is done, and it is all tech enabled. So we just have QR codes on our labels, and it can be found out.
So if I were to ask you, where should organizations like ours look at investing or supporting to formalize these value chains, which were earlier mostly in the informal sector? Where do you think are some of the areas where public investments could move the needle?
So I'll come back to you on that very specifically. See, we have looked at this large factory and then distributing it across. So someone here was telling me about in the previous presentations, they're talking about HLL moving from a big factory to small factory. So we have some concept called as HLVL, that is high value, low volume. So this is the kind of factories that we are looking at in the future. So we are getting this fish from rural area, running it 350 kilometers back to Bangalore factory, processing it there, and then dealing with all the waste, so many resources, water, waste, there's a whole lot of issues that is there. And then again we send it all to the market. But instead, if we could process this in different places along the coast of India And then with fish, there is so much of preference. There is Bengali cut, there is Malayali cut, there is so many different preferences for fish. So if we could process this at the producing places and not very big process plants, and all of the quality parameters, I have worked in this for a number of years, and I am telling you this is possible even with a small 200, 300 square feet factories. It is not, we don't need a very big, we will imagine a very big kind of infrastructure. For cooling, you won't believe it, to maintain the cold chain today, you don't need ice. There is something called as phase change material, which can be frozen to -10. And you put it in an insulated box, put fish into it, put your PCM tablets into it, and then you can take it 8 hours, you can transport it. The cold chain will be maintained. So all of the requirements are all there. Just we have to connect the dots, bring in the right tech people, and it's also cost effective. Whatever I am telling, I am a very practical person working. If I cannot sell my product for 1 rupee more, I have to compete with the 98% of or 99% of the disorganized market, because people keep comparing me with the local fishmonger. Still, I have to deliver at that price and make a profit to stay in business. So this is the thing.
Thanks.
So coming back, where policies and organization intervene is like I was discussing with Arun about Orissa. He was telling a lot of fish is available, it's at reasonable cost. So I was thinking whether a group of 8 women could get together, and there is Pradhan Mantri Yojanas to support this processing effort, build cold chains and all this. Those could be mobilized into that, and then we could provide the platform to sell, and customers would order, and they would, we can also integrate with so many delivery platforms are there, and they pick it up from these factories, deliver it to the. So the whole ecosystem is available today. Of the requirement is there, the customers are there, the platform to order is there, the processing mechanism is there, the cold chain mechanism is there, and the preference of people. Indians, we don't like frozen food, we want fresh food. So that preference is also there. And so if you can locally produce, locally deliver, this is a great thing. And those groups could be supported by organization like yours to either subsidize their, because real estate is one issue. And also there is policy intervention. What I would feel from the government side is there's been a lot of policy intervention subsidizing on production. But what would one do with the production? Nobody is thinking about it. It all has to go to Bangalore and Chennai and all these big cities. So how do we spread it across India? So if we draw a diagonal line, the north of that diagonal is vegetarian. The south of all the diagonal is a non-veg. I mean, approximately from what I have seen. So we could target, we could target this thing, and because of our experience, we have heat maps at pin code level. We know how they order, their customer behavior, convenience, all these things we can map, and it could be fed into the system, and then we could organize these small groups to feed into our supply chain, and we could support them technically, financially, policies from government, subsidies from government side and other NGOs to bring them into the loop. Just a small example of dry fish. Dry fish is so unhygienically produced in India. And just using the wonderful sunlight that God has given, just if we tie it up and put it in a box, we'll be able to produce hygienic dry fish, which will command a very good price. Arun was expressing the food safety issues with dry fish. It can be simply, it's a small cost, at a small cost and a small technical intervention, this can be completed. Some effort is required, manual labor is required, and that is what we have in the rural areas, and that is what they are looking for to get employed. And if a small vacuum packing machine or something is used, and then if they are able to pack in a hygienic way, it would sell at double the price. So these are the thoughts that I have.
Thanks, Danish. Arun, you want to make a quick point before you?
Yeah. Quick point is that in Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, for example, traditionally since the fisheries department, this is under fisheries department, their job is up to production side. So markets completely neglected. So one thing what World Bank can do is that, suggestion, is that focus on that, post-harvest parts, cold chain and markets, how to improve that. Even the markets, simple markets are very filthy and unhygienic. So nobody, middle class people today, they don't want to go to the normal markets because of the filthiness. So what we can do in a big way, national level, so then we can improve. Thank you.
Mr. Damadaswamy, over to you. Maybe you can tell us very little bit about what the company does, the firm does. And
Well, Adarsh, I come from the shrimp industry. Adarsh gave about an example about how flowers are cultivated in Kenya and how it has changed the rural employment thing. But I think we have a very good example in India, probably not known to many, I would say, the shrimp industry. It's a great story to tell. Like we export almost about $8 billion of shrimp every year. We are the top exporter of shrimp to the US. And it's typically, shrimp farming is a typically rural activity, employing almost about a million people in the industry. And you mentioned about the growth in agricultural export. Over the last decade, it's very interesting to note that our CAGR has been about 19%. And the shrimp, farm shrimp output grew from about 100,000 tons in somewhere about 2010 to almost 1 million ton in 2021. So it's a great story to tell, and it's typically a rural activity, the shrimp farming activity. When I say shrimp, it could also include fish in future for rural employment, and not only the employment, the protein security for the population. It gives a great opportunity. I think the governments should focus on this. And one example I can quote is the state of Andhra Pradesh. The shrimp farm in aquaculture contributes to about 8% of the GDP of Andhra Pradesh. That's a great contribution. And the whole coastal economy of Andhra Pradesh has grown tremendously in the last 10-15 years thanks to aquaculture. And this is one area I think which several other states, especially states like Tamil Nadu, has not been progressing, shrimp farming and aquaculture. This is a great opportunity to develop this sector, provide rural employment, more so for women. For example, our seafood processing industry, which processes shrimp, employs close to about 200,000 people. In that, 90% of them are women. That's something very interesting. So, for rural employment, women, to employ women, I think aquaculture and allied activities is a great place to focus. I think that's the way to go forward. That's my take.
I think one follow-up question, the same as I asked others, that if public sector and donor interventions, is there an opportunity to address any kind of gaps that can increase competitiveness and growth of the sector?
No, I think the technologies, it holds a lot of relevance here. Now, what made such a big transformation in shrimp is, now we introduced technologies way back in 2009-10. And if you see, the government in the very early days did promote this activity with a little bit of subsidies. But later on, it was only the policy intervention which made a big difference by the government. Later on, let's say the last 15 years, the government has not come out with any subsidy scheme or any promotional activities other than just the policy intervention. But these sectors have to be driven by private enterprise. Not, it should be seen as micro business opportunities rather than, looking at the social context. Once you, create an environment and policies for these enterprises, micro enterprises to grow, it really grows very well. You have seen in shrimp and aquaculture in Andhra Pradesh. So what is required from the government is the right policies. Yeah.
Thank you. I think Atul, over to you. You can my mic. I think maybe a little bit about what Ninja Card does, just to set the stage. I don't know if everyone's familiar.
Okay.
And then maybe the same kind of what kind of linkages do you see with rural areas and the connectivity into markets and so on, and what kind of interventions are being made or are you doing to make those connections.
Yeah, thanks Adesh. So I represent NinjaCart. So we are predominantly a horticulture value chain company, right? I think where we are mostly in the B2B space. And thanks for giving some voice to the fruits and vegetables. I think its panel has fish and dairy products, so happy to represent, give some voice to fruits and humble fruits and vegetables also. So one thing which we need to note, especially in fruits and vegetable spaces, right? I think if you see where you buy your fruits and vegetables, right? While there is a lot of hype around quick delivery and all these things, right? But just think where you all buy, right? Predominantly, it's some pushcart vendor or some shack near your home, or that's where fruits and vegetables are bought, right? Or some guy will come and give it to you. While other modes of commerce are picking up, right? They are still very, very small, right? So in that sense, in India, the problem is two sides, right? If you don't recognize that, we'll not be able to solve that. So one is, while the farming side is also highly disaggregated with small farmers, we work with thousands of farmers who are less than 1 acre, right? Those are the people who typically grow fruits and vegetables. But there is a problem on the other sides also, because on the consumption sides also, the retailers are also very small, right? They have very less access to working capital. They have their own problems. So it's, even if you are able to push through the fruits and vegetables by various interventions, right? Ultimately, the place where the rubber hits the road, right? The retailer will not be able to stop. Hello. So the retailer. The retailer will not be able to stock, and you will not be able to buy, right? So many research has shown, and that's been our understanding. So we wanted to align these two problems together, and that's where what NinjaCart is doing, right? So we do it I'll take two predominant models where we operate. One model which predominantly in South, I think since it's capex intensive, it will take some time to expand to other areas, where we run our own collection centers, we procure from farmers, and then we through our channels we supply to retailers, right? When I say retailers, this is predominantly unorganized sector, right? For example, to give you a sense, right? Since 10 to 15% of my customers are pushcart vendors who order through app, and we supply them to crates, right? And the remaining are all standalone fruits and vegetable shops, right? Mom and pop stores. And it's a convenience proposition we give them, because they find it difficult to go to the mandis, and even if they go to the mandis, there are multiple mandis in many cities, right? For fruits, they have to go to another place. For example, in Bangalore, and vegetables and onions, they have to go to another place. So that is a convenience proposition. And for farmers, right, we are able to give 1 day in advance how much we are going to procure, and the approximate price, because the next day we still have to match the market price. But at least the quantity is defined, right? So they go to the field in the morning to harvest, knowing how much they are going to supply, right? So if they have to stagger their harvest over the next few days, because the window is low, but still you have a few days time to stagger. So that is something they can achieve. And when this works well for local SKUs, but there are a lot of other fruits and vegetables we consume which are not local, right? Which are national SKUs where the production is clustered in some area. So that will have to go through trade channels. And we also have a national trading platform for fruits and vegetables where farmers are not involved, but there are other nodes, right? The aggregators or the wholesalers who are involved either as buyers or sellers, because the minimum has to be truckload, sorted and things like that, right? That we have presence, except Northeast, we have presence in almost 150 cities in India, both production side and demand side clusters. So that's the broad overview of what we are doing in NinjaCart. And when I say trade, right, it's not about typical what comes is, there are a lot of digital platforms in trade, right? Like I think in the public sector also, and even in the government space, right? So the most important problem we solve is, I think the general thought process, information asymmetry, right? If you say where is the demand guy, where the supply guy is there, then the trade will happen. But our hard learning has been that it doesn't happen, right? Because there's a lot of element of trust, and then there is a credit involved and the payment collection, things like that, right? So what we do is we try to do, and even if you solve for all these things, right, the other nodes other than the farmers, right, are also not financially strong, especially in the fruits and vegetables. Those traders are also have been for generations, have grown with inflation and population rather than their business scaling. So then working capital also is their need. So we are also tied up with working capital solutions for them to enable their growth. Specific to rural job space, right? So in this sector, what we create is one, as through operations of collection center, right? We create jobs who can do this grading, sorting, and things like that. And also, the more importantly, right, we also create a lot of rural entrepreneurs. While we started by owning all these nodes, right, collection centers and things like that, now we have started giving it to different local entrepreneurs, right? Both our collection centers, a lot are run by local entrepreneurs in rural areas, and even on the city side, right? Because the last mile, the dark store, which distributes to all the retailers, are predominantly done. I think typically auto drivers find it a sweet spot to run this, and they earn around 40 to 50k over. I'm telling the profit over and above their expense, which helps them because the operation time is morning 3 to 7, which is their sweet spot of low this thing, and they're able to distribute, and they find enough of their colleagues who are other auto drivers to do, right? So this is why. So one important learning for us, you can't look at jobs in rural sector without finding a concurrent linkage in the urban sector or the high demand sector, right? Because otherwise it's one-sided way and it's a half-baked way of looking at it, right? So that's been our learning, and that's what we do, right? Is there any specific questions? I would be happy to answer.
Thanks. I think just that same question I asked everyone else. Where do you see, organized public investments? Where can it move the needle in sort of moving some of these supply chains into formal sector?
So two main initiatives what I would suggest. So one is, right, I think the general approach has been to eliminate all the middlemen, right? I think so we need to respect these nodes. When I say respect, it doesn't mean that you need to work with the existing same nodes, right? Like there are a lot of nodes because it has to do with the structure. For example, if the land holdings are large, aggregator as a node does not exist in many countries, right? Because the land owning is large and they can create enough tradable lots, right? In India, it is a necessity. And it's different that somebody else does it. So you need to respect each node, and typically we are disrespectful of nodes which are purely playing an informational role, right? But they also have a role to play. So if you respect these, right, because the reason I'm telling this is, right, in many of the farmer collectives, right, where we are trying to enable, right, they have to capture these nodes rather than trying to eliminate, right, like trying to see it in a moral perspective, saying that those guys are bad, should not be there is one thing. But if you see the work they are doing, for example, aggregation, right, it's very well possible that the farmer collective can do it. Or for example, if there is a information arbitrage available, right, a farmer collective needs to see how they can build trust among the traders so that they can eliminate that player who's providing this arbitrage, right, rather than seeing that. And you have to respect that role and see how you can capture that role, right? So that is some place where otherwise it leads to cold start problem where for example, these people are not able to start because they are not able to connect and they are not able to. So that is some place where government can play a lot of role, and institutions and this has to become an integral part of the farmer collectivization program, right? Because otherwise what's the point in collecting, because if you're not able to go beyond a certain nodes, because see, the moment you look at the entire value chain, right, you have to start looking at more abstract things, right, things which you are not in your day-to-day life. And we are also talking of folk to farm, right, produce what you. So since the rural production areas and consumption areas are separate temporally, geographically, right, they should have an understanding of what is the requirement, right? For example, if you produce for city and people like you, it is a different thing, right? They need to understand. So these are the areas where, and the other area where I would say government can help is in digitization, right? So digitization is a very broad term, but let me be specific, right? In open data, right, some of the data-based initiatives, right, open data, for example, right, I don't know, still I'm dependent on people in my field in each of these collection centers to know which farmer is growing what, right? And if I have to procure, suddenly if my demand increases, right, I have to rely on those two people. And the sad state of affairs, it's not only us, right? Like my competitors who are working in these fields also have two people whose only job is to go around and know what each farmer is doing. I believe this is a public good and things like that, right? For example, right, for credit accessibility for many of these nodes, right, the data is just not available, right? But some of these alternate data, for example, to know many of these traders in the market, right, they were not able to access working capital loan because their credit rating was not good, neither does their bank statement allow it, right? but we took an alibi in the terms of mandi cess which they have paid, right? The moment you introduce that as a component, they are able to get 3x size of their business, right? So if these data are able to be opened up and then integrated with the account aggregator ecosystem, because currently the account aggregator model is only for banks to exchange data among themselves. While it is good for more organized sector where your bank statement reflects, right? But the other data points, you have to go beyond bank statements and look at other data points being integrated. Only then, the agri sector will get this funds also, which is the lubricating factor for trade, right? Otherwise, whatever we do, trade is not going to happen. So I would stop here. These are the two main areas I would recommend.
Thank you. I think we have about 10 minutes. If there are any audience questions, I'll take 2 or 3. If not, I'll ask another round of questions to the panelists. Any questions? Okay. So I think back to you, sir. Oh, there is a question. Okay. Can somebody? Yeah. Please keep it brief, and if to which panelist that it's addressed to. Can someone help?
Yeah, I got it. So myself, Dr. Somasundaram, Director Agribusiness from Tamil Nadu Agriculture University. My question is to Mr. Senthil Kumar Natarajan. How you are moderating the quality from the farm gate? Just you are collecting and grading. So about a lot of products with high inputs, organic farming, natural farming, integrated, lot of things are happening. So how you are maintaining the quality when you collectivize or process? How do you fix the price for from different growing environments? This is my question.
So, we procure, our collection centers are located near farms where we procure from around 10 to 15 kilometers radius. So we have developed protocols, right? What is the size of the fruits for different grade, vegetables for different grades, right? And we conduct farmer training sessions for that. So, and we, it's not that we procure only the top grades, right? We produce lower grades also slightly, but we don't, I think as of now, we don't procure the lowest grade, but I think anything above, right, medium and top grades we procure. And over a period, right, we have been, now we are 6 to 7 years in the ecosystem. Farmer himself learns, and we have a grading sorting table where we use laborers who are able to train and seed. And it's still in the fruits and vegetable, raw fruits and vegetable, it is still physical characteristics only, right? We are not looking at the tension or the internal characteristics. Even the machineries which I think we tried evaluating, right? They are also, even this, all these advanced AI-based also, they are just replacing human eye, right? They are not scanning inside and seeing how long the water content will be and all, right? So it is still physical is what we are doing, and that's what we are also trying to do. And more than machineries, right? At the scale of our operations, manual labor is fine. Specific to your own quality, it's more like we take pictures of what is a good quality, like the length, the width. For example, cucumber, what should it be side, what should it be radius, it should not be crooked and things like that, right? But one, I think, big problem, I just wanted to share one tidbit on this. Big problem we face is, right, a crooked gourd is as healthy and as tasty as a straight gourd. But unfortunately, right, we end up in a fighting, right? Since we are in the procuring stage, right, you will find a lot of tension in the collection center. For that is because ultimately, sir, we are not devoid of the market, right? The buying place, people are not picking that up, right? And it goes for a less price, right? So we have to consider that as a lower quality. In the sense, quality is a perception in that sense, right? So technically, if you look at all the tests, or if you cut it and give it, nobody will know whether it's a crooked vegetable or something. So these are the issues we look at in quality. So one is the exact metrics and all these things. Another is how the market values that, right? In that, for example, some of the fruits, right, in south, for example, larger oranges are seen as high quality, right? But in north, it is seen as low quality. So technically, if you do a blind test, they will not know. So we take these aspects also into account for quality, sir. Hope that answers your questions.
Thank you. Any other questions? And then last one over there.
Am I audible now? Yeah. Thank you so much for the valuable insights. Most of you handle perishable goods. There are two questions on my part. One is, as you rightly mentioned, we have not been able to do as we should be doing on the coastal regions in perishable markets, including the aquacultures. What do you think are the most important challenges in that segment? That is one, addressed to Ramraj sir. And secondly, those people who are doing in perishable markets, Edward and Senthil, who are doing supply chain solutions there. What do you think will cold storage solve the problem in this particular era, in this particular arena? And is government also looking at subsidizing, or do they have any policies to make this possible in cold storage especially? Thank you.
I think I'll hand it over to you, but I think Danish and Arun were making that point of last mile processing facilities, including logistics for cold chain. And I think Arun, you mentioned that there's actually that scheme that kind of supports those kind of investments.
Yeah, I think it's a very good question. Fish and seafood per se are highly perishable, unlike any of the agricultural commodities, and it's a fact that we don't have a robust, cold chain system in India for distribution of the fish and other seafood. This is a big problem. Definitely, there's a gap. We need to improve the cold chain facilities. Having said that, but I should say that we have an excellent facility for shrimp. The same thing, because there is a chain which is already established for exports. And shrimp is the largest meat being exported from India in terms of value and also quantity. So there is already an example. But what happens is, once you talk about a cold chain, it's either the consumer prefers fresh fish. It's not frozen. Indian consumer doesn't prefer frozen fish. So that there's a challenge to change the consumers' outlook, but that's going to take time. So till such time, we should develop cold chains like ice plants, chill rooms, and of course cold stores, and have products which are, for example, fillet that they mentioned. They are ready to eat products. So yes, we have a big problem, and if fish, unlike any other agricultural commodities, if it's spoiled, it's also a health risk. And there's a very high chance of a health risk associated with this. So we need to be careful and focus definitely on the cold chain establishment in the country. Thank you.
Thank you.
So from the fruits and vegetable perspective, right, we have done that and we have failed, so I'll share our experience, right. In summer, when you go out and see these kirana stores of fruits and vegetables, do you see the fruits and vegetables? You will see it covered with a gunny bag, wet gunny bag, right? That is the refrigeration available at the retail space now. Okay, so but as you touched upon government policies, right? So let me say, right, fruits and vegetables, once you refrigerate, right, it has to be stay refrigerated till you consume. If you remove it out of refrigeration, it goes through a thermal shock and it degrades much faster than if you have not refrigerated. So that's why it's called a chain, right? So unfortunately, the weakest point in our thing is retail, and you also expect people to have a refrigerator at their home. Otherwise, you are actually aggravating the problem by refrigerating in the early stages of the supply chain. So we had burnt our fingers where we introduced reefer trucks to transfer, because we get a lot of capex subsidies, right? I think is there. But unfortunately, what happened when we supply to the retailers? See, none of us are from fruits and vegetable background, right? People are all from B schools, and so when we started, then the simple thing they said is, whatever fruits and vegetables you supply are getting rotten faster, so we will not buy from you, right? It pinches us, right? That's when we reached out and said, so unless we take a chain approach and go, but unfortunately, the retail segment refrigeration is not at all considered as a part of the cold chain in fruits and vegetables. Unless all these fall into place, right, rest assured the wastage in fruits and vegetables will continue.
Thank you. Last question.
Hello. Yeah, my question is for Mr. Senthil Kumar. It is just related to the previous question. In Orissa, we are into an activity where we have tied up with a corporate player like Mother Dairy, and we are supplying tons of mangoes every year. Varieties of mango we supply to Mother Dairy. This is the question always, this is a challenge we face, because starting from the farmer level and bringing the mangoes to the end consumer point, so it takes a lot of time in transportation also. So how do you manage this time frame? Because these are perishable product, as in the previous question also this was asked. So how do you manage your time in this transportation and all these logistics arrangements, so that the before it get perished, it reaches the final consumer? Thanks.
Thank you, sir. So in this, right, there is nothing we had to invent ourselves, because the market has already figured that out, right? Since refrigeration has not picked up drastically, right? So the market and the farmers and the current ecosystem, right, we just studied and followed it, right? For example, tomatoes, if they have to send, sometimes, tomato from Kolar goes to Delhi, right? So the trader tells the farmer it's going. So they harvested a stage where it gets ripened within 10 days or something, right? So that kind of ecosystem the farmers understand. So we should understand fruits and vegetables is not something new which Ninja got introduced in the market, right? So it has always been reaching, and it's always been, so we study these factors and they already have that knowledge. The ecosystem already has that knowledge. As I said, we have to respect the nodes and we learn from those nodes and we just go by it, right? We know what time it takes and all these things, we learn from them. And so what we provide in advance, that is not a value add which we are providing, because the market guys already know it. But what value add we provide is, for example, if they have to enter a new market, for example, suddenly there is a price spike in some place where demand is not there, right? He cannot take a truck there and auction it and do something, right? Because, and then how will he collect it? So those are the structural problems which we are trying to solve. But these things, right, like how many days for delivery and what time we have to harvest and all, the market is pretty much, everybody is aware of those things, and that is not something we go up teaching.
Thank you. I think we'll close here. We've had a very rich discussion, and we look forward to sort of connecting with all the speakers again as we sort of move forward. And thank you to the audience as well.
Yeah. We thank all the esteemed speakers who covered the various topics in jobs opportunities in the rural space, especially in the agriculture, fisheries, dairy, and other sectors. So I request the audience to give a big applause to the speakers once again. Now I invite Mr. Rajesh from TNRP to take over the next session.
Thank you to our previous speakers for their enlightening discussion on jobs in the agri-food system. Our next session, titled Jobs in Rural Space, Moving Beyond the Agriculture and Allied Sectors, promises to explore the transformative potential of diversifying rural employment beyond traditional sectors. With India's demographic dividend set to add over 1 billion population to the work age population by 2030, there is a critical need for innovative policies and robust strategies. To harness this workforce effectively, rural areas in India face unique challenges in job creation despite their vast potential. While agriculture remains a cornerstone, expanding opportunities in non-agriculture sectors such as manufacturing, services, and digital technologies is crucial for sustainable rural development. This session will delve into actionable insights and successful models that promote rural entrepreneurship, enhance skill development, and integrate rural economies into broader growth trajectories. I am pleased and honored to invite our esteemed panelists to the dais. Please join me in welcoming them with a warm round of applause. Ms. Nandini Krishnan, Lead Economist at the World Bank. Ms. Aparna Bijapurkar, Managing Director and Partner at BCG. Mr. Pankaj Kalas, Vice President, Head of People, Operations at Delivery. Mr. Sharath Venkata, Concept Head and Vice President at Reliance Smart Bazaar. Ms. J. Innocent Divya, IAS, MD, Tamil Nadu Skill Development Corporation. To kick off this session, we have an analytical presentation by Ms. Nandini Krishnan. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. So I'm going to start with trying to set the stage of where we are in terms of the quality and the quantity of jobs in rural India, and then pose a few policy recommendations to the panel, and then rely on their expertise to get into specifics. So I hope that's interesting. So the first point I'm going to cover is that India has had jobless growth, in the sense that the growth we've had, while high, has not created enough jobs. So either in terms of the quality of jobs or in terms of the quantity of jobs, what I'll try to show you through this presentation is that the sort of growth we've had has not created a commensurate amount of jobs. So over the last 2 decades, India has grown at 6.6%. Now that's commendable by any standards, but the elasticity of employment of employment to growth has actually gone down. So that means that a decade ago, between 1999 and 2009, a 1% increase in growth created a 0.26% increase in jobs. Today, the last decade, 2010 to 2019, that's fallen to only a 0.1% increase in jobs. And that's for many reasons. One, manufacturing has been a strong driver of growth. Manufacturing has become increasingly capital intensive, and the sorts of modern manufacturing that India has invested in to be competitive for exports, for global value chains, is capital intensive. Right? Another challenge, though, is that India needs to create many more jobs because of its demographic dividend, right? So it's not an ordinary challenge that a country faces. India faces an extraordinary challenge, and that's important to recognize. And then going to the rural labor force, a challenge has been that the sectors that heavily employ a large share of the rural workforce, including agriculture and agro-processing, the sort of role they play when the economy grows is actually to shed jobs, which is how it should be, right? They're functioning as a safety net. Despite that, I'll show you how big a role agriculture still continues to play. So I would argue today that for India to achieve higher income status by 2047, we need not only high growth, but we need more inclusive growth in the following sense. We need to create more jobs, especially for women, especially for young people. And also we need to increase the incomes of the bottom half of the population. Because when everyone earns more, they spend more, and that will also fuel growth. The quality of growth also needs to improve, because it needs to create better jobs in terms of working conditions, pay, regularity, security of tenure, because that's the aspiration of today's youth, not just youth, but also working age people. So you can't continue to create the same quality of jobs. And of course, we need growth that's more environmentally sustainable. So this is going to be the challenge. How do you manage all these competing trade-offs? So I'm going to show you data from India's periodic labor force surveys. These are collected annually. The graph on the left, well, my left, shows rates of labor force participation. So this is the number of people who are employed plus the number of people who are unemployed divided by the working age population, which for India is everyone above the age of 15. The green line is rural labor force participation. And you can see that while it's been increasing, it is higher than both average and urban labor force participation. if you look to the graph on the even with those high rates, 60% of rural women and youth are not participating in the labor force, and that you see on the right. So there's a huge opportunity to bring all of these people into the workforce, to be earning money and spending money. Now you may see that there's been an increase recently in labor force participation. That increase has been led by women, but unfortunately it's been through unpaid work in household enterprises. Now these enterprises may be running for profit, or they may be subsistence, but in any case these women are not getting remunerated as you would if you went outside the home. Right? So that is a cautionary tale. And this challenge is even more stark when you look at young people and young people who have invested in getting an education. So youth unemployment is still quite high. So the average national youth unemployment is 7%, 9% for women, but 18% for youth. And if you look at youth who have tertiary education, it's almost 30%. So 1 in 3 young people who have invested in getting an education don't have a job, and they're looking for work. And if you look at rural areas, that's even higher, right? And this is a challenge across the country, although there is a huge variation. So this graph is ordered by the rural unemployment rates. And on the left, you'll see states that have high rural unemployment are actually states that are primarily urban. So these are places where there's a lot of activity going on elsewhere. They have small rural pockets, and so it's not unreasonable that unemployment would be high because they're trying to get these urban jobs. On the right-hand side, you see states in the north and northeast with large populations which have low rural unemployment. But this does not mean that the quality of jobs that they are getting in the rural space is good enough, and I'll come to that. And here in Tamil Nadu, we're somewhere on the higher end. Unemployment by itself is not a bad signal. It means people are looking for work. And low unemployment by itself is not good news, because it could mean that people have just decided there are no jobs and I'm going to sit at home. But what's even more striking is how high rural youth unemployment is. And it's upwards of 20% in many states, and in Tamil Nadu it's 23%. So the second aspect of this sort of not enough jobs is that there's not enough good quality jobs. So this graph sort of shows taking different types of cuts across rural and urban India, and it shows the types of work that are available. And before we even look at rural employment, let's look at what is the quality of urban employment. 50% of urban jobs are not salaried. So 50% of urban workers are either self-employed or working as casual labor. Even within urban areas, 10% of women and 10% of youth are working in unpaid jobs. And 16 and 17% of these jobs are in elementary occupations that don't require a lot of skills, right? And all of these aspects are much worse in rural areas. And a third of women and youth are working in unpaid jobs in rural areas. And again, this is, while there is a wide variation across states, I don't think there's a lot of good news anywhere. So less than a quarter of rural jobs are salaried in most states. You see again on the left a high share of salaried jobs, including for youth, but these are all small states with high urbanized populations, and so that spills over to the rest of the economy of the states. Tamil Nadu is actually doing well on youth salaried jobs. 43% of rural youth have salaried jobs. But again, the national level challenge is all those states on the right with high populations which are barely creating any salaried jobs. Another aspect of this is that earnings have been stagnant in real terms across the last decade. And so if you think about what would be a good job, it's got to be, this is rural India, it's got to be a salaried job today, and it's got to be in services. So manufacturing in rural India is almost paying the same as agriculture. That tells you something about the productivity of that sector. And while self-employment is a bit better than casual work, and indeed there's been evidence that the livelihoods portfolio has helped women move from casual work to self-employment, so that's a positive because you're moving to a higher earnings trajectory. But it's not the gap between that and good work is still quite far. So we tried to construct a measure of earnings poverty. So this is a measure that says if a worker earns less than $3.65 per person per day, which is a lower middle income poverty line, right? And India certainly is above that. Then 38% of Indian workers today earn less than that, right? And that's even higher in rural India. And these things are all related. So in states that have a larger share of salaried employment, earnings poverty is lower. And states that have a larger share of agricultural employment, you may remember I said all those states that have very low rural unemployment, but they have high shares of agricultural employment and low shares of salaried employment, they also have high shares of earning poverty. So we need to look at all of these things together. So why is this happening? So one, as I said before, it's the sort of growth that India has experienced. It's coming from sectors that are inherently capital intensive, that add a lot to GDP, add a lot to exports, to competitiveness, but they don't create a lot of jobs. That's not the nature of their technology, and it shouldn't be, right? But the rest of India, all the other sectors, we need to think about them more intentionally. And this is clearly evident because while growth is going on, if you look at structural transformation, which is the process by which people leave agriculture and transition into other sectors of the economy, that picture hasn't changed. And on the right panel, you see what it looks like within rural India today. So still 48% of jobs are coming from agriculture and allied sectors for men, 73% for women, even for youth 45%. Right? So that shift has to start to move. And that has to happen through adding value in agriculture, through adding value in the linked sectors to agriculture, through services, through manufacturing, but also creating new sources of growth that employ people. The other part of this is that while these sectors that have been driving growth are certainly doing well, they're also, these sectors are heavily dominated by very large enterprises because they need a lot of capital, they need to be competitive, they need to be have the best technology. But if you look at the landscape of who is employing people, which firms are employing people in India today, it's still primarily micro firms, so less than 5 workers. And 75% of employment currently today, nationally, is in these firms. So this is self-employment, it's a family enterprise, it's subsistence work. And this share should be going down, and you should see more employment in the small firms, in the medium-sized firms, but that hasn't been happening. And it's the same in rural. So there is something in the MSME sector that needs an urgent and comprehensive reform. We need to improve the dynamism so that firms can enter, they can grow, they can compete, and they can start to absorb more labor, because the big firms are not going to do that. That's not their job. That's not how they are set up to do it. Right? So let me then leave the panel with the hard job of telling us what needs to be done. But I'll put a few things as suggestions. So one is that I think we need to think about which sectors have a comparative advantage in specific parts of the country and have the potential to create jobs and absorb labor. And as you saw before, these are sort of salary jobs and services jobs. And our whole growth narrative has been about manufacturing. And maybe it's time that services got a new look. So care as a service sector has huge potential. There are many states that already have some comparative advantage in this. As India begins to age, it's going to become a necessity, right? So it's better to be ahead of the curve. Rural livelihoods are at a cusp where they've started to move people out of casual labor into some enterprise work. And these are the firms where these micro firms need to start to grow and become small, medium, large. adding value in agriculture both through linking it to manufacturing and services and the broad agenda on MSME growth. But there's also the issue of getting people equal access to employment opportunities. And today that means not just transport connectivity, it also means digital connectivity, access to digital platforms, and it also means access to services that the government might be providing for the private sector and an expanded set of facilitated services. And finally, on the employability agenda, which is where a lot of government intervention tends to focus, if we don't bring the private sector front and center to that agenda, then we're always going to be behind in terms of designing the curriculum, designing the certification. Because the private sector, the growing private sector, is thinking 10 years ahead in terms of what types of skills it will need. And so you need that channel of communication and to really bring the private sector in to design a curriculum and a training and certification for employability. So I'll stop there with those questions and turn it over to Aparna, whom I believe is next. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the insightful presentation. Now we will have an overview of the job ecosystem in the rural non-farm sector by Ms. Aparna. Over to you, ma'am.
Thanks, Nandini. I think that was a fantastic presentation, and I'm not sure if you've made our job easier or harder. I think perhaps easier with that context setting. Do we have my slides? Okay, super. So I think I'll pick up from where Nandini left off, and I think what I took away from your presentation is that India's labor force is large, is young, but most importantly is today fairly subscale. I think driven by very small enterprises and individual workers, and fairly gender imbalanced with very low female labor force participation. And as we look to the future, and I'm going to stick my neck out here, I think there are many people that have tried to triangulate these numbers, and I've borrowed from them. But I think as we look to the future, what's fairly obvious, also borrowing from your point of where the investments are coming in, which is really capital-intensive manufacturing, and some very highly professional services, that we're going to be in a scenario where we perhaps don't have enough jobs, 10 years from now for the growing labor force. I think that scenario is further compounded by what's happening in agriculture. And I think, we understand that despite being the primary employer, and if you look at the data on this page, you'll see that 60% of, rural employment really is agriculture. And like Nandini said, 76% for women. So we've seen an increased feminization of labor over the last few years post-COVID. And 60% of that is really self-employed with a very high share of, household helpers and household enterprises, which is largely unpaid work. And if you look at, the not in education employment or training population, which is the available addition, to our labor force, actually 40% of them are illiterate today. So, and many of them are older. So if you do this cut by, education or skill level and age, you'll find a significant share of that is older. But, going forward, we will continue to see education levels rising, but a fairly mixed bag on skilling. And with this context of what the rural workforce looks today, I wanted to talk about really what are aspirations of the rural youth and the workforce based on some work that we've done and work of others. What are the available opportunities that we're starting to see emerge for them? And in that context, what could some of the unlocks be? So if I talk about aspirations, and I will focus on women, for this purpose, just given, I think, the significant potential to actually add women to the labor force as well. There are a few variables that we find really determine aspiration. I think one, is often age, but I would say research suggests that it's not just age, but also life stage. And increasingly, research finds that it is not necessarily with or without child, but it is, the point of marriage that makes, the decision very different for women. And if you look at, the youth and young women, there is a desire, for jobs, not entrepreneurship. And I think that is very clear. Young people don't necessarily want to set up enterprise. They do want this, they do want jobs. And today, if you, a recent, I think, ASAR study of 15 to 29-year-old women found that what they aspire to is stability of occupation, right? And that today in India is often conflated with government jobs because that is stable employment. So teachers, nurses, police, some amount of engineering. But they're not very clear of, private sector opportunities. And while I often joke about this, if you go to any village today in, let's say, Rajasthan, UP or Bihar, and you ask, a group of young girls, what do you want to be? You will find two answers. One is beauty and the other is tailoring, right? And is that really, the future of our national occupations and aspiration, which is beauty and tailoring? And how many, beauticians will we have in one village and how many tailors will we be able to absorb given the way our, apparel sector is moving, right? But, it is a fairly also heartening fact that, our skilling ecosystem, for all its flaws, has been able to at least feed that aspiration. And perhaps, 10 years ago, the answer would have just been, I'm not sure, farming is all I can have, right? And the other very interesting thing about young people is that there is increasingly willingness to migrate, especially in the early years. But for women, at the point of 23, 24, and 25, that's when you start to see dropouts from the labor force and a reverse migration. And then as you start to look at women at a different life stage who are slightly older and married with or without children, there are a few different profiles that start to emerge, and this is research by FSG and separately ORF. There's one segment which is really seeking financial stability, tends to also be slightly better educated, I would say middle school, not just illiterate or primary, where again preference tends to be employment, but there is openness to mobility, if you can solve for the entire family. And you see a lot of that in some of the shift of women in manufacturing clusters, as there is opportunity if you can solve for the family and both spouses as well as then children in education. There's also a far greater willingness to be able to gain skills and become job ready for some of these opportunities. And enterprise continues to be an option, but they don't really know where to start. In contrast, you find another segment which is really local workers, and I think this as I was thinking about this talk, I didn't know if it was jobs in rural or jobs for rural. And I think that distinction is also important, right? So perhaps the first is jobs for rural. The second very much has to be jobs in rural. And I think there is a large segment that says we want opportunities, within 5 kilometers of home. And today we do Manrega or casual work. What else can we do? And enterprise starts to become very viable. And I think the work with SHGs and NRLM that, World Bank, Gates, and many of you are doing really needs to think about, how we take this to the next level. And finally, there are a set of, individuals who really continue to want to be in the agri and allied value chain. I don't know if it's because of, lack of aspiration or awareness, or, potentially they see opportunity there but don't know where and how to grow it, right? And how do we solve for them? So this, I think just to summarize, over 60% of rural is in agriculture today, but the aspiration is to move, very far beyond. And with that context, then, what are the opportunities for work, for young people, in rural? And I think the way that we think about it is there are three, categories, right? I think one is really there are a set of jobs that will be created as a result of the increased investment that we're seeing. So how do we really ensure that we can match talent into jobs? The second is really how do you unlock new jobs? And there are some very interesting examples of what, a lot of local startups and others are doing. And the third then is scaling entrepreneurship. So I'll take each one in turn and talk a little bit about what the opportunity is and what some of the unlocks might be. Sorry, it's a very busy slide. Us consultants tend to have those. But I think, echoing what Nandini said earlier and what Adarsh also said, there are, in India today, 70% of future jobs are likely to come from, 5 big categories, right? Construction, trade, transport, retail, professional services, and manufacturing, right? And if you look at these sectors, and if you look at PLFS data, the suggestion is that across all of these sectors, actually, the potential for rural work is significant and growing even faster in some of them than urban work, right? But I think the big question will be how do you actually match labor into these job roles? Also, given that there is clearly scarcity in terms of the number of jobs available. So how do you get the right matching going? At the same time, though, if you talk to construction players today, right, construction is amongst the fastest growing sectors, very highly labor intensive. All of them are saying we can't find workers and we can't find people to stick on. And a lot of construction players are now starting to think about how do we get worker stickiness, on our sites. So I think with that, there are a few, I think, challenges and unlocks that we need to think about, as policy, and many states are way ahead of this, including Tamil Nadu. I think one is just career counseling and the job matching ecosystem really needs to be strengthened. And there are two parts to that. I think one is counseling early to be able to shape aspiration, but there's a growing set of, recruiters in this pool and a number of platforms, whether it is, folks like LabourNet, Quest, etc., who really play a very pivotal role between saying, where does the skill base lie and where do jobs lie and how do we actually make that match? And providing them the right information, whether it is through the skill stack or otherwise, to be able to do this job matching better at a far more micro level is perhaps the first big unlock. I think the second is we all talk about it, which is the skills ecosystem. And there needs to be a very large scale rewiring across the continuum of skilling and thought about in a far more seamless way to allow for individuals to be able to move in and out, of the skills ecosystem at different points in their career journey, right? And you start to see states, for example, I think the World Bank has a program on school to work with the Ministry of Education, and there I think the big findings are you need to be able to define, aspirational trades much closer to home. So for example, the kinds of trades that you would see in Punjab are very different potentially than the kinds of trades that you would see in Chhattisgarh, just given the nature of the starting point and what opportunity exists. And providing that deeper exposure early on itself, from schooling, and it's not an optional, I can do one trade over 2 years and maybe move around a little bit, but it is really a far deeper model that even allows for apprenticeship pathways early on in careers. I think the second is just a far more demand-led and owned advanced skilling ecosystem and reforming ITIs and programs around that. And also, linking the financing far more to outcomes, and outcomes not just for placement, but also for retention, because that's where the problem tends to be today. There is, placement rates are going up, but retention rates are falling. And you're seeing this rotating pool of the same people kind of going, in and out, or different people going in and out of the same jobs. I think additionally, we've talked about women, and I did want to say that, in our work and research, I think there are a few additional challenges that, we face with matching women into jobs. I think one is, very much a hiring bias. And I think that hiring bias stems from a lack of information. So is it possible for industry potentially to set up, a gender center of excellence where, you have players, many of them have been on the stage, Ninja Kart, we'll see, Delivery and others who are really starting, Ola, who are starting to hire women, talk about the business benefits of that and how costs have been overcome, right? I think the second is that there are some very real costs that are, quantified, including one-time transition costs. So a lot of the manufacturing facilities that, or even transportation and warehousing facilities that are starting to hire women find that you need to make some adjustments, whether it's ergonomic adjustments, to increase the height of stools and change kind of the shop floor pattern to be able to make it more viable for women. Or for example, you find in the warehousing industry that traditionally there was a lot of heavy manual labor which can now be done with a forklift, but that forklift actually costs an additional investment versus the people that you have, right? So how do you actually start to think about financing that transition cost, and can you have government potentially play a role in that is a big question, right, without necessarily distorting competitiveness. I think when it comes to MSME, the problem is not just the one-time transition cost, but is also some of the benefits that you need to be able to pay, which do fundamentally then impact, their ability, willingness to hire as well as scale. And I think the last is what Nandini said, which is the care economy, is significant. PLFS reports that 50% of women who are out of the labor force say it's because of domestic care duties, right? So how do you start to think about formalization of that ecosystem? And that will have to be a big agenda, for various state governments, because this is a very localized one. There are many firms, here that will talk about how they're trying to bridge this gap, and I think these are islands of excellence, but there will need to be two pushes. I think one is big industry coming together to say how do we actually move the needle here, in partnership with the skills, part of the ecosystem, but also a slightly different push to be able to propagate that to MSME. So I think that was, the first part about how do you actually match workers into jobs that are anyway being created. But I wanted to talk about, new job models for Bharat, right? And I think a lot of the innovation that we've seen and heard about in the earlier sessions as well have started to hint at this. I don't know how many of you have heard of Tulsi village in Chhattisgarh. It's very close to Raipur, I believe. I had never heard of it. But what's very interesting about it is it's a village of, I think, a population of 3,000. And 1/3 of the population of this village reports itself as YouTube content creators. That's their official occupation, the way they think of it and report it. And if you go online, you can do it and look on YouTube and you put in Tulsi Raipur, Tulsi Chhattisgarh, you'll find that there are over 40 education and entertainment channels that have just come up from Tulsi. And covering different themes and interestingly across different age spectrums. So you have, young people talking about how to beatbox, and you have older people talking about, different things, and that's what it is. And look, I don't know, if they make any money off this. I have no idea. I haven't been able to find out. But the question is, can occupations like this start to become viable in the new India with digital and digital penetration? And this may be a very extreme example. It's one that exists. But if you look at the bottom, just a thought exercise, right? What else could we imagine? Rural BPO and KPO, there are organizations like Karya that are really trying to get, young people in villages to provide data labeling, tagging, etc. services. I recently came across, Spice Money, which has 1 million adhikaris, in their network, who are these retail franchisee agents who also do BC, model kind of cash in, cash out kind of stuff. And if you look at all the ag techs in India, all of them are trying to set up this last mile franchise, last mile retailer network, as well as agents to be able to do advisory and other services, right? So can we actually imagine, large scale rural franchisees, so to speak, plugged into, corporate supply chains, because that really is the need of the hour. We talked about the care economy, renewable energy. I mean, the number of solar installation and O&M that we will need, and that will have to be distributed. While manufacturing may be at scale, installation will have to be distributed, right? So these are the kinds of jobs that could be possible and could grow and perhaps aren't being captured in the natural course of, investment thinking. And that's where, we will need to start to see more government policy, and focus. And this will be a little bit localized.
Ma'am, we would request you to wrap
Almost
up.
done, yeah. And I think the enablers for that are really, more capital, being able to unlock some of these businesses. I think social protection for this increasing rural gig economy that we're going to start to see, and skilling and enablement. And I think the last, and I'll pause here, is entrepreneurship. I won't spend much time because I think this is familiar. I mean, the challenges we all know are, credit, market access, enablement, in terms of skilling, and things like that. And we've talked about it for a long time, but just 2 or 3 thoughts that I wanted to leave you with. One is, all of this is talked about for entrepreneurs in a vacuum. And I think as we look to the future, is there a model where, and Parmesh talked about it, we look at businesses in a box, right? Where at scale, we can think of, here are the businesses of the future, whether it is, renewable energy installation kind of business or care business at a, local panchayat level, and start to say, this is the economics, this is the conditions in which it works, and let's create, those incubators to actually help entrepreneurs set up these very focused businesses. And we see it in poultry, goatery, etc. Can we scale it? I think the last thing that I want to say on this is, there's a lot of focus on D2C, expecting a lot of FPOs and SHGs to be able to get directly to consumer markets in big cities and globally. And I think while that, with digital definitely is possible, I did want to, posit an alternate or an additional reality, which is a B2B model. And if you see states like Uttarakhand who've set up House of Himalayas, I think the intent is, can we create at-scale marketing companies to be able to facilitate the producer ecosystem, to avoid the kind of fragmentation that potentially we are seeing, which prevents scale, right? So those were just some ideas, in terms of the 3 segments of work, and I look forward to the rest of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the comprehensive overview. Now we'd like to hear about the role of large-scale service companies in job creation for the rural market. So we'd like to invite Mr. Pankaj Kalas to give his presentation. Over to you.
Thanks, Aparna, and thanks for the organizers. Okay, what Delhivery is? Delhivery is the largest supply chain company of the country right now. We are by far the largest one. The next closest rival is about 60% of what we are. I personally am very, very excited about this conference as such, because I myself represent, I myself am an active farmer. A micro one although, but yes, I do. So what Delhivery is about, as I said, largest organization in supply chain, covering about almost 98% of the PIN codes in the country. We've got more than 1 lakh employees working with us. Most of them are direct workers, not really into gig, but into direct employment. We have some 18 million square feet of warehousing storage, work with 80 different applications. So we are more of a tech organization. That's what we like to call ourselves as, more of a tech organization which is into supply chain network as such. We handle daily about 11,000 trucks. That's the fleet size we have, and we monitor them, handle them on a daily basis. Some of the different business lines what we have into express parcels, which is what people mostly relate us into. That's the e-commerce express shipments which people feel that they should be getting it within 2 days or 3 days. Part truckload, if you want to ship some items through, not really a entire trucking you need part truckload. Full truckload, cross-border, people who are small scale entrepreneurs or large scale ones as well. We do provide end-to-end international shipping as well. And supply chain services, which could be end-to-end, say for an example, if a manufacturer or if a large organization is wanting from a factory to end customer supply, that's also something what we do. While we've spoken about since yesterday a lot about climate, environment, so some of these initiatives what we've taken as well. Proudly we handle some 5 megawatt of solar capacity on the top of our warehouses. That would translate to about 1250 houses to be electrified on a regular basis. The second truck on the top you see, that's a Volvo truck which is an electrified truck. So, you know, a large scale organization like us, and this is a truck which you will see a lot from Mumbai, from Bangalore to Chennai, commuting every day, right? A lot of these trucks, an entire fleet of Volvo which they will manufacture, be it the regular ones or be it the electric ones, all of them for the next 3 years are bought by us. There's a concept called road rail. While it's a very common one in developed economies, not so much common in India, but it's like a tractor with 2 trailers linked to each other. That's also something which with the advancement of expressways you will see very soon. We are working towards it, and we've gotten some permission. While major of the expressways will be functional, we will have these trucks inducted in India as well. And then the last one is LNG. This is also a fleet which is something we've added recently. So transportation which largely is seen as a polluting factor, that can also be at a large scale, we can translate into more environment friendly ways to run. While we've spoken about diversity as well a lot, right? And especially in rural parlance, it makes even more significance. And while about 13 years back when I started working, supply chain was a very irrelevant field, so to say, because it needed a lot of heavy lifting, and a lot of folks used to think that females cannot do heavy lifting work. Females cannot deliver a parcel. Females cannot load a truck. Proudly, there are some 4 facilities which are 100% being manned by females in our network. Our headcount has expanded by 16 times in the last 2 years of females. Right, that's the kind of focus which we've done, and this is not something which we are doing as a part of social cause. We do see a real value add in something like this. We've realized that females are more productive, they are more attentive. When it comes to absenteeism, they are more regular while coming at work. So while a few minutes back there was a pay parity was being discussed, we make sure that pay is also equally same. But honestly, we've seen much more business benefits coming out of by employing more and more females rather than males. We also spoke about financial illiteracy among some of the lower end of strata. Something which we've institutionalized in our organization, right? We have a variable pay structure where people can pick if somebody is looking for a salary payout on day 3 of the month for those many worked days, right? I got a salary effective say 30th of June, and today we are sitting on 4th of July. If I need X amount of money, within a fraction of seconds we can withdraw that, right? A lot of organizations are also working into this. That's something which we have, and people can access their salaries on a daily basis, anytime, zero interest, 24/7 access, safe and secure, and it's a direct transfer to the employee's bank account. That's something which, again, working with 1 lakh employees, and every single person can have that benefit. It has helped us a lot in reducing our attrition as well. Now, this is an interesting one, right? A map of India, and whatever you're seeing over there, right? India's got about 806 districts in totality. We have about 3,500 offices. So all of these yellow dots, what you're seeing, these are the offices what we have. Our own delivery centers, our own warehouses, our own headquarters, right? So a very funny thing that also at times we talk about it, that no matter where you belong to, no matter how remote your hometown is, most likely within a vicinity of 10 to 15 kilometers, there's a 98% probability that you will find our office over there. So that's the kind of reach we have, that's the kind of spread we have. While Aparna did speak about some of these aspects, for rural sectors also, we do have quite a few opportunities. We do have a D2C specific programs where a lot of small scale businessmen can work directly with us. They can have a wider reach to the extreme end of the country, right from the village, no matter where they are, no matter where they are delivering as well. So that's the kind of reach an organization like us can provide. And it's not just us, right? There are many other competition as well. I'm not talking about just delivery, but I think it's more of awareness what people need to be made aware of. While I just spoke about a lot of offices, we've been talking about unemployment across the country, right? Somebody spoke about yesterday that it's not unemployment throughout the year, it's about people become below poverty in some of the months. Similarly, while we're talking about unemployment rate in different strata, there are certain cities where unemployment rate is not so much, but there are other remote locations where it is much higher. And that's where a player like us can play a role, right? While there are jobs available, but the connect between the real person who is in need and the organization which is in need, that is something which we need to bridge. There's something called DPP. While in terms of micro entrepreneurship, we have a model which again Aparna spoke about, is people having small scale shop, for an example, in a remote village, and no one else serves that village. But there will be still some orders coming from some of the e-commerce websites to that, right? It doesn't make sense for a large scale organization to set up a last mile store for 5 or 6 orders, but some of these small scale entrepreneurs over there can do that part, last mile delivery. That's also something which we have. We call that model as DPP. Co-loaders is the supply side of the supply chain, right? Again, if within that small village, if there are small scale manufacturers who want to ship to anywhere in the country, not really to a person, but to probably a manufacturing setup, for an example, that's something, that work is being done by co-loaders, and that's also we work. We do have a very small fraction of employees who are working remotely permanently, and largely women who can work as a customer service agents as well. And then there's something called BPs or fleet ownerships, people who are having small scale 4-wheelers, 3-wheelers who want to get associated with us. That's also an opportunity that an organization like us can provide. While we've spoken a lot about small scale ground level jobs, there's also something called SDP, which is Skill Development Program. This is similar to any of the entrance exams that you will see. This is for entry level supervisory roles across the organization and across the geographies. That's a program which we initiated last year, where if you just Google Skill Development Program, this is the first link which will pop up. And the youngsters, youth who want to appear for it, they can appear for it, and then anyone who cracks it will be able to, so we will have a end-to-end hand holding for the training period, and then there will be a short employment that we will provide with that, closer to the home of that individual. Typically, on a monthly basis, we hire about 400 people from this to entry-level supervision roles. And there are other cities, for an example, this time across we are doing it Chandigarh, Ahmedabad, Hyderabad, Noida and Pune. And these locations we keep on changing. Now, as I said, while there are a lot of gaps where we've spoken about unemployment a lot, if you think that you have some leads who is looking for jobs anywhere, there are certain pockets, for an example, Chennai being one. Chennai is one of the pockets where we struggle the most in terms of hiring folks. Hyderabad being the second one, some of the areas in Northeast and Mumbai, but we're not able to find people, for an example. If somebody is able to bridge that gap for us, these are the coordinates. You can reach out to my colleague over there, Ramesh. He's also here. He's based out of Mumbai and he also Bangalore, and he also handles Chennai. So we'll be able to support you. Thanks. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Mr. Pankaj, for shedding light on the significant role of large-scale service companies in rural job creation. Next, we will hear from Mr. Sharath Venkata, Concept Head and VP at Reliance Smart Bazaar. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to be here today and talk about how we are making an impact on employment in rural India. Thank you, Nandini, thank you, Aparna and Pankaj for putting the context. Aparna has specifically spoken about how retail can make a difference to employment in rural India. Before I start about what exactly we do, I'll share a small incident which was shared to us by our chairman, Shri Mukesh Ambani, during one of our interaction. During 90s, while traveling to one suburb of Mumbai, he noticed that a typical branded footwear company was selling their shoes in an air-conditioned environment, where grains and pulses, everything was sold completely exposed to the entire environment. And since then, we have come a long way. I represent Reliance Retail Grocery Format. It's a large business. We have about 5,000 stores across the country. Happy to state that 60% of them are in not metros and tier 1, tier 2 markets. They are in tier 3, tier 4 markets. You may define them as part of rural India. Retail is a very, very large market. I think Nandini and Aparna will tell you how big this market is and how big we are in India. We are the 4th largest retail market across the globe, and we are growing significantly. It has been told that by 2030 it's going to be $1.8 trillion market. I can't calculate that in rupees, but I think that's a big number. That's what I believe. This entire growth has happened in last couple of decades. In last couple of decades, the entire formal organized retail has come a significant way. And this entire growth has been largely led by metros earlier. This growth is completely moving towards the tier 2, tier 3 and largely to rural markets now. Now there are a lot of triggers to it. The triggers are well known, but I'll take few minutes to explain that what exactly is happening. The initial growth in metros actually saturated those markets. So if you go to a typical Chennai or maybe Bangalore or Mumbai as a market, you will realize that while there's a lot of malls have come up, but in terms of supply and demand, the supply is larger than demand. So it makes little business sense now to keep expanding in the particular territory and keep eating from your own share. So this exactly is asking the retailers to identify the opportunities in the market beyond metros and mini metros. The second thing is that because of a lot of expansion of road network, because of government policies, digital network, today you know that 40% of data is being consumed by rural India. A single individual consumes more than 20 GB plus data on a monthly basis. I think earlier my colleague told that it's largely about entertainment and communication, but I think for retail business that is more important than anything else. So I think people exposure to what is happening across the country and this aspiration right now to be at par and to consume those particular products. The Indian government and the state governments are investing a lot of policies and a lot of monies in terms of Startup India, Stand Up India, Antyodaya Yojana, which is actually creating a lot of money in people's hand and ensuring that people have some kind of purchase parity. While my earlier colleagues have said that there's a lot of unemployment and not enough money in the people's hand right now. But I believe that I think this is just the beginning, and the kind of consumption we are seeing in those markets is significantly higher. The rural market anyway is untapped market, and which is telling us that if we go to those markets, just to give statistics, we open a store in any tier 3, tier 4 markets, we become EBITDA positive from day one, because the kind of productivity get from those markets with the cost structures, it becomes a lot of more sense for us to start our business in those markets. But that is about us. What exactly is happening in terms of employment in those markets? I can say only three things. Retail, whenever it goes to any market, it does three things to the entire market. One, it generates employment, it generates consumption, and it brings prosperity. And I'll very quickly tell you how exactly it happens. As and when we scout a property in a particular market, we need to create assets. Asset creation itself is a large manufacturing activity, it's large construction activity. So you need to build a building, you require furniture and fixtures, you create air conditioning, you need to have lighting, and everything else, everything like this is sourced in the particular local market. It does not come from Bombay, it does not come from Bangalore, Chennai or Hyderabad, because it's very expensive to get the labor from different markets and create the retail stores. So creating a retail store itself is a very, very huge employment generate opportunity. Once we open the store, there's a very clear-cut direct employment which is being done through employees which we hire in our stores. Two kinds of employees we hire. One, obviously hire employees which does the customer interaction, and the second employment we generate for the services, which includes housekeeping, securities, maintenance, and all other various skill sets which are required by the employees. Once we do this, a lot of local procurement also happens. Pankaj expressed very clearly that how you cannot source last mile deliveries from a very, very far market because it becomes very expensive for you to get those products, and it becomes very expensive for you to sell those products because the cost goes very significantly higher. So what we do is that we do local procurements. In fact, 35% of our local procurement happens in the rural markets in the particular vicinity. Large part of grains, which is staples, pulses, fruits and vegetables are procured locally. What it does is that it actually generates a lot of employment, as well as it creates a lot of business in those particular catchments and communities in that market. And hence, the entire prosperity goes in particular community and consumption goes up significantly. After we do all these things, the marketing, communications, digital media also generate employment. I think Divya explained very clearly about a particular town in Chhattisgarh. I must tell you that in any market we go to, we try to ensure that we communicate the language of the particular market, and the marketing activities are being done locally in those particular areas only. So a retail network is generally a complete ecosystem which generates a lot of employment. To give you an idea what Reliance does today, in the grocery format itself, we generate more than 500,000 employment today, and is growing significantly day by day. We intend to cover, our strategy, we intend to cover every single pin code of India. It is not about rural India or urban India. We intend to cover every single pin code of India through our network. We are also looking at moving our JioMart business, serving to our stores so that there's no duplicate cost of servicing the customers. So we have very clear strategy, and all these things is going to be done by the people of that market then and there only. So retail and Reliance is very clear aligned to ensure that we generate a lot of employment in those markets where we belong to. A lot of policy big decisions are being done. I think Madam Divya is also here. We have about 265 stores here in Tamil Nadu. 60% of them are not in Chennai or Coimbatore. They are smaller markets of India. I want to just close my discussion with a one small story. The story is all about a lady named Swati, who joined us in 2008 in the remote village of Maharashtra. She had a couple of children, and the children started going to school, and her husband was in agriculture activity. She came to our store, and she has no experience of doing any kind of employment. We put her as a sales trainee and started training her. In a very difficult situation, she lost her husband in an accident. Since then till today, she still works with us. Her children got educated. One of them right now is working in US, become an engineer, but she still works with us. Not because she needs money, because she gets an identity here. Retail does not provide only employment, it actually provides an identity, it actually transforms lives and families. I think this is what we do when we work in a particular environment. What I want to tell you is very clearly, retail is a very large business. We are very focused on going to the deep market of rural India, and I can commit to the panelists here that we are completely focused and we are very, very serious when we talk about generating employment in rural India. And just to again put a perspective, 60% of our employment are women employees. So from gender diversity point of view also, we are doing what we expect to do. We know that there are a lot of opportunities available. We know that policymakers are helping us to have better connectivity so that we can go deeper and deeper in the markets. We are also looking at that the kind of payment gateways through UPI actually made our life very simple, because exchange of money was becoming a challenge earlier. The people like delivery is also helping us to go to the much deeper market to ensure that we go to the remote possible town. But we remain committed to serve every single pin code of India, and by doing so, we are committed to generate a lot of employment. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir, for your insights and the commitment of the retail sector. Finally, we have with us Ms. Innocent Divya, Managing Director of Tamil Nadu Skill Development Corporation, to give us an address on the institutional support system for skilling and entrepreneurship by the government. Over to you, ma'am.
Warm greetings to all of you, and greetings to my co-panelists, Archana, Nandini, Pankaj, and Sharath. So I am here on behalf of the government to tell you what the government is doing to bridge these gaps that the panelists just mentioned. See, three very important things that were brought about in the presentations that we just saw. One is we are working in silos: education, skills, industry, jobs, and the workforce is there. So all of these are working in different silos. Each of them are working with very, very broad objectives, very, very dedicated objectives, mission-oriented goals, but all of them are working in silos is what the government feels. That's why the government is intended to bring all these together. Now, when we look at the gender ratio at birth in Tamil Nadu, I'm talking about the Tamil Nadu perspective. In Tamil Nadu, it is almost equal, 999 for every 1,000 males that are born. And when it comes to education, when it comes into primary education, it's almost the same, almost. It of course depends on the survival rates also, it's almost the same. But where is the difference? You see a stark, significant difference when moving from primary to middle and middle to high school. This is when there is a lot of dropouts among males, yes, among males. So moving from middle school to high school is when a lot of boys get dropped. Probably they are moving into vocational education, because when you see the vocational education enrollment, you see significant large number of males. Once they complete 8th, large number of boys join vocational education, the ITIs. And after 10th also there is a significant decline in the number of males continuing education. But the gender gap is very evident when at the age group of 17 to 18, when the student completes 12th, standard 12. What happens after this is very interesting. See, once the student, once you push the student, be it a girl child or a male, to complete 10th, then he has an option of joining polytechnic. Polytechnic is also covered under GER. Of course, ITIs are also covered under GER. And then after 10th, what happens is the passes, there are large number of failures. We give them opportunities to take supplementary examinations once, twice, and then they are termed as dropouts. Where they go is completely untracked, okay, as of now. And then after 12 there's a gender gap. males joining colleges are significantly higher than the number of females joining colleges. And here also there's a stark difference in the number of females joining arts and science colleges vis-a-vis engineering colleges. Engineering colleges, by which the STEM education, we mean STEM education, there you see a large number of boys joining STEM education and large number of girls opting for arts and science. So this is where we see the impact of governmental schemes. That is where the intervention of the government is required. So here, when from 10th onwards we start tracking the students. Every student in Tamil Nadu has an education management information system number. So every student, whether he is in a private school, in a government school, in a CBSE school, state board school, he is given an MS number. So from there on we track from 8th onwards who are the dropouts, where are they going? Are they joining the vocational education institutions? Are they joining short-term training? Even if they join short-term training, they are not eligible to join the labor market because they are underage. So then we start tracking them. After a few years, some of them come back into the stream because of the fervent efforts of the school education department in tracking these dropouts and bringing them back to the original stream. Many of them through NIOS or private tuitions, they sit for their 10th exams. After 10th is where there's a difference in the number of students, the male students continuing education. And after 12th is where the female, the GER, the gross enrollment ratio, it drops. So this is where there's a very important scheme, the initiative by the government of Tamil Nadu, which is called the Pudumai Pen, where 1,000 rupees is given for every student every month, every girl student every month if she opts for college education after 12th, if she has studied in a government education institution, a government school. Because this dropout ratio we see is very, very significant among students, which is among the, the lower socio-economic rung of society, the students that are there enrolled in government schools. So this is where this intervention has really helped a lot. This year, last year it was introduced, and this year we saw a very, very significant increase in the number of girl students opting for college education. And once they come into colleges, then we need to prepare them for the job market. As of now, the GER stands at least by conservative estimates, it stands at 52%. But when we have tracked right from the MS into UMIS. UMIS is the University Management Information System, where every student from the MS is being tracked whether he is joining the universities. All the universities are supposed to enter data into this, and they're given a number based on the university code and the college code. And tracking this, we see it's almost close to 70%. 70% of the students who complete 12th join colleges, be it arts and science, be it polytechnic or paramedical courses or engineering. So this is where Tamil Nadu is positioned now. Now 70% of our students are going into college education, and we see a large number of students after college, graduates being unemployed. So this is the actual problem statement that Tamil Nadu needs to address, and what is the government doing about it. I am the managing director of the Skill Development Corporation, which is a nodal agency for skilling. Across the state we have multiple departments working in the skilling space, and of course, as I said, all of us work in silos, but we are sort of the Skill Development Corporation is trying to put all these efforts together to bring a solution to this problem statement that we are trying to address. Now, when they get into colleges, what kind of education they are given in colleges and what is expected in the industry, it's completely different. When the student is in college, completely cloistered in the environment in college, they are taught by professors who have completely no idea about how the industry works. And that is why a very important initiative called the Naan Mudalvan, which translates into I am the leader, I am the best. That is an initiative which seeks to bring the requirement of the industry, what industry requires in terms of the skills, what are the critical skill sets that the industry is looking at when it seeks to hire a person, a graduate directly from the college. So this we try and integrate it into the curriculum. As part of the Nan Mudalvan efforts, this was launched in 2022, and we have so far reached out to more than 14.68 lakh students in terms of the in skilling, skilling them, actually giving them 2 credit programs. These are mandated into the curriculum. We sit with the industry sector wise to understand, even geographical cluster wise, because there's a distributed industrial growth. When Tamil Nadu is concerned, we have apparel pockets, we have logistic pockets, we have leather pockets, we have manufacturing pockets. So all of this we sort of aggregate, we sit with them, we sit with all the sectors to understand what the requirement is. We ask them to give us the demand, tell us what actually is the demand, what are they looking at, and also tell us what are the skill sets they are looking for when they are hiring graduates. And then we curate courses, we tailor-make courses, we then connect with the MNCs, the global partners, the national partners that are well known in these emerging tech skills. And then we curate the curriculum, we tailor-make it and pass it through the Board of Studies, and then we train the faculty members, but we don't expect the faculty members to immediately get into the training of the program, because they also require a lot of industry practice and relevance in order for them to be able to deliver the course. So we empanel agencies, the industries as our training partners, and we send trainers to colleges and we deliver these courses. These are 45-hour programs which are integrated into every semester. For the first and second semester, we give them English, because communication we found is a major gap among our students in Tamil Nadu. So for the first and second semester across engineering colleges, all affiliated colleges, all of them except for autonomous colleges which have their own curriculum. All of these colleges that are empaneled under Nan Mudalvan registered. It's a mandatory registration because it's the government initiative. We offer these 2 credit courses. English is given in the first year, and the second year digital skills are being given, because as you now all of you will be aware that IT is no longer a vertical, it's a horizontal. This skill is something that is required whether you are in hospitality industry or in the logistics. You need to have a knowledge of IT, the digitization. Therefore, digital skills are given as part of the second year's curriculum. Third year in arts and science and third and fourth year in engineering, we give them domain related skills. Suppose somebody is doing a program in botany or zoology, we give them medical coding, medical insurance, anything that has employment potential. So we try and map these streams. Suppose there is somebody doing electrical engineering, we give them EV, electric vehicles, hybrid vehicles, battery management systems. And in IT, we have, right from AI to machine learning to high performance computing to quantum computing, all of these talk about the emerging tech skills. Any of these emerging tech skills that are in demand in the industry, we integrate it into the curriculum, and this is how it's been running for the last 2 years. Very, very successful program. Many of the states have come and studied this, and they're trying to implement the same model in their states as well. Now this is about, and also as part of this, we also invite industries to hire from campuses. Many of the industries go with the MOU model, where they enter into an MOU with colleges, they integrate their curriculum alongside the academic curriculum. And this we do it at a large scale. This is nothing different from that. We do it at a large scale where you find that equal opportunities are given to every student, no matter where he is enrolled, whichever college he is. And for every student, since this is a mandatory program, the government pays for every student. So whether it is 2,000 rupees per student, because it's at a scale, we then negotiate with the industry partner to reduce the cost, and the government pays for it. And at the end of in the final year or in the pre-final semester, they sit for placements. We give them also interview skills, resume writing, and also LinkedIn. We teach them how to make LinkedIn profiles so that they are able to access the jobs that are in the market. And we also specifically talk to industries about their need, the number that they require, and we organize micro fairs and also pooled placement fairs in colleges for the students. So far last year we had placed around 1.19 lakh students last year, and this year so far as I'm talking, it's around 92,000 we've placed. IT hiring is a bit dull this year. So it's around 92,000 that we've placed so far. So this is about the students in colleges. Now what about those that are outside the stream, outside the academic stream, those who have graduated already, who are yet to find jobs? You know, when we talk about women in this sector which are outside, around probably 70% of the urban women, or maybe less of rural women who have completed education, who are between 20 to 30, they are not even looking for jobs because they are very, very busy taking care of their kids and family chores, if they have a very stable family income. But after 35 years, once the child grows up a bit, then they start looking for jobs, and that is when they find their skills, whatever skills they possess, are irrelevant to what is required in the industry. So this is something where we are focused in doing. Wherever there is a career break, post-maternity break for women, there we try to gauge their aspirations. We collect their aspirations and we try to match them to the skill programs that we offer. This is called the TN Skills Finishing School program, where anybody, be it a woman or a male, anybody can come. They can give us their aspirations. They can tell us what kind of job they are looking for, what kind of skills they require, how much time they are willing to spend in skilling, and what kind of job, what geographical area they're looking at, what is their job search profile like, and what is the salary range they're looking for. And then we've also onboarded a lot of industries on our placement module, and a lot of industries have started posting. More than 37,000 vacancies are available at the moment as I'm talking. 37,000 vacancies across the state of Tamil Nadu are available as openings, for people to pick it up. But where is the gap? The gap is between the aspiration, what youth want today, and where the jobs are available. So this is where we are trying to bring some perspective, bring some kind of a guidance, because many of the students, the graduates, the youth are not aware of the vertical mobility that is available in a particular career path. They think it's a manufacturing job, it's a shop floor job, therefore we will have to spend 8 hours standing. And all of these, the current youth are so cloistered, or they're very comfortable in their own space, that they don't want to come even into that and explore what the opportunities are. So that is where we're trying to create a consultation, a counseling mechanism, and ensure that suppose they have the passion for that particular sector, we will try and counsel them to put them into that job to see how it, or we can try for a change of job profile also. So this is also one of the initiatives where Tamil Nadu Skill Development Corporation is working. We have 2 initiatives. One is called the Ilaya Thalam, where we invite industries to post their jobs, and we invite the youth to post their aspirations, and matchmaking is done by an AI algorithm. And we try to post these jobs to the youth, and also these candidates are posted to the companies to select. And we also conduct virtual job fairs. So this is a virtual portal. And the finishing school model, which I said, was we asked the industries to conduct training programs for the youth after screening them, because not every youth is maybe made for the job. So we give them, we mobilize the youth, they can screen them, they can hire the graduates. It's a recruit, train, deploy model where they can hire them, they can train them, for which there is government support. There is also an incentive for the youth to get trained, because many of the youths might be in underpaid jobs. a BSc graduate might be employed as a reception operator, a telephone operator. So all of this, there is a wage compensation which is also given, which is a skill incentive which is also given. So all of this is very, very flexible, and we are trying to evolve by the day, because industry is also transforming at its own space. The youth aspirations are also on the high. The education space is transforming. All this is so dynamic. So therefore, the skill environment also needs to be very flexible. And it's been over the last 2 years, we've been introducing a large number of such initiatives which are very dynamic and flexible in order to suit to the need of the industry and the youth. And I think I would like to pause here and take questions. Thank you.
So I've been told we don't have time for questions. So let me at least just thank the audience for listening in patiently, and the panelists. And just to say, I would give the organizers a compliment on the sequencing of the presentations, because it got progressively more optimistic and practical. So, and to the panelists for slotting in there. And just to say, I think thanks also for giving, illustrating the potential from the services sector to really create jobs across the country, and for women and for youth. And ma'am, thanks for showing how Tamil Nadu is a leader in trying to integrate all the industry directly into the curriculum, and identifying at each gap what is the intervention that's needed. I think that's a model for the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will now be breaking for lunch and request everyone to please reconvene by 2:30 p.m. The session will start at 2:30 sharp. Thank you. Request everyone to please settle down. In the meantime, we encourage you all to please fill out the feedback forms accessible through the QR codes placed on your tables. Now, for the next session of the day, I invite Mr. Arun from TNRTP to introduce the speakers.
Thank you, Kritika. Good afternoon to ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. So hope you all enjoyed the lunch. So now we are moving into session 8. The session 8 titled Role in Spurring Investment for Rural Growth. So this session is co-curated with Confederation of Indian Industry CII, and we are extremely thankful for the CII for all the support provided for this conference. In this session, we will have analytical presentation followed by panel discussion. Now I would request Mr. Devesh Tripathi, Principal Investment Specialist from Invest India.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to start by thanking Ministry of Rural Development, Government of Tamil Nadu, World Bank, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, GDI partners for having Invest India as a part of this important discussion on role of private sector in spurring investment for rural growth. So first I'll quickly introduce Invest India, what we do, and then we try to set the context for this topic of discussion. So Invest India is the National Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency under Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. The way we are structured is that we have teams which work across geographies, look at targeting for companies in specific sectors. Then there are teams which work with those companies in different sectors, and facilitation teams which work with state governments and lead to grounding of those investments in respective states. In addition to that, we have central government initiatives which are housed at Invest India, such as Startup India, One District, One Product, National Single Window System, India Investment Grid, which houses the National Infrastructure Pipeline, and Project Monitoring Group, in which monitoring of projects more than 500 crores is done at the Cabinet Secretariat level. So moving on to the presentation. So the way the presentation is structured is that we talk about the Indian economy, how rural economy contributes to the growth and investments in Indian economy, to what extent public sector expenditure plays a role in investments and driving growth in the rural economy, and thereby highlighting that there is a need for private sector investments in the rural economy. We'll be closing by highlighting the success stories, different innovative models which have been used in the rural economy for driving the growth and the opportunities for the rural development. So just an introductory slide about Indian economy. So we all know we are one of the fastest growing large economies. We've overtaken UK and soon expected to overtake Germany by 2027 to become the third largest economy. Our growth rate have been 8.2% in FY 23-24 and 7% in FY 22-23. The FDI inflows have almost doubled from 298 billion in 2005-14 to almost 600 billion in 2014 and 23. The exports have also doubled, and we are target to take it to 2 trillion by 2030. So these are the graphs on which we talked about. So now we look at the capital. Now we look at the gross value addition, which is so there are two approaches to look at GDP. If we look at the income approach, we talk about the output from a given sector in the economy. And when we look at the expenditure approach of the GDP, we talk about factors which contribute to that output, such as consumption and investments, which is the expenditure approach. So when we look at the income approach of for GDP, so we can see in graph 1 that all the primary, secondary and tertiary sectors are growing, though the sectoral contribution in the gross value addition has remained constant in past decade. As you can see that the agriculture and industry sectors are almost at 20%, and the services sector continues to remain at 60%. On the first graph on the right side of the slide, you can see that the growth rate for agriculture sector has remained constant, though the services and industry sector have varied a lot, and that is primarily due to the change due to the COVID. But as far as the agriculture sector is concerned, it has remained resilient. As far as the contribution in output of the various agri and allied related sectors are concerned, the contribution to the output also remains at similar levels, and there is not much change in past 1 decade. So like I was talking about the expenditure approach. So since there is no specific data which is published for investments, we consider gross capital formation as a proxy for investments, and using that we try to analyze what has been the investment in the Indian economy and therefore in the rural economy. So gross capital formation is to the extent of 90 to 95% comprised of gross fixed capital formation, which is investment into plant and machinery and construction, etc. So when we look at the sector-wise contribution to the capital formation, we see that agriculture sector has the lowest. The contribution to the investment or the contribution in the gross capital formation has remained around 9%, whereas the investment or capital formation in manufacturing industries or the services sector has been relatively higher. So I guess this graph is not visible. So in the last graph, what we're trying to do is that we've seen contribution of different economic activities, which are sectors and subsectors, and compared it with their contribution in the economic output. So there's a lighter line on this graph, which is the y equal to x line, and the sectors which are lying above the y equal to x line have more contribution to the output but lesser contribution to the investment. And as you can see that most of the sectors which cater to the rural economy, they are on the lower left side but above the y equal to x line, which means that they get lesser of the investment, but in terms of percentage they contribute more to output. So next what we try to analyze here is we try to calculate the investment rate. So the investment rate of economy, if we combine the expenditure and income approach, so gross capital formation, which is a proxy for investment as a percentage of output, gives us the investment rate. So as you can see that the contribution of the agriculture and allied, so I'm talking about agriculture to allied economy because that is the sector which contributes maximum to the rural economy. So there is a Bain study also which says that 37% of the rural economy comes from agriculture and allied related sectors. So what I'm trying to say here is that investment rate is lowest for agriculture and allied sectors, followed by services sector, which is at 36%, and industry at 43%. On the right side, what we try to assess is the capital efficiency, if the efficiency of the capital that is being deployed into different sectors of the economy. So let's say if I put in 5, we calculate the incremental capital output ratio, which for India ranges from 4 to 5, which means that if I put in 4 rupees in the Indian economy as an investment, then I get 1 rupee as an output. So analyzing again the incremental capital output ratios of different sectors contributing to the economy, you can see that the agriculture sector's ICOR is lower compared to the industry and services sector, which means that whatever capital is being deployed in the sectors which cater to the rural economy is being used in a more efficient way, because a lower capital is required compared to the industry sectors or the services sector. So next we try to understand that about the rural economy, which comprises 65% of the total population, has 47% of the rural population. 47% of the rural population is dependent on agriculture. The rural economy contributes 46% towards income and has grown by 10% and continues to grow. So on the right side, what we are trying to do is that we've looked at different ministries in which schemes and policies are more focused towards the rural economy. So the assumption is not that all of this money flows directly into the rural economy. A part of this money will also go into the urban economy and will help different sectors also. But if we look at the final total numbers, the total for 2022-23 stands at 8 lakh crores and 7 lakh crore for 23 and similarly 7 lakh crore for 24-25. But when we look at the total capital formation, which we were using as a proxy for investments, the total capital formation in the Indian economy for that particular sector is at 5 lakh crore. So the point that we're trying to drive here is that most of the investment which flows into the rural economy. So a significant portion of this is going to the rural economy. In addition to that, then there are state government schemes and policies which also add to the rural economy. And despite all of that, the capital formation or investment in the sectors which caters maximum to the rural economy is at a lower level. So the point that we are trying to make is that one, that there is a dearth of private capital which flows into the rural economy. Two, the contribution in terms of output for a sector which caters to rural economy is more compared to the investments that we make, and whatever the capital is being deployed in rural economy has an efficient output. The efficiency of capital is high, which brings us to the point of promoting and increasing more and more capital flow to the rural economy. So these are a couple of schemes specific to the Ministry of Rural Development, and the outlay of these schemes. As you can see on the right, that the government outlay is continuously increasing in these schemes and the allocations are going up. So how do we go about developing the rural economy? How do we take the agenda forward? Is by investment into the rural infrastructure like roads and bridges, introducing modern agricultural techniques, setting up food processing and agro industries, extending microfinance to rural entrepreneurs. Some of these things have already been done in the past, and we'll see the impact, and there are few innovative models and success stories that we'll be showing you briefly in the next slide. Then there's a need for more skill development and vocational training programs, providing clean energy for jobs and boosting local economies. So ecotourism, education and healthcare, these are the key sectors that we need to look at when we talk about stimulating or spurring the growth in the rural economy. So the multipliers which have enabled rural economy in the past have been financial inclusion, rural digitalization, surges in startup, and improvement in rural infrastructure. So there are a couple of success stories like through for financial inclusion, through the sensitization of 18,000 people have led to disbursement of 7 crore of loan to 1 lakh population. Then there is a Kshetriya Gramin Bank of Baroda, which has developed 2 credit modules that has reduced their TAT and increased Kisan credit card loans, and so basically which has promoted more and more financial inclusions in the rural economy. Rural digitalization, spreading of smartphone is one good example, that 35 to 40% of 122 million smartphones sold in the country in 22 were bought in rural India. The UPI platform rose 118% year on year at retail stores in semi-urban and rural areas. And NPCI is also onboarding district cooperative banks and rural cooperating banks to spur the growth further. There are a lot of innovative startups which are catering to the rural economy, like Chikitsak, which has a telemedicine model and caters to communicable diseases. Intello Labs, which using AI and computer vision technologies help farmers and scale their production. So GoCoop, Haspar, which works with renewable energy, etc. Then infrastructure, there are a lot of examples with development of roads and other rural infrastructure. There is a specific example that we are choosing here is for the sanitation coverage, which has increased tremendously, as you can see in the graph, in the text. And then there is a plastic waste management, in which there is an example from Bhor block of Pune district, in which the people have assembled and collected plastic, and then they've identified a company to which they sell the plastic at rupees 8 a kg. Similarly, these are, if you look at the agri-tech value chain, there are a lot of success stories in India, whether it is input, harvesting, processing, distribution, services, integrated play. There are companies such as Krishi Hub Build, which help in farmers in assessing crop and weather related information. Big Heart, which is a marketplace for inputs. EM3, which provides equipment for renting and using. For harvesting, Bharat Agri, which helps in assessing soil and similar related information for the benefit of farmers. So there are a lot of value chain startups in the agri-tech sectors which have come up, and they have raised a tremendous amount of money. In the last 4 years, they have raised almost $800 million, growing over 50% annually. So having said that, there are still a lot of opportunities which are there, which we think can drive rural growth. And in this slide, we are trying to capture the potential of main sectors which cater to the rural economy. And such as agriculture, the exports have rose to 53 billion in 23. In the agrochemical market, will reach $8 billion in 2025, growing at a CAGR of 8.9%. The organic farmers in the world are 44 lakh. 59.1 lakh hectares has been brought under organic farming in 22. Similarly, in the food processing sector, 535 billion is the estimated market side. Processed food and vegetable exported are to the tune of 1.5 billion. There is a PLI scheme of central government of 10,900 crores. In the fruit and vegetable sectors, the 41 mega food parks are being planned, and these can act as a potential avenues for private sector growth and development, and which is where the money is sort of flowing in. When we look at the animal husbandry and dairy sector, the cheese market is valued at $1 billion, expected to grow at a CAGR of 20%. Then there's the poultry market, which is expected to grow at a CAGR of 8.1%. Then the fisheries and aquaculture sector. The other sectors which are critical is the rural tourism. So ecotourism is expected to grow at 15.7%. There is a impetus by central government through for promotion of rural homestays. National strategy for rural tourism and rural homestays was also launched in April 22 to promote and identify. The scheme works on pillars such as digital products, marketing support, capacity building, and governance and institutional framework. The retail and e-commerce market is valued at USD 750 billion, expected to grow at a 10% CAGR. Rural per capita consumption, so this is where it is important, because the rural per capita consumption is expected to grow to 4.3 times by 2030. There is a big basket model in the rural economy by the name of Rozana, which has recently received funding also of 22.5 billion, serves 12,000 villages using a hyperlocal model, and has 18,000 partners working with them. Then similarly, there are stories in the handloom sector. So last I would talk about the One District, One Product initiative. So ODOP, there are 782 districts which have already been included in the ODOP. There are more than 1,200 products which are covered across 6 sectors, and the Government of India, through tie-up with the different tech platforms such as Amazon and all, are supporting the growth and development of these products. So most of these products that the ODOP captures cater to the growth and development and come from the rural economy. So the support is given in the form of economic development, then empowering artisans, and branding and support related to experience in branding. So that's it from my side. Thank you so much for your patient listening at your time, and I hope you have a wonderful discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation, sir. It's very insightful. So we are honored to have an esteemed panel of speakers, and I would like to invite our panel of speakers to come onto the stage. Mr. V. Vishnu, IAS, Managing Director and CEO of Guidance Bureau, Government of Tamil Nadu. Mr. Ponnusamy, founder and managing director of Pon Pure Chemicals Group, who is also the co-chairman of CIA, National MSME Council and chairman, Committee on MSME and Ease of Doing Business, CIA Southern Region. Mr. Soundar Kannan, whole-time director, Naga Limited, who is also the chairman of CIA Madurai's Zonal Council. Thank you. Mr. Srivats Ram, managing director of Wheels India TVS Group, who is also the chairman of CIA Tamil Nadu State Council. Last but not least, Dr. Satyam Sivam Sundaram, partner ENY. I would like to hand over the session to Dr. Satyam Sivam Sundaram. He is also the moderator for this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At the outset, a very warm welcome to all the esteemed panelists here. Thank you so much for giving your time, and thank you to Invest India for a presentation elaborating on the various aspects of rural development. I think since morning we have been talking about investments in rural area in different aspects, including job creation. We talked what can be done in the agriculture sector and allied sector. Then we also talked about in the manufacturing sector, automobiles and others. Today we have a panel here which will talk particularly about how private sector investments can be brought into rural context and what all needs to be done to spur that further. And to start that, we cannot have a better person than Mr. Vishnu. He has been over the more than a decade of career driving this sector, has seen grounds up from being a collector till today. He has been driving it. So I'll request him to first set the context and how he sees that rural Tamil Nadu can play a big role in terms of development of 1 trillion economy that Tamil Nadu aspires to achieve.
A very good afternoon to all of you. After a heavy loaded number presentation from Invest India, I think my task is quite cut out to how to make it lively, engaging post-lunch session. Let me just quickly build a story, the story of Tamil Nadu, story of investments in Tamil Nadu, and finally link that story to the rural development or the rural growth story of the state. Before that, we need to look at Tamil Nadu slightly as an outlier state from the rest of the country for multiple reasons. Point number one, if you look at the GSDP of the state, the GDP of the state, we are at around $300 billion US. Second largest economy, number one is Maharashtra, but if you plug out Mumbai, we easily become the largest economy in the country. But my story is slightly different. If you peg it at the international level, we would be among the 50 largest economies in the world. In this context, it's to understand Tamil Nadu in the international context, point number one. Point number two is that though it's a dichotomy to speak about urban context in a rural conference, but I cannot help not highlight the fact that Tamil Nadu is 48% plus urban, which means we need to look at rural growth in a slightly different way. It's definitely very, very relevant, but in a slightly different way. I'll get back to that a little later. It is in this context that we need to look at how does investments come. Now, investments comes under three buckets, which is what I lead. I head the Guidance Tamil Nadu, which is the investment promotion agency for the state government of Tamil Nadu. In fact, this is the oldest investment promotion agency in the country, set up in 1992. Why 1992? Because till then, till the liberalization reforms, Government of India used to direct the investments, the private investments, both FDI and domestic private investments. From 92 onward, the state government started playing a very active role, and hence it's a very important watershed moment in the Indian economy. In that context, we look at private investments in three verticals. Number one are those investments, the foreign direct investments coming to enter India for the first time. You would have been reading of this of late in the newspapers. Tamil Nadu has been touchwood. We're doing pretty well in that. last week, we had a groundbreaking ceremony of a Fortune 500 American company called Corning. Corning, for those of you, most of you would be using your Apple iPhone. They make Gorilla Glass. They are the only company in the world to produce a patented technology. They chose the state of Tamil Nadu to set up their only Gorilla manufacturing plant in South Asia, which means diversifying out from China. The China plus one factor is for real. That's point number one. And they chose Tamil Nadu to set up their only advanced manufacturing plant. The second vertical are those companies which are not in Tamil Nadu but present in other states of the country. Touchwood, we've been doing well on that front. Last 3 to 4 years, we've seen tremendous investments from couple of big major groups which I would like to highlight. Number one being Tata's. Tata's never had a prominent presence in the state, but what we see is the presence of Tata Electronics, the largest iPhone assembly manufacturing in Hosur, Tata Power, setting up the only solar photovoltaic cell that Tata Power has in the country. And number three, which I would term the prized jewel for Indian investments, the manufacturer of Jaguar Land Rover, which was announced. It's the first time a premium car will be manufactured in the country, which will be set up again in Tamil Nadu. So it's a matter of pride that we've been attracting investments. But having said that, I would term not these two as the most important for Tamil Nadu. It is a third vertical, which people like Srivatsa Ram and Mr. Ponnusamy represent here. Companies which have been invested in the state for decades. They continue to grow, they continue to expand. They are the brand ambassadors for the state. Without this vertical, the first two verticals wouldn't exist. So it's the companies like TVS and Ponpure which drives the investor confidence and ensuring that domestic and foreign investments driving to the state, and they are our most important clients, if not the brand ambassador for the state of Tamil Nadu. In this context, the three verticals, the foreign investments, the domestic investments from other states, the continuing expansion of the existing factories or existing investments. Let's look at Tamil Nadu's framework for the rural part. There's a very unique feature in the state of the Tamil Nadu's economy. It is 8 districts that drive 50% of the GSDP of the state. Whereas you compare that to a Karnataka or a Maharashtra of comparable size, these two states I take for particular reason because they are of comparable size and of relevance in terms of the size. 8 districts, whereas it's 4 or 3 in terms of Karnataka or Maharashtra, which means our industrialization, our growth story, our investments are spread across the state. This goes in conjunction with the fact that 48% of Tamil Nadu is urban. So that brings the context of what are called the rural-urban agglomeration, the rural-urban growth. A classic example being the Chennai-Bangalore Industrial Corridor, which is now Bangalore Industrial Corridor is coalescing into the Chennai. You look at Sriperumbudur and Vellore. In between is a place called Panapakam, right geometric center of Sriperumbudur to Vellore. That's where the Jaguar Land Rover plant is likely to come up. Which means Sriperumbudur and Vellore will coalesce sooner or later. It's a matter of time before which it coalesces. Vellore to Bangalore is already an existing footwear, non-leather footwear clusters. And Hosur has recently announced an airport. So what you see is a complete corridor of growth or investments which is going to be highly urban in nature, and that's exactly why we need to integrate the rural concepts. Point number 2, we look at investments in capital intensive and employment intensive. This is very important because no investment without the mention of jobs is relevant. At the end of the day, why do we have investments? Why do governments dole out large subsidies for investments? It's for the simple reason that jobs are generated, large scale jobs are generated, especially in the rural economy. What Tamil Nadu has again done very, very significantly different is that while we have the large auto players, we have the Hyundais, we have the large OEMs, then we have the large component manufacturers and the allied ecosystems like the TVSs, then we have the large chemical industry, the standard capital intensive industries. Along with that, Tamil Nadu has been able to tap into the employment intensive industry. What happened over the last few years is again very, very significant that we have diversified into what is called the non-leather footwear. Non-leather footwear employs 20,000, 30,000 rural women, just pulling them out from the poverty trap and ensuring that they get a dignified work environment. We have recently been able to attract Nike's largest supplier in the world. Currently they manufacture all from China and Vietnam. They're setting up their shop in Tamil Nadu. More announcements are in the offing for the non-leather footwear in different parts of the state, necessarily outside the Chennai or the urban agglomeration belt. The second factor out of these sub-factors is that how do we plug into the global value chain? Today you cannot generate jobs, you cannot attract large-scale investments unless we plug into the global value chain. I can give you a couple of specific examples. I'm not sure how many of you have heard of this company called Ramesh Flowers, which is based out from Tuticorin. If any of you haven't seen, or any of you in the rural sector haven't seen, then probably this is one classic company which is plugged into the global value chain of IKEA. IKEA's supply chain is fed from a company which is based out from the district of Tuticorin, and employing hundreds of women, and these industries meet the highest compliance standards set by the European Union. So this is essential. Imagine a small Tabasco sauce which comes out from Mexico is today an inevitable ingredient in a pizza. It comes from a small village in Mexico. That's the power of integrating a rural commodity or a rural value into a global value chain. Third but not the least, I would stop my framework at this point, is that the potential for Tamil Nadu to become an export hub, not just for your auto or electronics, but pretty much all the sectors which Invest India presentation highlighted, agro, food, you name it, TN has the potential to do it. One particular sector which I would like to highlight here is the electronics sector, a phenomenal growth story thanks to the Apple ecosystem. In 2020-21, we were at $1.26 billion worth of exports of electronic goods. We were at number 4 nationally. UP, Karnataka and one more state was ahead of us. 2023-24 financial year ending, we were at $9.62 billion, capturing 30% of India's exports. This is simply the rise of electronics, electronic components, unprecedented in the history of the country. Today we talk about semiconductor mission, today we talk about electronics, but Tamil Nadu played a significant, if not the most pivotal role in India's rise in the electronics component, and this is set to grow. I leave the overall context at this point, and looking forward to hear from my colleagues and my well-wishers and my fellow speakers here. At the outset, I also thank the Rural Development Department for hosting this event. I think it's very opportune, and this is not an event where generally Industries Department will be called for. Thank you for calling the Industries Department as well as the leading industrialists from the state for this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vishnu. It was really encouraging to hear you and to understand the 3 models and developments that you talked about, which are spread out in Tamil Nadu. May I request Mr. Punnu Swami to then talk about how he has seen this development come over the years and what his thoughts are on rural economy and private sector investments.
Good afternoon, respected distinguished panelists, including Guidance MD, Mr. Vishnu IAS, very dynamic officer, and Mr. Raya Singh is there. My CA colleagues are there. I think this topic is private sector role in spurring investment in rural growth. It exactly suits me because I come from a rural village. Till 20 years old, we did not have electricity in our place. Suddenly, there was a paper mill came about 6 kilometers from our village. At that time, a fellow who is having cycle at his home is the richest person in that panchayat. So it was like that. Today, if we go and see, people are having car, people are having, motorcycle, self-entrepreneurs, different story. What is the reason? First, that paper mill came because the people got job. And they created a residential quarters. They also created a school. And a lot of village people got and studied there. So like that, it was created. People were having motorcycle, people used to, my brother was working there. So they used to give, how the company is helping the local people. So they used to, when my brother goes for this night shift, they give a bun plus some eatable. He brings home to give it to us. So something like that. So that is how industry in those days, they have started. Like this, the several stories. Then afterwards, there is a nearby their own sister concern, Pondi sugar cane. we were all, when the rain is there, they have put some crops. They have arranged water pumping from Kaveri, and they brought, I think Madam has worked in Namakkal district, you might have seen how the district has changed. Today, if you take that around that Pallibalayam, this thing, 70% of the rayon spinning mills are around that place. Total India's production of spinning rayon cloth, that is created there. So you can see some development industry goes and invests in rural India, that will definitely benefit. I also like to tell, I think Mr. Vishnu wanted to know, story of Tirupur. Tirupur was a panchayat. Today it is district. It was a panchayat coming under Taluk of Palladam. Palladam Taluk. 81, their export turnover was 1 crore. Today it's around 30,000 crore. If you see 1 crore, 2 crore, the entrepreneurship, I am telling, the entrepreneurship in rural Tamil Nadu is very, very aggressive. And they want to grow. They have a lot of this thing. So like that, 1 crore, 2 crore, 2 crore, 4, I think up to 95, they were doubling every year exports. Then they have gone backward, spinning mill. Even Tamil Nadu produces cotton spinning mill around 30 to 32% total India's production. So how it has developed over a period of time. So this something like that, I think the opportunity given to rural. In fact, one of the conference IIT director, Chennai Madras director, Mr. Dr. Kamakodi said, when they conducted online IQ test, many of the top scorers are from rural Tamil Nadu. That much, I think, it is not. Probably they are not able to speak English, they are not able to communicate, but the IQ levels are good. I think it is important for the country to develop rural. And also I have to tell you, one of my friends, my bachelor time roommate, he is from Tirunelveli, down south, some small village, Sangadangulam. He has created wedding card business in the 80s. When I started my business, he also started. And he was running the factory here in the, he was getting very difficult to get people, rent, costing, all these things. He decided to move production there. Now about 700 people are working. Daily, the raw materials goes there and finished goods comes there. He has a showroom in different places. But he is now satisfied. He says after going there, my health has improved. No absenteeism. In fact, he was telling, in our place, these people only doing illicit direct business those days. So I have changed them to bring to the work, normal work. Now they are working the factory and he has created. So like that, there are several stories it can come. And also, I have a feeling, and the way Tamil Nadu government also supports industry coming to rural. When I speak to industry department secretary or sir, first option we'll ask them to go to south, backward districts, go to rural. They also say we will create infrastructure. I think that is one of the reasons that a lot of investors are said Tata Solar. I hear 70% of the women, uneducated employees are employed there. So their level of, their social status. One more advantage, what I am feeling is, if you are coming from village, commuting cost is less, no traffic, and also they can, if it's a MSME, they can employ people for 5 hours, 6 hours, they will be going to the farm and working, all flexibility. And also I am happy to see Tamil Nadu non-movable scheme, lot of skills are developed by reaching out to them. In fact, we have been talking to government how to get school dropouts from rural India, rural Tamil Nadu. So now they have identified people and they are skilling them largely. We have the investment will come if we have able to have matched that skilled people also. Like that, I think it is an ideal place. And also one of the reasons what Mr. Vishnu said about investment coming in so many ways. The reason is the ecosystem they have created over a period of time. I think the single window system working. Guided system, it's a set an example in world class. More than 180 people working, and this is one of the promotion agency in India we can product. And also, anybody can reach for any help from industry side. If even sometime we can send requests on WhatsApp, people attend and the problems are solved. I think that equals to them. In fact, recently there is an amendment going to come. Rural approval, if you are not getting the plan approval, within 30 days you are not getting that you can take it as a deemed approval. That is one of the significant achievements. And also this running license, it has been shifted to collectors, so that there will be single window meeting every month and it will be done. These are the, see, the one thing is the willingness of the government, Tamil Nadu government, hear industry views and take it forward. I think that is the solution taking. I think lot many things spoken. I think the other colleagues are there. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Punnaswamy. It was really inspiring to hear how a rural area can be developed over a period of time, and with industry playing a big role in overall ecosystem development. May I now request Mr. Srivats, you have worked a lot and seen a lot of activities in Karur, in Trivandrum and Dharampur and other areas, and you have worked with entrepreneurs. So your experiences of how entrepreneurship in rural area can be spurred further and your historical understanding of this.
Good afternoon, and I'm delighted to be invited for this Rural India conference. I come from a fairly illustrious family that started business 113 years ago, but we started in a village. And over time, people moved from the village to the city. If you look at Tamil Nadu, it's very difficult when you bring this rural-urban mix, because Tamil Nadu, to my mind, has, depending on whether you call it a city or a town, maybe 20-25 cities or towns, and it's distributed across the state. However, if you permit me to allow me to call smaller towns as rural, then you see a completely different landscape. There's a tendency for us to look at rural as agri, and no doubt that is important. But even in Tamil Nadu, if you look at agriculture output, 40% of it is animal husbandry. You have chicken, you have dairy products, very large companies that have established in rural areas. And beyond the fact that those companies are actually established in rural areas, they are providing sustenance for thousands and lakhs of farmers. The farmers who have the milk, sell the milk to these people. The amount of indirect employment and or sustenance which is provided to the rural economy by the animal husbandry economy that we have here is fairly unique. Second point I'd like to mention is the entrepreneurship. This state is a bit unique. Other than the fact that we are relatively more urban than other states, there are a number of entrepreneurs who are there, not only in the cities. When you think of entrepreneurship nowadays, you think of startups. When you think of startups, you think of cities, you think of the IITs and places like that. But Tamil Nadu has traditionally had entrepreneurs come from places like Tirunelveli, Karur, Tirupur. The story of Tirupur was covered by Mr. Ponnusamy. I would like to share my experience. I am the CI Tamil Nadu chair, and I would like to share my experience of Karur, which is a relatively unknown area. So if you look at Karur, it is a small community of business people, and they have their own individual businesses. It's not that the businesses are separate from the larger economy. For example, there is one company which recycles PET bottles into yarn, which is used by Hyundai in the seating products. That is actually coming from Karur. That's a link between the automotive industry and the rural economy. But secondly, there are a number of companies there that are actually exporting product. They had an idea as a community, as a business community, they had an idea that they wanted to start a Moringa park. They knew very little about the subject matter, but collectively they were able to get together, raise funds, pitch to the government. They are setting up a park. They have a technical partnership lined up, and now they are looking at customers. So this is just from a small idea where a number of entrepreneurs come, discuss the idea, and set up collectively towards working this way. This is one of the strengths of the community, business community, which is there in rural India or in smaller towns in India. Karur, subsequent to that, is also getting a neo-tidal park related to IT, and they have a number of other plans that they have where they want to take their economy. They have a growth plan for their economy over the next 5 years. Now, when you think of small towns, when you think of 5-year plans, you normally think of cities or corporates. But I'm just saying a small town like Karur has so much of budding entrepreneurship that they're able to in a question of 1 year, this just random thought of setting up this park has come into almost fruition in a fairly short period of time. I'd like to take another case of something which most of you are aware of, which is the Zoho factor. Zoho came into Tenkasi. He came, I'm sure he had a lot of currents against him to bring an IT company to a rural area, but he was able to bring it. And he's been able to grow that infrastructure. And every time I meet him, I wonder, you normally think of Zoho as a software company, but they're developing products, I think hand tools, number of other such products, and a lot of spin-off companies. As a matter of fact, if you look at Tamil Nadu startup count, we have, I think, last count some 8,600 startups. Of course, Chennai 4,800, Coimbatore is 1,100. But next to that you have Madurai, which is 500. But after that you have Tirunelveli at 351. How did Tirunelveli come? I mean, there's so many larger places like Trichy and all that come before that. Tirunelveli is the Zoho effect. You have an entrepreneur who came there. A lot of talent came into that area. Some of that talent came out of that. Of course, Tirunelveli has had traditionally a lot of entrepreneurial roots. But this is an example of how a small spark, like what Mr. Ponusami spoke about, I think Sesai paper mills at that time near Erode, is a modern movement of somebody who was basically an urban person who moved to Tenkasi, set something up, and that created a spark. Out of that, entrepreneurship has blossomed. The last point I'd like to mention is something that I've seen. As I said, my company, when it started in 1962, all the people were basically from not even Tirunelveli, but Tirukkankudi, from the village. The people who came to Chennai, everyone from the managers to the operators. But COVID-19, when it took place, saw a reverse migration. So a lot of people who had come from villages and from rural areas to the city to work in companies moved back to be closer to their parents. Many of them have not come back. So this is a prime situation where you actually have more people living in rural areas. Why do they live in rural areas? Cost of living is much less. You're closer to the family. If you talk about work-life balance, it's significantly better. But this is also talent which is now there in the rural areas. And this talent is there for us to tap. Now, there are questions about how do you spur entrepreneurship? Entrepreneurship is something which is very personal. There are individuals who take up work. But there are a lot of enabling type of situations that we can probably do to spur this on further. There is lot of this spirit which is there in this state, which I believe makes it very unique and different from other states. This is not, I do believe that infrastructure also in Tamil Nadu is relatively better. Rural infrastructure is relatively or significantly better than many other states. We probably have the most connected network of all these towns. But above and beyond that, there is something that we can do probably as government or as civil society to enable these towns to grow. Because there is only so much you can do with a Chennai and Coimbatore. Of course, there is a lot more that growth that can come in these places. But if we can also get the rural economy to grow and grow at a fast pace, there is a tremendous amount of work and progress that can be shown in the state and in this country. With that, I think there are also questions that we will be answering. Thank you very much for having us here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Srivats, for sharing what spurs entrepreneurship. I think till now we have heard from the speakers in terms of how entrepreneurship and investments in the rural area have helped. It would be great if we could hear from Mr. Saundar Kannan in terms of how you have seen consumers' behavior changing and what are the contrasting and the challenges that you see between urban and rural consumer base when you are talking about investments in private sector, because those challenges will help policymakers understand the hurdles and to look at how they can be mitigated.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you for that question. But I don't want to be the bad boy by saying what are all the problems which is faced by going rural. I would like to rather take it in a different way. I represent a company called Naga. And like most of the organizations which flows towards urbanization, like how my dear colleague Mr. Srivats Ram was saying that how they started from Tirunelveli, they migrated to Madurai and they migrated to Chennai. I was one of the few people, part of our family, we migrated the opposite direction. Starting from Chennai, then we went to Dindigul. Because at that point in time, we were operating an industry called flour mill. And it needed a license to run. And we obtained a license only to be running in a backward area. And we chose to go to Dindigul just because of a random thing. Because on that time, there was an overnight train from Chennai to Madurai, and there was Madurai does not classify as a backward area. So he said, what was the closest to Madurai, which was a backward area? So he said, okay, let's get started in Dindigul and let's get started. 50 years later, all our businesses has been developed as using Dindigul as a base. So I have, apart from the fact born, I grew up in a rural area, I studied in a rural area. I sell to rural customers, so I kind of understood and only understood what rural was until I tasted urban. Now, instead of taking this in the same way, let me ask a question. Why are we even having this conference? Why are we having a conference such as Rural India? It is obviously the reason is because nobody's got a conference conducting as Urban India. You don't need a conference for Urban India. You only need a conference for Rural India because there is disparity. The disparity has to be addressed. Now, who is going to address this disparity? Do you expect me to address it as a corporates? And because fundamentally, I have to take care of my shareholders, I have to take care of my bankers, I have to take care of the, of course, the government, taxes. I don't get any extraordinary allowances from any of them because I do my business in rural area. In fact, it's more difficult. I'll give you one example. I also do business in urban area, I also do business in rural area. And I was telling this example to my to my moderator that on average 1 square kilometer, and we are in the business of selling to shops or food joints, there are 20 consumption points for every square kilometer on average when you go to urban area, whereas there's only one when you go to rural area. And if I talk about the quantum of business done in each of these outlets, you get to do a business of 5 units in urban area, whereas you do 1 unit in a rural area. So if you multiply, and this is how my maths goes, forget that the wonderful presentation what he gave, but my maths goes, if it is 20 times the more shops and 5 times the more business, so the potential is 100 times more between rural to urban. So it is no secret that everybody wants to look at the urban opportunity, exhaust the urban opportunity, and once the exhausted opportunity is there, then what to do with the rest of the resources, time and money is what will automatically flow into the rural market. Therefore, if I was a company focused only on the rural markets, it was really an uphill task. Now, however, having said all of this, I also vouch the fact that what every point each of the speakers said, because I have walked the streets, I have tried to solve, okay, I don't know how many people know, Baroda is a very, Baroda, bakery, all the street food. So I have to walk to every street, we meet up with bakers, we speak to them and we have to sell to them. So when we go and speak to all these guys, okay, if I was doing this about 20 years back, the only thing they used to ask is, what is the cheapest product that you have? Please give it to me, because that is what was the only question. Can you make it even cheaper? Whereas today, due to all the overall development, as India is growing, as Tamil Nadu is growing, as the urbanization is growing, more industries, more jobs, more money power, definitely the ripple effects are felt. I'll be lying if I say the ripple effect is not felt. It is extremely good, it is definitely coming through. But will I see it in my lifetime? Will I see a lifetime where we don't need to have a conference like this? We don't need to have a rural conference because rural is probably equivalent or better than urban. For that, we have to dream. And we have to come up with some new targets. Now, I'll give you one, okay, I can give you many suggestions, but one of the things which probably I would like to see. We talked about the investments in automobiles. You talked about the Tata Jaguar's premium car factory which is getting established. I did a small school type project, and the project was that why was Chennai considered the automobile capital? What was the sole reason? Where did this all start? What was the seed for this? And if you go back long ago, so long ago, nobody knows how long ago. Yes, already she's yawning, so I have to get to the straight of the story. So the point is that there was a huge engineering expo which took place in a place called Anna Nagar. This was conducted probably, I'm not able to recollect the exact year, but I'm thinking you can forgive me for that. So this was an expo which was conducted for 30 days. It was an international expo for 30 days. The entire Anna Nagar area, today Anna Nagar is, for example, is like the Chandigarh of Chennai. It is like the planned part, you have everything set. This was the thing. So why it was because that such a large area, hundreds of acres was converted for this expo, and so many companies from all over the world came over and they had this expo, and it was invited, like every Tom, Dick and Harry from all over the state came over here and they saw this expo. And then at the end of the expo, you'll be surprised to know that most of the equipments which was demonstrated or shown to the customers was sold at a half or at pittance to the local entrepreneurs. Now that, if you actually go back, I would probably say was one of the reasons, because that developed the first set of engineering, that developed the next set of the ancillary part, that developed the next automobiles, and that kind of paved the way. If this couldn't have happened, you could say it could have happened anywhere, but why Chennai? Because this particular event did not happen. So I might be, I'm surely I don't have all the data, but this is probably the way I see it. Likewise, if we have to see rural, and if you have to see, let's say this rural divide should not be there. Probably if I have to do this, something like this, how this conference was one thing which changed how Tamil Nadu has come over many years. Perhaps one thing which I'll bet on today is probably connectivity. And what do I mean by connectivity? Today, we talk about land price. Mr. Ponusami was saying Chennai, if you have to pick up a land, it's 3 crores per acre. If you have to pick it up in Tirunelveli, it's 3 lakhs per acre. It's 100 times cheaper to buy in Tirunelveli. Yet, you don't see people opting to go to Tirunelveli today. Yeah. So, probably one of the reasons is that I can challenge you. In fact, I can even bet you. You can pick up your phone, okay, and you can try to get me one AC ticket starting from Chennai to Tirunelveli, first class AC, and I'll take the fact that if that happens, the development will happen. Now you'll be surprised to know that we talk about flight being available, we talk about so many things available, but today, believe me, you can pick up your phone, you can go to make my trip, and you can pick up a ticket and say, there is not a single ticket available from here to Tirunelveli first AC for at least for the next 2 weeks, definitely. We are talking so much about, for example, development. We are talking so much about ability to move. But really the point is, are we really able to move? Now it is so challenging. Okay, why am I saying first AC? Because for example, if you want to establish a factory, I have to go. And if I don't see, okay, I'm a comfy baby, please forgive me. If I don't sleep in a first AC, I will not be able to work the next day. So if I am not able to move, my investment is not going to move there. Now, I can't have my entire factory people because I also have an office in Chennai. I also have an office in Dindikal. You wouldn't believe it, for example, it's not that easy, for example, to move even within this. We have wonderful network of roads, which is fantastic. And that is the reason why, in many ways, Tamil Nadu, we are much better than the other states what we talk about. But the next frontier for Tamil Nadu, if I was going to say, it's going to be the rail network. The rail network, I'll give one more example. I was on a vacation in Europe. I went with a group of 8 members. I didn't need a single reservation. I could go to any station. I can go and stand and take any train. If I don't find that train, for example, for some reason was busy, the next train was 20 minutes later or 30 minutes later. Every place, I was able to move a group of 8 without a reservation. Here I can't move myself from one place to another place 2 weeks henceforth. Now, this is if it's for a person. I'm talking about a first class AC where I'm willing to pay 2,400 to 300 rupees for it. If I convert that and ask what is for the status of goods, we are talking about rural. What is rural? What is urban? Less land, more people. What is rural? More people, less people, more land. Fundamentally, anything which is going to be land intensive is the kind of activity, starting with farming, starting with manufacturing. So if you want to go into farming, the highest value creation is fresh produce. If you want to do fresh produce, you need to have the ability to move. Can you move a fresh produce today in any kind of network apart from road network from anywhere else? It is not possible. You go to different parts of the world. In Africa, you have people, farmers have their own flight. They move their fresh produce, their flowers, horticulture in flights every morning to deliver it to the consuming market. Now, maybe in Tamil Nadu, okay, I'm just using the word, maybe in Tamil Nadu, if we have to really look into this, rural, we have to start setting ourselves different standards. We should not be looking the way we looked at the past, how we are reducing the gap. We should be talking about how we are increasing the gap, how rural is better than urban is probably what we have to do. With this, I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity given. So I'll not put the problems, I'll give it as a solution and say, let's see what you guys have as questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing out the opportunities and the way forward in a very eloquent and in a simple way. Let me come back to Mr. Punnuswamy, and take it from where he left in terms of what will drive investment to the rural sector, right? You talked about some of your experiences. Would you like to look at how we could generalize it and say that at a state level, if we were, and even at a country level, if we were to get such investments to rural area, what private sector needs to do and what do you think the policy and regulatory environment needs to do?
I will say definitely what Mr. Saundar also mentioned, the land cost, operating cost, it is less in rural. Only thing is we also expect government to support by giving generally if you go and set up a factory, sometimes it takes they give rural grid connection, power connection. So it will not be good. I think those things can be sorted with the government. Otherwise, if somebody want to put a factory in 200 acres, can he pay 600 crores by a land? Will it be a viable project? So it is smart move to rural area. Definitely it's smart move. And also if you see, we have a spinning mill near Tirupur. And we don't have any issue there. It's a rural, it's a small village. It's a very tiny village. There we are getting manpower is not an issue. And the power is also there. And we also get solar and windmill in southern district. So we manage this. So there are plenty of opportunity to go to rural and develop. And also what I feel, rural people do not have a much diversion. The work concentrates still more. The efficiency of work can be more. They give a lot of respect to people, superiors, and also it's the only thing is top executives, they have some issue, social life and also children education. Now I think the government is taking care of that. I think that infrastructure will automatically come.
Thank you so much. May I just come back to Mr. Srivats and take this forward again and ask the question, if 5 years down the line, if you were to look at private sector investment, what is the future that you see? Which are the sectors that you see private sector would be investing more in the rural area? We did hear a bit from Mr. Sundar Kannan, but your thoughts on the same?
Yeah, I think to start off with, as land is available and you have an agrarian economy, more value-added products. So if you can actually look at compressing the supply chain, you have the crops which are being grown, and you have food processing also very close by to that. Then that is one rational way in which you actually are able to have a flow in terms of the value chain, and that will add value. There I think that very often what happens in Tamil Nadu is we grow the crops and then it goes to another center for processing, sometimes within sometimes in another state, somewhere in which some technical inputs can be given to local entrepreneurs so that they can do the processing as well. So some kind of way of promoting local food processing, I think, would be one thought that I had. The other thought is, if you are looking at larger industries, for example, you look at the automotive industry, Mr. Vishnu has been able to get VinFast, for example, to set up in Thoothukudi. So when you get somebody who has large number of suppliers and a very complex product, you get a number of other ancillary industries that also come up and crop up around that same area. So thereby, if you take anything which is value chain based, you can actually get a lot of indirect investment and indirect employment far in excess of what that primary investment would bring. So I would say the two ways to go about it. One is to bring in large investments into relatively less industrialized areas. The second way would be to try to bring industries which are allied to processing inputs which are being manufactured in that particular area. These are two suggestions that I have. I think that local area thing, where we can also probably find institutions who can give technical input, find banks who are willing to fund these people, and find some way of encouraging local entrepreneurship is very important if you want to actually have distributed income across the state. Tamil Nadu is better than most states, but if you want to continue to work on that, you need to help local entrepreneurs in these areas and make them aware that there is a system that works, that takes care of technology, that takes care of funding, that can help them.
Interesting. Thank you so much. As Mr. Sundarajan, Mr. Srivas just talked about taking the local entrepreneurs and working with them in an ecosystem. What factors, as industrialists, as private investors, would you like to consider while having a partnership with such private entrepreneurs in rural setting?
See, there's not the kind of ownership what people will take is very different for your own business. So finding somebody to do a part-time job, finding somebody to do a full-time job, and what the promoter brings to the table is completely different. So definitely that is one thing. Second thing is that the amount of job creation, when it's through what is called the buddy route, that is, you create one entrepreneur, he will create five jobs, they will get trained in the job, then they'll create another. Like Zoho example, Zoho was the first company went to Tirunelveli. Now the entire senior management, each of them have got multiple companies in the same region. So it has got a very positive doubling effect. Therefore, that is probably one of the best ways to go about it. But there is also another thing which you can also think about. For example, when you're talking about it, I'll give you another one example. Many years ago, there used to be a policy in the Indian government, I don't know exactly, I would probably say the RBI guidelines, that for a bank to open one branch, they had to have 10 rural branches, only then they have given the permission to operate one branch in the urban area. Now, this probably, for example, the previous thing is that for corporates today, or for example, for governments today, now whether to bring back such kind of, for you to hire one person in city, you should hire so much. So this kind of a forced element could push this entrepreneurship, could push this thing to go much faster. This should not be a case where rural people are, pardon my language, begging for opportunities. It should be a case of a holistic development, and it's a responsibility of the entire corporates to do it. So if you have to do it, then it also has to be supported by the rules, the regulations, the law should also promote that. So that kind of things, like coupled with local entrepreneurs, together can do magic is what my guess is.
Thank you so much. I think we have heard from 3 industrialists here in terms of talking about what kind of changes, development opportunities exist and what they would like to see further. From your direction, sir, if you could talk about Mr. Vishnu in terms of what you are seeing the state already is doing in this direction, and next 5 years, how do you see further investment being spurred into rural area with various state initiatives?
So I have 3 specific points on this, but before coming to that, let me give you an insider's view on how governments negotiate with corporations or large conglomerates to when they choose to decide an investment. Because that's my bread and butter. That's what I do day in and day out, pitching Tamil Nadu as a preferred investment destinations to global companies. Let me give you a clear insider's view. What is happening? When I speak to a global CEO who may be an Indian origin or maybe a foreigner, they are actually evaluating multiple geographies across the world. TN is essentially competing with a Vietnam, Malaysia, or a Mexico or a China. So this is a global competition that we are facing. Now, when it comes to Tamil Nadu, definitely Chennai is a known story. Coimbatore to Tirupur belt to a large extent is a known story. But the moment you pitch a Tirunelveli or a Tuticorin, and I've lived 5 years of my life working in Tirunelveli, so every company, in fact, my guidance team always blames me that whatever investment I'm trying to bring into Tirunelveli or Tuticorin, that's the blame game I'm getting from many quarters, even at the cost of losing some of the investment. So it's easy to pitch a Chennai or a Coimbatore, it's a given story. The moment you shift the narrative to rural context, we need to make it attractive on a global scale. This is what I do day in and day out as my job. There are 2 specific policy interventions that we have done. Third factor which I'm about to mention is a different thing. I'll come to that. Number 1 is subsidies. That is one big nudge that the government has in terms of how do we roll out subsidies based on the choice of location. Our subsidies progressively increases as we move from Chennai down south. The Chennai region gets the least subsidy. The western belt gets somewhere intermediate, but Delta and the south gets maximum subsidy. This is a clear policy nudge that we give, and the rise is exponential. Probably it could be a 5 to 10% subsidy in a Chennai region, goes to 40 to 50% subsidy, the Tamil Nadu industrial policy laid down. This is a clear nudge when it comes to operating cost, which Mr. Ponnuswamy was mentioning, including the land cost subsidy or the land cost plus the overall operating cost comes down significantly due to the intervention of the government. Point number 2 is another important aspect of creating large land banks within the government. If you look at SIPCOT, which is one of India's leading industrial park developer, we have been consistently developing land banks for industrialization in tier 2, tier 3 cities, or even as far as some place like Shivaganga. It's yet to be filled. But government has a land parcel which we have to offer to global companies. This I feel is a very, very important feature. It's easy for us to pitch Chennai, but we consciously do a very conscious call that we pitch rural districts and then move to as a last resort. If we feel that the investments are losing up, then we come to a stage, okay, we pitch in Chennai or Coimbatore so that we don't lose an investment to another country or another state. Third most important, which was not touched upon in this context, is the role of women in employment. 42% of women working in the factories in the country, in India, are from Tamil Nadu. This is a very, very significantly large number, 42%. Now, how does that link to the rural economy? Companies today, global companies, when they come to India or Tamil Nadu, one straight tick box which TN scores high is on ESG compliance goals. The moment you say that 80 to 100% women labor participation is available, straight away companies are quite attracted. We have phenomenon of all women shop floors in Tamil Nadu. Ola has pretty 90 to 95% women managing the shop floors. Unheard of anywhere in the country. Electronics sector completely. The entire electronics value chain is driven by women workforce. Tata Power 75%. I was a collector in Tirunelveli when Tata Power first came out, and they were thoroughly not convinced in the first conversation on whether to set up their shop floor. When I said that you will get available labor force within a radius of 20 to 30 kilometers, 3,000, 4,000 women who are all either ITI diploma, 12th pass, or even a graduate, they didn't believe that. They didn't believe that within a 30 kilometer radius you have that kind of highly skilled talent. And today the feedback is that they're doing phenomenally well in terms of labor availability. So I think the factors of production, labor availability is one critical factor, and here is where Tamil Nadu will meet global standards. I'm glad that there was a reference to the startup ecosystem and MSME. I was not able to touch upon it. That is a backbone. You can bring big companies, you can talk about global conglomerates, but without a strong, robust MSME system, which is what builds the ecosystem, I don't think we can talk about any company sustaining on its own. And startups is a different world on its own, and I will not get into that bit. So I think these three specific interventions, and government also subsidizes the skilling factor for the women, which is also another policy nudge that we use. So all three put together, I think the future looks bright for the state. But yes, a lot needs to be done, especially on ease of doing business in terms of coming out with high quality infrastructure. Soundaraj spoke about the mobility part, very, very important. We need to step up our the modes of transportation. We do have an excellent network compared to the rest of the states, but again, I reiterate that we compete on a global scale. We are not in competition with other states in the country. We are at competition with regional economies of the world. So that's where the investment story lies for the state. Thank you.
I will only add on MSME angle. See, Southern District, almost all panchayat blocks eligible to get subsidy, MSME. They are giving 25% capital subsidy. That means if you put a plant for 5 crores, you will get 1.25 crores as subsidy. If a plant and machinery, that is they are giving. Almost, but Chennai you don't get. Maybe southern, some panchayats will get in around Chennai, not in Chennai city. Like that, Coimbatore will not get. So that's where no rural enterprise. And also a lot of schemes are there, particularly for SC, ST people, they are giving 35% including land buying. So like that subsidies are available in Tamil Nadu. And also we see there, but Soundar talked about the bank needed in all the places. Now the Government of India scheme, CGTM, Credit Guarantee Scheme, up to 5 crore. Without any, see, I was going to getting 5,000 loan 81 to different banks. Getting 5,000 loans is so difficult. Now they are giving 5 crores. And last year they distributed about 2 lakh crore without any collateral. So risk-taking ability of entrepreneurs are given. So like that, India, I think rural India, particularly Tamil Nadu like that. So Southern District and whatever backward, they give so many facilities and they handle. One of the best department we can say like guidance, FAME, Tamil Nadu. That also the MSME Commission, they handle a lot of it. They also reach out to micro and small people to market their product digitally through mobile phone. A lot of activities being done. I think this encouragement government is supporting equally well, supporting the entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are coming towards the fag end of our discussion, so I'll just ask panelists if they have one more wish to add to Mr. Vishnu before we end in terms of, being a representative on the government side, one more a wish that you may have that you would like to change in terms of industry, and then I'll request Mr. Vishnu to react, and on that note we'll come.
That's the collateral damage of having only one government representative on stage.
Yeah, I know. So any panelist?
So, Mr. Vishnu, this is actually off the point that you spoke about Tirunelveli and the access to technical women in a short area. One of the points that I noticed that if we actually get more, technical schools in some of the rural areas, that in itself can bring about certain amount of entrepreneurship, some certain amount of spirit. I know that it is tended to be in industrial areas, but as the state is looking as now widening the scope, probably going to further away places is one of the points that needs to be considered. Second point is, of course, a lot of the rural areas, the power infrastructure will also need to be updated significantly, because I think power availability is by and large very good in cities, but as you move further away, it goes on the rural line. Third point I have is that, much as we look at bringing multinational companies on the larger industries, have we also looked at agri-based multinationals, bringing them into Tamil Nadu, feeding into, taking from the the agri activities in the state? These are 3 points that I have.
Sir, one more thing what I suggest to maximum growth, rural, Tamil Nadu or India, I think farm mechanization. See, even major crop like paddy in Tamil Nadu around 40% only full end-to-end mechanization. And also if we take sugar, it's only 15-20%. Getting labor, agricultural labor now, it's very, very difficult in Tamil Nadu. And I think there should be some ways, and in fact, I would like it that we can create some MSME agri-service providers who can employ people with uniform. They can complete mechanized from soil preparation to harvest. And also the agricultural waste when they are getting it, it can be used for manure, or it can be used for compressed biogas, something like that. I think this one project we are making it, sir, we like to come and present to the government, because this one thing I think they buy tractors, but tractors are not fully useful. See, they have to have all implements. I think this one of the, they say, if they can, the farmers can earn more, about 15,000 in sugarcane and also 10,000 paddy. This will be agriculture, rural surplus will come. And many of the time, big landlords, they don't want cultivate, their children are fully, settled in abroad or there. So they give it to lease. So they don't generate using the proper biofertilizer, they use all chemical fertilizers. The downgrade are also good. I think these angles, I think government should work. We are willing to come and speak to you, sir.
My view is, as a person who's day in focus on creating a brand, for many years I tried to grow a brand called Naga. Now, the reason why I say this is because you can't grow a brand with a short-term objective. It has to have a long-term perspective, and you have to move step by step in the direction. So what, if at all, if I have to wish, is that you are doing a fantastic job in TN Guidance. Okay. Now, if this is going to be the way you're viewing it, if it's going to be for next 3 years, next 5 years, next 10 years, like this, if we can do every aspect of it in a long-term perspective, will we be doing the same things? How will we be doing it? Now, again, linking this to the brand. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, to sell my product 25 paise more than my competition, I couldn't do it. I have to cut the price, have to match the brand. Today, when you talk about, for example, TN, we have to give, we are negotiating on the subsidies, is probably because as a brand, still we can take Tamil Nadu to the next level. And there could be a time when we don't need to give subsidies, and companies should say that we want to come to Tamil Nadu. Now, how to go to that, and whether we can have that kind of a goal and that kind of a metrics, and if you can put the first step in that direction, and it can happen over the years, I think that will be lovely to see.
I'll quickly respond. So broadly, there are 3 plus 1 plus 1, 5 broad topics that we touched upon. I'll respond to Sivan's questions. Number 1 is on the technical school. Now, contrary to popular perception, the technical schools, which is the ITI and diplomas, the availability of ITIs has grown manifold. When in 2019-20, I remember I was heading the department, we were at around 92 ITIs in the state, which has gone up almost to 120 odd. And with the quality upgradation, the big upgradation that happened a couple of years ago, where the Tata Group invested almost 2,000 crores of rupees to upgrade the entire infrastructure. We were the first state in the country to introduce electric vehicles as a mandatory curriculum in the automobile stream of ITI way back in 2021. But yes, there needs to be sharpening of the quality aspect in terms of availability, in terms of numbers. We do have, even in remote areas like Javdu Hills and Nilgiris, we do have an ITI in place. But do they meet the global standards or quality required by the industry? That needs to be thought about. The second aspect on power. Tamil Nadu is facing a very interesting challenge in power. We are at around our total installed capacity is around 36 to 37 gigawatt, of which 50% of power is green power. Now this looks very interesting and very rosy. But the challenge with green power is that it comes at a cost of storage, and we really do not have a long-term solution for storage. There are only two solutions globally. One is pump storage, which China has adopted extensively. The entire Chinese grid runs on multiple grids of microgrids that is connected to pump storage. Second is battery storage, which is a very evolving stage. So till such time, fortunately, we have a separate spin-off within TangentCo today. This was recently that we have an exclusive green company which is heading the green initiatives. And it's important that we have more and more installed capacity, but at the same time do not go the Germany way, where there's a flooding of extremely cheap power and the grid unable to handle the whole supply of green power. So I think we need to tread that with caution, but evacuation infra and feeder infra, yes, I do accept that we have a long way to go, especially in the rural areas. Third part on the agriculture, again, I would not be able to speak on behalf of the MSME and the startup ecosystem, but from large industries, we did lose some ground on the food and agro processing sector, but some really big announcements are in the pipeline. So some interesting ventures are going to enter the state shortly in the food. This is one sector that we have been focusing very clearly. Coming to Sir's point of MSME, I don't think I need to, even I'm nowhere in the vicinity to reply, because you are the doyen of the entire MSME. We take advice from you on how to run various aspects of the state. But what we are doing interestingly is, in the recent announcement, we did deliberate on what is the future. We have come out with two interesting policies, in fact, announced in the assembly. One is we're going to come out with a toy manufacturing policy. That is something which is very unique. We're looking at a very labor intensive. This is going to be exclusively focusing on the rural economies. Second is first of its kind, first time any state has thought about it, is to look at circular investment promotion opportunities. We talk about, in fact, today's Economic Times, a few hours ago, it carried that the first company, Loham, which was signed during the Global Investors Meet, is going to look at recycling manganese from the electric vehicles. This was one of the big investments that we signed for Krishnagiri districts, 1,000 crore investment during the Global Investors Meet, and this is going to be a recycling even for Tesla batteries. So we're directly plugging into the global chain for a company that's going to set up in Krishnagiri. So circular economy, circular investment promotion, these are something which Tamil Nadu has always been a pioneer in initiative, and we continue to invest in these kind of thought-provoking ideas and policy interventions. I think there's a lot to answer. One person alone cannot do justice to that. There are multiple departments, but I believe I have done the best that I could within the limited time and scope. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vishnu. I think it was more than incredible for all of us to hear you and immediately respond to that. Thanks to all the panelists for sharing their thoughts, and I'm sure this is just a starting point for spurring more and more ideas. And thank you all the participants for silently listening to her and participating. With that, we come to an end of this panel discussion. Thank you.
So thank you panel members for this lively discussion. It doesn't seems like a post-lunch session. Instead, it's a very refreshing session for all the participants. Thank you again. I would like to hand over the session to Nirmal for next session.
Anyways, no? Like either way is fine. Good evening to one and all present here. Our next session on institutional capacity to deliver rural transformation for developed India will center on examining how institutions play a pivotal role in driving profound rural transformation and thereby contributing significantly to India's overall development agenda. This session will delve deep into analyzing and understanding the multifaceted roles and the effectiveness of various institutions from governmental bodies and NGOs to private sector initiatives and community organizations in catalyzing sustainable development across rural India. To begin with, I request Mr. Ankur Bansal, founder and CEO, GDI Partner, to deliver the analytical presentation. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know we are coming to the conclusion of the presentation, so I'll keep it brief, and I think we have a very esteemed panelist to talk about the details of various aspects of institutional capacity which is required for India to achieve its vision for 2047 in terms of rural transformation. So let's look at what the institutional mechanisms which are in existence in India. So definitely there are various government departments from the national level to state level, from district, blocks and villages. There are a lot of institutions which has been created like the district rural development agencies, block development officers and so forth. In the last 2 decades, various special purpose vehicles have also been set up with the NRLM, SRLM and various Section 8 companies by respective states and some of the districts, which fills some of the gaps which existing in the government systems, and those can be filled by these special purpose vehicle which has been set up in collaboration with multilateral or sometime government along with the private sector. There are a lot of community institutions ranging from a very national institution called PRI, but there are very localized institutions as well, SHGs which are roughly 8 million in number, which covers roughly 10 crore women in India. Then there are FPOs, producer organizations and so forth. There is an extensive role played by the civil society organizations and the sort of increasing CSR mandate in India. And then the technical or the thinking part sometimes played by some of the private organizations or some of the NGOs, which does the work of think tank, consulting firm and the evaluation agencies. Now, if you look at it in the context of it, rural transformation, all these organizations come together for a common vision, which is set up by the government at different point of time. The first 4 type of institution, they largely do the implementation work, while the technical support agencies provide the supporting role to the first four type of entities to do the delivery mechanism in the state. As any institution mechanism, there are 2 aspects to it. First is the hiring and the second is the performance management. Obviously, a lot has been done, but there are still gaps which are existence. If you look at some of the numbers, at the Panchayat Development Officer level, there is roughly a vacancy of somewhere between 20 to 30%. But when we start looking at the technical expertise, which is the civil engineer or the project manager, this vacancy number starts to look really, really bad. The number ranges from 50% to 60%. Agriculture extension officers also, India is far lesser number of extension officers compared to what the recommended averages are. And although a lot of tech intervention have been started, but the implementation at scale still remains a dream. Similar is the situation with the animal husbandry expertise, where there is a shortfall of roughly 1/3. which paints a picture that a lot more needs to be done in getting this institutional capacity built just purely by the numbers. We are not even talking about the competency yet. Now, when we look at the performance side of things, a report by the Department of Personnel and Training highlights some of the very common things which all of us are aware at some point or the other. There is no feedback mechanism in the bureaucracy's ACR when they were filled. Mostly the timing of it, all these targets are done at the end of the year, not at the beginning of the year. There is no clear linkage between the role these guys are playing against what the organization wants to do. So a lot more needs to be done on the performance as well. Along with some of the innovation which has been done recently around the lateral hiring and various mechanisms where government have tried to bring in the transparency and the faster processes to fill these vacancies. Another interesting area which the country is trying is bringing in the young professional at all level. And more interesting thing is these young professionals are coming in at all level. They are working at the national level, they are working at the state level, but at the same time they are working at the panchayat level. Very recently, Maharashtra announced the CM Rural Development Fellowship, where 1,000 young professionals will be hired at a panchayat level to sort of augment the capacity which is required by the rural sort of a system. Similarly, the Niti Aayog have, with the success of Aspirational District Program, they have started a program, Aspirational Block Program, where hiring of 500 young professionals at the most underprivileged blocks of this country have seen this hiring of 500 fellows. Again, the second administration reform have recommended various mechanisms where the performance of civil servants as well as the government officers can be improved, which is linking the task specifically to the goal of the organization, which is providing the past performance, but at the same time looking at the potential these individuals have to do in their role. Many states have tried innovative practices to improve the performance, and one of the highlights of that is the Odisha government, which bring out a performance measurement system for their agriculture officers called Dakhyata, where every month through a data-backed mechanism, the performance of various agriculture officers are measured, and the good performer are highlighted by the Chief Minister's office and the agriculture offices, and the bad performers get some sort of a training or some sort of a word by their seniors. So these kind of innovation are also helping to build this capacity and to systemize the processes of performance at the rural development institution. Like I mentioned earlier, there is an invent of this special purpose vehicle which has come in and which has shown a lot of progress. Some of the highlights of these are there are less procedural complexity. So for example, at SRLM, as of January this year, the vacancy stands at only 20%, which is half of the government vacancy, which shows that when the processes are made less procedural, that those kind of vacancies can be reduced. Along with the journalist role, there is a specialist role also, which can be hired by these SPVs in a much easier manner. There is a performance management because most of the roles are coterminous in nature. So as for the time the SPV exists, the role exists. So there is a pressure on everyone to perform in that limited time period. There is a faster decision making because less bureaucracy is involved, and more flexible to get the funding from the philanthropic organization or the multilateral organization, which brings in the funding, the unconstrained funding which is required to fund the the changing environment of the ecosystem which is there. Now I'll talk about the NGOs. There are various research which has been done across the country which highlights various constraints which exist in the grassroots organization which can be filled by all the ecosystem players which are present in this room. First is scale is a problem. Most of the NGOs are small scale in nature. There are roughly 1.2 million registered NGOs in country which employs roughly 19 million workforce. So it's a significant workforce which gets employed through this grassroots organization. Roughly 25% of these organizations are specifically or exclusively working on rural transformation work, whether it's the education in rural areas, whether it's the environmental issues, or whether it's the agriculture or animal husbandry. So it's a significant workforce of these 19 million people who are working in the grassroots organization is involved in transformation of rural economy. Second is compensation is limited. After a point of time, people have to leave or people will have to move because the compensation which is provided in this sector is not competitive, and it impacts the quality of talent which it attracts from time to time. As the organization grow, there is not a second layer or the third layer of leadership which is ready to take up the step-up role. That's why the growth of this organization itself becomes a limiting factor and sometimes becomes a challenge to address the changing demand of the rural transformation, which I think for the last 2 days we have been hearing about. There is lack of progress of tracking system. There is no visibility on the people in terms of where they are growing and where the needs are. Retention becomes a challenge, which I mentioned. Many of the funders, many of the government have mentioned that retention, when they get comfortable with one person, that one person sort of leaves after a year, 2 years. One of the other thing is most of the time these organizations get the project-based funding. So there is limited visibility these organizations have when they plan for their future, which also becomes a challenge because for talent to be there, they need to be long-term thinking. We looked at some of the trainings which has been done by the NIRD. We looked at roughly 1300 training which has been conducted by NIRD. Some of the themes which emerges out of it is that how the rural transformation has been changing, where there is a need to look at digital very differently, climate issues very differently, gender as a separate topic, but there are very limited focus on these topics in the training which are conducted. So maybe there is a reset which is required in terms of how these trainings are done. Quality of training. Because of the cascading of many of these training, the quality starts to deteriorate when the final beneficiary receives the training. There is an analysis which was done. NIRD is based out of Hyderabad. So when you look at it, some of the states which generally do better in these trainings are Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, just by the proximity of having closeness to Hyderabad. And some of the further states starts to have less number of training. So maybe there is and panelists can sort of dwell onto this, maybe there is a need for more regional centers of training rather than have one national training center. Now, these are some of the quotes which we heard from various speakers during the last couple of days, and I want to leave these quotes for the panelists and for Anjani to dwell on as he sort of talk about the changing face of rural India, which is now not focused on only poverty elevation, but it is focused on meeting the aspiration of people. It is changing from government-led to private sector-led but government-facilitated. It is focused on a lot of collaboration, where one entity might not be able to meet the aspiration of the changing face. There is much more collaboration is required in terms of skill, competency, as well as knowledge. The aspiration of rural youth is not very different from the urban youth. So how do we create those opportunities which are present in urban areas to the rural areas? These are the 4 things which I thought we heard over the last 2 days, and I want to leave this thought to all of you and to Anjani to sort of ask this from the panelists. So that's from my side. I now invite Anjani to sort of moderate the session, this thing with the panelists. Over to you, Anjani.
Thank you, sir. I am extremely honored to have an esteemed panel of speakers for this session. May I now call upon our speakers to the dais, Mr. Anjani Kumar Singh, who is a Senior Program Officer, Gates Foundation, Ms. Neelima Ketan, Partner, Nuess Consultants, former IAS Officer, Mr. Santosh Matthew, Country Lead Public Policy and Finance, Gates Foundation, and a couple of our speakers have joined us online. retired IAS officer Mr. S.M. Vijayanand, former Secretary, Ministry of Panchayat Raj, Government of India, and former Chief Secretary, Government of Kerala. And retired IAS officer Dr. Sanjeev Chopra, who is former Director, Lal Bahadur Shastri, National Academy of Administration. So I now request Mr. Anjani Kumar Singh to take over the session as the moderator. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Ankur, for setting the context. I think you have given us enough thoughts for our discussions and all. I would also, at the outset, thank the the organizers of this event. The government of Tamil Nadu, the World Bank, as well as the Ministry of Rural Development, who brought us all together in this room, and we have been discussing this whole rural India issues, from the last 2 days and all. We have around an hour, and I would like to, during this 1 hour, discuss both the issues related to the institutional systems for the rural India, as well as, some of the solutions that have been tried and explored. So both on the diagnostic side, as well as on the solutioning side. I would request all the panel members, that we'll have it in two kind of phases, where the first phase I would request all the panel members to give the opening remark, where they can take around 7 to 8 minutes, and then second round I'll have same questions for all the panel members, which will be very brief and 1 minute each. Let me also assure all the audience, I know that you all have been waiting for this session since morning, and you don't get such a distinguished panelist all in one room. So please keep your questions ready. I will earmark at least the last 20 minutes for all of you, so that you can also ask your questions and all. So without any further ado, let me go to the panelists who have joined virtually, and I'll start with Vijayanand sir, with you. And I had a privilege to work with you for some time, and I remember your some of those classical statements that you had made in some of those events, that the rural development programs work well where it shouldn't be working well, and we are referring largely to all those southern states and all, whereas it doesn't work so well, or it fails to do well in the states where it's needed most. And I was wondering, what what are the challenges that you see in this whole paradoxical situation that we have, and do you see any bright spots emerging, and in our own lifetime, whether we can see the reverse, changing, this trend changing and all. So your thoughts, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Anjani. I'm positive. I think I'll start with that. First of all, before we get into it, we should be very clear on what we mean by development. I have a very clear view of development, maybe a bit ideological. It means the felt and accepted by the people, the last person, as Gandhiji would say, the poorest and weakest, getting autonomy, agency and dignity. And as Gandhiji said, control over life and destiny, which means the current is life, destiny is future, in a sense Antyodaya. And to put it very simply, it is human development. So I am very happy Rural Development Secretary spoke about aspirations, but aspirations backed up by capabilities and with opportunities. Otherwise, aspirations can lead to more frustration. Now, quickly going through the institutions, which need to be, the capacity are very critical. Most important, many of you would have expected me to say that, are the Gram Panchayats. I would say all local governments, but since we are doing rural, the Gram Panchayats, and Gram Panchayats include Gram Sabha. So we forget either Gram Panchayat or Gram Sabha, we have to see them together as institutions of self-government. So in that context, departments are not a different entity, they work under the direction, control of the elected local government, works in very few states now. The second institution, the self-help groups. The third, slightly fussy, people's groups, which you find plenty in all villages, some of them semi-formal, some of them informal, but they have a role to play in when India is transformed. Support institutions, you mentioned it, the civil society, the academic institutions, and then of course, very, very important, I've seen a lot of World Bank projects, negotiated World Bank projects, but we don't give the importance we need to give to, not to capacity, we give importance to capacity building. We don't give importance to capacity building institutions. And that is basically for rural development, the state institutes of rural development and Panchayat Raj. A slight correction, it was mentioned that Karnataka, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, the institutions are good because they are in the vicinity of NARD, nothing to do. I was NARD DG, so NARD does not influence that institutions that way. It is a state nurtured kind of institutions. So this capacity building institutes are very important, and the most important point, all of them needs to work in a synergistic partnership. We saw that happen recently. Unfortunately, that experiment has not been analytically researched. That is the COVID. It was not a government effort. Panchayats, SHGs and civil society organizations came and created capacity where it was minus, not even zero. So that's a big lesson for us, a positive lesson. So coming to capacity building, we all talk of capacity building of Gram Panchayats. I will tell you that they work only by doing. They learn most by doing. Fortunately, the GPDP with 3.5 lakh, nearly 3.25 lakh crores, plus little bit of Narega, and now the new emphasis, though it's still in the very early stages of localizing SDGs, gives a great opportunity of enabling learning by doing, in situ, on the spot, by doing. Second is learning from beacons. Santosh Mathew is there, where he was used to tell me long before we went to Government of India together, these beacons. These local governments tend to learn from peers. They are natural or nurtured. We can nurture beacons. Not very easy, it takes some time, but 2047 is quite some time away, we can easily do it. And local beacons and national beacons, they are all there. For want of time, I cannot get into details. And learning from training institutions, which we mentioned, which is, and then support systems. So you learn from beacons and learn from training institutions, and for this, you need a support system for which civil society is very, very important. MORD started with something called Cluster Facilitation Team for MG and REGS. It's worth being replicated for whole country in a big way. As I said, there are millions of CSOs who are willing to work. They are in a bad shape. For your information, I chair one of the largest CSOs in the country, Pradhan. And I also share a very activist small CSO called School for Democracy. So I know many of the problems and challenges faced by this. A capacity building of CSO should be a national program where we deliver capacity to CSOs on management, development. Justice Kurian developed a capacity of cooperatives. So in my small way, I'm trying to get some big organizations to come together to develop a curriculum for capacity building of CSOs, particularly rural development CSOs. So that's a very important thing. Self-help groups. So a lot of things, SHG Panchayat partnership seems to be a way forward. We spoke of the department and their failures, but demand for development comes if SHGs and Panchayat work together. And SHGs can address many of the deficiencies of Panchayats, including human resource deficiency, through the brilliant thing called community resource persons. They bring what Ambedkar used to say, social democracy and political democracy. That's the basis of development. It's not ideological. It's a factual thing. And they provide from citizens move from labharthis to real citizens with rights and obligations, so that good governance route to development can be done through this. Small thing, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, a program launched in my ministry by the Prime Minister, the present Prime Minister, in 2014. 10 years, nothing much has happened. That is a fabulous opportunity. Technical institutions, normal colleges, working with this, and it's a learning for students. It's not charity. If they work, they can provide the missing capacity. Of course, young professionals can be added. Just two small points. Operating systems, the software. capacity of panchayats is very bad. I've been associated with Kerala's decentralization from 1996. Developing appropriate operating systems. All of you will say IT. IT comes later. Actually, how to manage your finance, personnel, office. The elected representative needs to have that capacity. We can't be. Mr. V. Ramchandran of the Second Administrative Reforms Commission used to say, don't make local governments clones of the state and central government. They need to have local systems, which in theory they exist, but in practice it's very difficult. And IT, one big mistake, I am also part of it. Our IT is for centralized needs. IT should be locally. Now I can tell you which worker in which village of Madhya Pradesh is working under Nariga. Probably that panchayat doesn't know. So decentralizing IT, use it first and push it upwards would be this thing. And something which is often not discussed, but as part of local government, local planning, GPDP, local statistics. India doesn't have a local statistics system, robust and validated. So people, it's an old kind of thing which is slightly inappropriate these days. People analyze their situation, they reflect on it, only then they can move forward. And a spatial planning system. Rural Development Department has come with what they call RADPR, Rural Area Development Planning for and Implementation System, guidelines, spatial planning, the urban-rural link and transformation. So with this, I think I've exhausted my 8 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your as usual inspiring thoughts. And I'll come back to you with some follow up on that. But let me go to the next panelist, Sanjeev Chopra Saab. And Bijayan sir talked about the capacity building institutions. He also talked about the importance of the IT and technology systems. And sir, when I was trying to learn more about your profile and all, I got to know that you are not only the heading the Lavasana, but also have written a book. So I have 2 questions for you. One, when I read the review of your book, I was trying to understand what is the historical and geographical context which determines the performance of various these state institutions when it comes to the rural development programs and all. So if you could bring some the historical and I know Jeffrey Sachs has talked about the landlocked states and the coastal states and all. So I do see the significance of the history and geography when it comes to the performance of these states. But also, if you could throw some light on the whole capacity building architecture that requires to be, seen differently, especially for people who are at the cutting edge. People are at the senior level, there is a set structure for that, but the various staffs which work at the districts and sub-districts level, there is no well-designed structures for their capacity building and all. So if you could just throw light on that, sir, that will be helpful. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Anjani. There are too many questions, and I'll try to respond to them. Hi, Santosh. What a pleasure to see you. Santosh and I go back a long way. Wonderful to see you. Now, you see, reflecting on the historical and the geographic, determinants on rural development and capacity building. I've had the privilege of seeing 3 states very close: West Bengal, Punjab, and Gujarat. West Bengal is where I served as Secretary Agriculture, Horticulture, Food Processing. Uttarakhand, I worked as Secretary Rural Development Corporation, Panchayats. In Punjab, I have been on the committees on agribusiness development and on horticulture and implementing the National Horticulture Mission over there. Now, some things become very clear that every state has its own specific context to look at. Punjab did not ever see the kind of poverty which Bengal saw. The sort of poverty which Bengal has seen was unimaginable, and I can share a personal anecdote with you that when on the 3rd of June 1986, when I first went to Bengal, when I went to Purulia district, I was appalled. I had not seen such poverty anywhere. So it came as a cultural shock to me that, look, how can a state be so poor? Because I came from a more prosperous part of the country. Now, in 3.5 decades, when I joined Bengal in 1986 and when I left Bengal in 2009 to come and take over as the director of the academy, the landscape of rural Bengal had changed. It had changed for the better. It had changed because of two things: the Panchayati Raj, the rural development, and a lot of emphasis on irrigation and water supply. In fact, Bengal got a third crop called the Boro crop because of major interventions by the rural development, Panchayati Raj, minor irrigation, and the agriculture departments. And what I noticed there, and what I would like to say very clearly, is that West Bengal was a classic example of how Panchayati Raj and how rural development and how Zilla Panchayats were in the forefront of development. And it was a very, very successful intervention because rural poverty, the absolute deprivation of the sense that I had seen in 1986 had disappeared. In fact, it was a great feeling to see poverty, disappearing in front of your own eyes, because the moment you have 3 crops a year, in those days we had JRY, which was very different from MG Narega in the sense that there could be some exclusion. So historically, I think areas which have faced a lot of poverty, areas which have seen a lot of deprivation, there the willingness and the ability of the people to come together, there the ability of the panchayats to respond to common problems is significantly different from what I've seen in Punjab. In Punjab, the panchayats and the Panchayati Raj system do not have the same salience as they have in Bengal because it is perhaps not required. The state is very small, the state is quite prosperous, and you cannot run the MG Narega program there because Ludhiana is 2 hours from anywhere in the state. If you can actually get an employment of 800 rupees to 1,000 rupees per day in Ludhiana, how will the MG Narega ever work? How will other things ever work? And when there is such a mad rush to go to states and to Canada and to Dubai. So the requirements of rural development and capacity building in Punjab have to be very different from the requirements of capacity building anywhere in other parts of the country, especially when I compare it to Bengal. So that's why the point which the RD secretary made, that it is not about rural, it's not about it's not about reduction of poverty as such, it's about creating possibilities and creating opportunities. And I think today the time has come when we have to look into the historic and the geographic context of why certain states have been on a growth trajectory in the past, why certain states have plateaued, and in fact, Punjab is a classic case of why the state is not growing, because agriculture in the conventional sense cannot grow in the state. Punjab requires a very different kind of agriculture, which will have to be high value agriculture. And in fact, what has worked very well in Punjab is centers of excellence in horticulture, is centers of excellence in dairying, because that is where the rural farmer in Punjab, or even the marginal farmer in Punjab, would find it attractive, would find it wholesome, and would find it more productive. The third state which I have seen very closely is Uttarakhand, because having spent a lot of time, and Santosh would remember that we had taken that visit to the Sholi Gram Swaraj Mandal with Chandri Prasad Khatri way back in 1987. Now, you see, in Uttarakhand, what I've noticed is that the geographic and the historical factors of the Chipko movement have been very, very effective in so far as strengthening of the civil society is concerned. Uttarakhand has a very, very strong civil society. The civil society in Uttarakhand is much stronger than I see in West Bengal or that I see in Punjab. In fact, Uttarakhand, the SHGs have done very well. The joint liability groups have done very well. The linkages with the markets have done very well, because a lot of people who were very active in the Chipko movement, after a few years, they went and set up their own civil society organizations or NGOs. They were able to connect the fact that, and then of course Dehradun became a state. They were also able to connect with large organizations. We have institutions like Rural Litigation Entitlement Kendra, which focused on rights of individuals and rights of communities. Therefore, I think these 3 states give us an idea of how trajectories of growth are very different and ought to be different and will necessarily be different. And therefore, the institutions from which capacity building will evolve the sort of role which a block development officer sees, the sort of role which a Gram Panchayat has in all these three states is also quite different. Therefore, that is how our capacities will have to be built accordingly. So I think as far as Punjab is concerned, the rural transformation in Punjab will be based on high value agriculture, horticulture, animal husbandry, and related aspects. And that is where centers of excellence, the transformation of agriculture will play a very important role. So in Punjab, the lead for rural development and infrastructure has to be taken by an institution like the Mandi Parishad. The Mandi Parishad of Punjab is a very, very rich organization. I mean, the Mandi Parishad of Punjab makes, in fact, that is what half the farm laws and other things were. That the Mandi Parishad in Punjab is a para-state organization by itself. But the Mandi Parishad of Punjab, the sort of investments that the Mandi Parishad of Punjab would need in terms of infrastructure, agri-infrastructure fund, various other funds, that's something that we are now trying to work with the government of Punjab. A few MPs in Punjab, a few social society associations in Punjab have started looking at Mandi Parishad differently, because if you have a network of assaying centers and a whole set of cold storages, a whole set of cold chains, a whole set of protected cultivation, that's going to be the transformative movement of Punjab. Rural development in the conventional sense, that you look at it for a typical aspirational district, will not work. I mean, the differences between Purulia, where I went for my posting, and Kapurthala, where I come from, it should be bridged, but even as things stand, the entire focus will have to be very different. In the case of Uttarakhand, for example, there is a lot of emphasis on civil society, on CBOs, on SHGs, and all these institutions. Here, again, in fact, this morning I was talking to officers of the Cooperation Department, and in fact, I find that a lot of initiatives have happened there. Here in Uttarakhand, the big problem or the big issue is about migration that is taking place from the hills, because, again, for the simple reason that the earnings, the inequality, there's such a lot of asymmetry between what you can make in the rural areas, and therefore, what is required in Uttarakhand is actually consolidation of land, is actually a very liberal law for leasing in of land, cultivation, large groups coming together to create value chains in agriculture in the hills, a lot of skill inputs in the hills, and it has to look beyond that. So the skilling mission will become very important here. So all these three geographies and all these three states, and I would suppose all states throughout the country will have their own consideration. So these will be my opening remarks, and as we go along, we'll interact. I would completely agree with what Mr. Vijayanand had said earlier, that we need spatial planning, we need regional planning, we need every panchayat or larger organization needs to discuss with whom. In Punjab, they need to sit with the Mandi Panchayat, Mandi Parishad to look at the resources. In Uttarakhand, they need to look at the cooperative, the civil society organization. So each of these will play a very important role, and each state is distinct. But I would say that all the three states, in terms of where they were when we joined service and where they are today, there is a very positive difference in all these three states that I have had the opportunity and the privilege of watching very closely. Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing in these differential approach that needs to be considered, and how these differential approaches are embedded in the socio-geographical context in which these states exist and all. So thank you so much for bringing in. I think the three states experience, such a enriched experience. I think sharing those experiences is super helpful. I think you also talked about the significance of civil society organizations and NGOs in Uttarakhand, and that's a great segue for me to bring Nilima into the whole conversation. I know, Nilima, you have been in Rajasthan. You have spent a very significant part of your development career. And Rajasthan is also one of the states which, lacks in several, development parameters and all. But at the same time, Rajasthan has a history of very, good civil society organization, very vibrant civil society ecosystem which exists in Rajasthan. Large number of good organizations which work there. And if I'm not mistaken, Rajasthan was also very proactive in this whole geo-NGO collaboration, starting from, Mithalal Mehta Sahab, Lok Jumbis program, around water conservations and all. So, if you could share your thoughts in terms of, how civil society organization, whether they can complement, supplement some of those, the state's, deficiency in the institutional architecture of the state that exists, and, your own experiences around that, to deal with these institutional challenges. I think that would be great. Over to you.
Yeah. So thank you very much. And like you said, Anthony, of course, what I am going to say is very colored by my own experience of having worked in the field and mostly in Rajasthan, but also some other parts of the country. So quickly, maybe there are maybe 4 points that I want to make. The first is, as I understand, this conference is about rural India and with particular relevance to Tamil Nadu. But rural India, not only talking about how to increase the incomes in rural India, but it's about inclusive development. It's about, and yesterday, some of the panelists who spoke, for example, Soumya, when she spoke, she brought in the issues of issues of gender violence in Tamil Nadu. She brought in the issues of aging population. She brought in malnutrition. A lot of issues which are apart from the issues that we heard in let's say today's sessions, past few sessions. Yesterday we also had people speak about climate change and the complexity introduced by climate change into all of these conversations. Also, in any of these problems, let's say morning one of the sessions which was on digital and so the speed of change, the complexity of all of these problems. So the first thing that I want to say is, what is the problem that we are talking about when we talk about rural India? And if this is the kind of problems that we are talking about, I'm only saying that hence you also need institutions that will have the capacity to address these problems, that will have the agility to address problems of this kind, that will have the innovative capacities to address problems of this kind, that will have the empathy to deal with problems of this kind, that will have the long haul ability to deal with problems of this kind. So if this is the nature of problems, then the nature of institutions that we are looking for are institutions that will have these qualities, and the nature of individuals who must work in these institutions must also be individuals who to some extent embody the ability of, let's say, what we said about agility or empathy or innovation or long haul or stuff like that. So to me, we are talking about that kind of institutions and individuals that are required for building a strong ecosystem to resolve rural India's challenges. Given this context, and there are two sets of issues around institutions that I'll talk about. One is the issue of, so two sets of resources. One set of resources is the human resource, and the second set of resources, the financial resources. So those two sets of resources is what I want to touch upon. So if we look at human resources, and I know Ankur in his presentation spoke. By the way, I have a small quibble with Ankur. Very nice presentation, but one tiny quibble, Ankur, in that you've done a categorization where you say that government, SPVs, community institutions, and CSOs are implementing organizations, and tech support agencies are those that provide support. And so I'm a bit uncomfortable with that categorization. I don't think a lot of civil society organizations will be happy at being clubbed as implementers. And actually that's the root of the problem when you begin to look at civil society organizations as kind of subcontractors and implementers. In fact, a lot of the work that's happening in development, the nursery bed of many of those innovations has been from civil society sector. So we shouldn't forget that they are not just implemented. So anyways, quickly before I run out of time. So as I said about human resources and financial resources. So human resources, I think we've made very good kind of innovations in like Vijayanand spoke about. One set of human resource problems that we've solved, I think, are whatever has happened in the last 8-10 years, nothing short of a revolution in terms of the peer-to-peer learning, let's say the community resource person kind of people that have emerged out of the SHG, NRLM kind of movements. And they have filled in a vacuum and enabled quick expansion and peer-to-peer learning. So that, I think, has been fantastic. But you also need human resources at other levels apart from that. If you look at, and I'm talking about two, let me pick from Ankur's list, which is community institutions and CSOs. And in community institutions, FPOs across the country, I don't claim to have visited across the country, but certainly in North India, I can say many of the FPOs are struggling to find good chief executives. So at the level of chief executives in many FPOs, there is a shortage, so also in civil society organizations. And somebody spoke about IRMA, and I am reminded, and Professor Devi Prasad is sitting there, many other IRMANs are there, but I am really struck by the fact that 40 years ago, when the White Revolution began, Dr. Kurian thought of setting up a management institute to provide managers, because he felt that at some point the societies that were the milk society unions that were being formed, and then the federations that were formed, will require that kind of manpower to go and man them. And he set up IRMA with a vision, it was not just a dairy management institution, it was pitched as a really high aspiration, high quality institution. And of course you can quibble over whether IRMA has lived up to its mandate or not, whether Dr. Kurian got enough managers for the dairy sector and the oilseed sector or not. And I personally would say I think he wasn't that wrong in that premise, but many examples of people who've stayed in the sector, in that sector. But I'm just saying, today if I look around and see where are those institutions which are educating people who will come into this sector, that number has shrunk. IRMA is there, many other organizations are there. Yesterday Samik and I were talking, TIS, etc. But many of these have now become more expensive beyond the reach of coming into. So anyways, I'm just saying, you need to think long term if you want to sort the human resource problem. It is a problem which is beyond just doing trainings and capacity building, is the first point that I'm making. That if we are serious about responding to the potential of the requirements of rural India, let's also begin to think making long-term investments into making sure. Of course, there's also Pradhan kind of experiments. 100 people a year they take in, and at the end of a year but that's 100 people a year. So many, but I'm not going into that, but I'm just saying, this problem is not a short-term problem of just running training programs. That's the point that I'm making. Please think about making long-term investments into this. And the last point is about resources for this sector. Just as FPOs across the country are struggling to find, if chief executives is one of their problems, the other problem is not having enough working capital. Many FPOs. So also with voluntary organizations across the country, we are talking about organizations that will be agile and innovative, but you can't be agile if the money that you have is non-agile, completely non-agile. And today, most of the money that is coming in is money that is so non-agile, so fixed, so rigid, so target-driven. We are not talking about building organizations, nurturing organizations. that will live up to the requirements of rural India. So I'm kind of not giving any quick answer, Anjani, but I'm just saying we need to think long term, and we need to go to the fundamentals of the institutional capacity if we want to do justice to rural India. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for bringing this human resource element. I know that any amount of the institutional strengthening would not happen unless until there are good quality human resources which are part of these institutional systems, and also I think very, very important points and all. Santosh Mehta sir, I know how passionate you are about the mission Karmyogi, and both Ankur talked about in the beginning in terms of the performance deficit or challenges which exist not only in the government system but also in the civil society and all rural development organizations and all, because large number of actions happens in a very decentralized manner and in a remote rural areas and all. So do we see that the lot of work which is happening as part of the mission Karmyogi would solve some of these institutional challenges that these institutions are going through, and in what form they would able to solve some of these challenges, and what you see that in spite of having these mission Karmyogi, we might still continue to have some of those challenges to deal with.
Thank you, Anjani. It's really, and to the organizers, the World Bank, Ministry of Rural Development, Tamil Nadu government for inviting me here. It's really a privilege to be in a panel, especially with Mr. Vijayanand, who's been a guru for so many of us in this sector. Sanjeev Chopra, my good friend and batchmate, and Nilimaji, years of work that we have seen you do, and Anjani, my colleague in the foundation, and we work together in the ministry. Responding to your question, Anjani, in my experience working with Jivika in Bihar for almost 3 years, as when I was in the Rural Development Department, then later in the Ministry of Rural Development, seeing closely the work of the SRLM in Kerala, in Andhra and in Tamil Nadu, what has struck me is the extent of intrinsic motivation that the staff members of these organizations used to have in that period. So obviously, these organizations were led by leaders of great caliber and great commitment, and it is only natural that they were able to attract to themselves people who were like them. But as these organizations have expanded and grown, the coordination problem becomes a serious one. For me, most what we need to get done in public management is a very simple problem, and that is to get thousands of people to do the right thing at the right time, irrespective of sector level and geography. So if you really want rural development to make significant progress, then the problem of positional externality has to be solved. Now, what is positional externality? Now, if I have to succeed, for the best example to give is that of a block medical officer. If the block medical officer has to succeed in immunizing all children in her area, then she can't just do this by dint of her hard work and motivation. Somebody has to solve the supply chain problem. Somebody has to solve the vacancy problem. Somebody has to solve the problem of the right people being recruited, and so on and so forth. So I call this positional externality. And especially in an interconnected enterprise such as rural development, positional externality is very significant. Now, how do you solve for positional externality, which is getting thousands of people to do the right thing at the right time, irrespective of sector level and geography? You do this only when it's like an orchestra, right? If you just assemble a whole lot of musicians, trombone, saxophone, drums and all of that, and if they do not have the score, the music score sheet in front of them, then they will produce cacophony. So if you really want music to be produced, first of all, people need to know what they are supposed to do. They need to have the competencies to actually do what they are supposed to do, which is attitude, skill and knowledge, ASK, or domain, functional and behavioral, whatever sort of nomenclature you want. You actually have to ensure that they have the competencies they need. I mean, if you hand over a trombone or a trumpet to somebody who is a violinist, that itself is the beginning of the end. So, if you really want the organizations, I'm talking SRLMs in particular, who have, into my mind and experience, a deep sense of intrinsic motivation, you need to complement that with a performance management system which makes, first of all, clear to the individual the expectation. What is that they have to do so that somebody else can succeed? What is that they have to do so that they can succeed? Extend that. Therefore, what I would advocate, and I think the Mission Karmayogi is a great start by government, because today the focus of Mission Karmayogi is on onboarding people and training people. That's just not even step one, it is step half. Ultimately, it is about building the execution capacity of the state. And that will require the breaking down of positions into roles, roles into activities, and determining what kind of competencies people need to have. That's step number one. And step number two is building organizational capabilities that have the observability to ensure that first the self, then their manager, then the whole organization knows who are the people who are able to deliver what they are supposed to deliver. So, you need a and this is just not about measurement, right? I mean, Lan Pritchard very nicely put the difference between what he called the account and accounting. Accounting is the numbers. If you have a performance management system that focuses on what you can measure, you're just not going to get there. Because maybe the things that you cannot measure, maybe it is your failures that are really outstanding and can make a contribution. So he called this the account, which is the story, the accounting, the things that you can measure. We need a beautiful combination between these two, and we need the observability. Now, observability doesn't mean all digitized, like Mr. Vijayanand had said. It's the ability of the organizations to sense and to make sense. So building organizational capabilities that have these features, to my mind, is really a significant step that the sector needs to do. And I believe that government is in the right direction in the way they have actually embarked on Mission Karmayogi, because what I foresee is that once the onboarding and the emphasis on training matures, then the next level would be tagging to competencies, the next would be certification of competencies, and finally would be the workplace assessment of competencies of performance. So it's when this whole cycle of human resource management matures that we will have organizations in the rural development. Not clear. That we will have organizations in the rural development sphere that can actually, work together. For me, it's all about Samaj, Sarkar and Bazaar, right? It's really how do all three of these work together to be able to make lives more successful and better for those who deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think there's, so many new terms and, terminology that I got to know, whether it's a positional externality or, rural development as orchestra. I think one could write a book on that, So I would love to, have some of these conversations, but in the interest of time, I think we are left with the 15 minutes. So let me go back to again to Vijayanand sir, and this is the one question again I would like to everyone to respond. Uh, you know, and I know that all of you have spent your life in this space and all. So if you are given a free hand now, and then you have to suggest one policy measures which can change the whole this institutional architecture, which will have a severe implications on the way the rural development programs are delivered. What would be that one? I think if you could throw some light on that, I think that will be helpful. Over to you, Vijayanand sir.
That one thing is effective panchayats as real local governments. As far as I know, there is no developed country which does not have an elected local government. You may have brilliant collectors and BDOs, but elected local, it may be messy. It brings in some value. So that is what is required. And in the Indian context, with 2.5 lakh plus panchayats working with nearly 1 crore SHGs, which will bring in, as I said earlier, the social democracy part, the participation part, the demand part. If they come together, I keep saying institutional convergence of PRI and SHGs, the process convergence of labor budget and GPDP and BPRP, and the resource convergence of all these three. If you do it, then I think it will give a fillip to our rural development. Of course, it cannot solve all the problems which are structural, but can make the best use of the current situation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sanjeev Chopra sir.
You're on mute. Yeah. Carrying on from what Mr. Vijayanand has said and what Santosh had talked about, Bazaar, Sarkar and Samaj, I think getting effective value chains in the rural space, connecting the agri-producers to large chains, cutting down the chain of intermediaries, and getting infrastructure so that information asymmetry is reduced. That, I think, would be the most important step. You see, when the farmer, I'll just give you one example, that when a milk producer goes to the MPCS, that is the Milk Producers Cooperative Society, he or she very clearly knows what is the volume of milk that she is delivering and what is the quality of milk that she is delivering. Now, if we had the same system for our agriculture and horticulture produce, where quality can be measured, where quality can be tested, small lots can be consolidated and linked to value chains, it will bring about a transformation in rural lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Nilima.
Anjani, I'm very bad at these choosing one kind of thing, answers. But I'm just thinking the civil society organizations that, let's say, came on this platform since yesterday and were talked about, let's say Pradhan, let's say Gram Vikas, water, I may be missing a few. They all happen because somebody made investments in them in the past. And I'm not sure that we are investing today to build institutions like these that will still be there 20 years later, 30 years later. So we are not investing in institutions for the next generation. We are living off the investments that were made by somebody else in the past generation of institutions, but we're not investing in institutions today. So I don't know how I will convert that into a policy recommendation, but that's my worry.
Yeah. So if Sanjeev is ahead, how can I be far behind? So my idea is exactly what Sanjeev said, is that in the same way that we had the milk sector, which today is a global value chain, I think we can make significant progress if our 10 to 15 global value chains are identified and we bring that complete thing from grassroots production to quality control to marketing and of global standards. Look at the cockiness with which government of Tamil Nadu officers were today talking. They're saying that we're not competing with the states of India. For us, our competition is global. I mean, it's a global world. But the only thing that I want to add to what Sanjeev said, and this is not just about commodities, it's just not about production, it's also about services, and it's also about human resources. The world is going to face a significant shortfall of just people to do things. And with India also at an average replacement rate, India is also going to face that. But we have about 30 to 40 years before we get there. And we have significant geographies which are unlike Kerala or Tamil Nadu. Although, and so giving people there the opportunity to climb the ladder of career progression and then making it possible for them to climb all the way to global jobs is something that can be done. My last job in government was in the National Council for Teacher Education. And right now from the Gates Foundation, we are working on nursing in UP and Bihar and Meghalaya. And our attempt is very simple. How do you solve the information asymmetry in the labor market so that people, by dint of their hard work and application, can actually climb the ladder of career progress? I mean, I would strongly advocate a reading of the book by Anirudh Krishna. It's called The Broken Ladder. So if you can actually solve the problem of local ladder for 1 billion Indians to climb, and if you can set up the global value chains in commodities and services, and finally, one critical health episode and our rural Indian goes into poverty. I mean, would you imagine that just PMJY is supposed to spend 60,000 crores and cater to 5 lakh rupees per family for 500 million Indians, not families, Indians. ESIS is supposed to target 400 million Indians soon, with gig workers all coming in. And you know how much money ESIS is in the bank, sitting in the bank, which actually money collected as subscription? It is 1 trillion rupees of unspent money. PMJY requires 60,000, they get 6,000, they spend 3,000. I mean, PMJY is the delight of the finance department because you spend 50%, we don't have to give you more money. The point that I'm making is that you also have to take care of health shocks. And today India has the schematic framework to do it. It's design questions and implementation we have to solve for. You asked for one, you got 3.
Thank you for giving those 2 bonus points and all. I think, and I would pick up, the whole need of the human resources. I think that the sector is struggling, both the NGO sector as well as the government, the rural development sector is struggling to get the, the right quality, right kind of the human resources who could, deal with the future requirements of, the challenges and all. So, we do have, I thought I'll keep last 20 minutes, but we do have last 10 minutes if I'm not mistaken. And now I'll open it up to the audience, and audience has been very patiently listening from, since morning. So anyone who has questions, please, raise your hand and introduce yourself and you can ask the questions. Yes, Varun, go ahead. Can you introduce yourself? Yeah. You can take the mics are here, so you can take the mic. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
My name is Varun Kashyap. We work on micro nano enterprise enablement. Amul, and we have been, I think the panelists took that example, we are talking about institutional building. The 3-tiered structure of Amul with about 18,000 cooperatives in 18,000 villages, 36 lakh farmers, 210 lakh liters of milk, etc. I mean, we have done this in 7 decades. And thanks to the panelists who have emphasized on the fact that we need to create more of such value chains. My specific question is that how do you reimagine, if at all, the institutional framework under which these value chains can be set up today. While Amul, the brand owned by GCMMF at the topmost level, the middle tier being the basically the manufacturing units that are there in different states, and then the bottommost layer being these cooperatives in villages. How do you look at the institutional setup to develop more of these value chains? And very quickly, one more question, if I may. Okay. Sure. Thank you. In terms of the delivery, yes, in terms of the delivery of the schemes at the last mile, and again related to institutions, we have a wonderful NRLM set up today, 100 million women, 9 million SHGs, etc. And these cadres are trying to deliver these different schemes to the the SHG women at the last mile. Oftentimes we have seen that the cadre is only is able to reach out to the same set of women whenever there is a new scheme coming from any of the ministries. How do you kind of look at that, and how do we democratize the delivery of the schemes to SHG women so that we have the institution in place and women are institutionalized? So how do we reach out to the last women out of all the 100 million women who have been institutionalized under NRLM? Thank you.
Thank you. Can I request Sanjeev Chopra sahab to take the first questions
Yes,
to the global
thank
value
you.
chain and the regulatory framework?
It's a very good question, and you see, the Ministry of Agriculture, it's about 10 years now, there is a scheme called the PPP value chains, public-private partnership for value chains, because the fact is that when Amul came up, there was no organized market for milk. But today, the idea which the Ministry of Agriculture has, and several state governments also working on it, is that if there's a large corporate which wants to do backward integration, then that backward integration can be facilitated through this mode, which means that all the benefits which a farmer would ordinarily have. But let me give you the example of a successful thing. Let's take the case of bananas, or let's take the case of onions in Maharashtra, for example. Now, a farmer is entitled to get some benefits by virtue of his being a farmer, or his or her being a farmer, through the Rashtriya Krishi Sinchai Yojana. So the farmer is likely to get some benefits for setting up a micro irrigation plant, a micro irrigation equipment. The farmer is also entitled to credit. The farmer is also entitled to seeds. The farmer is entitled to a host of services. Let's say that the farmer is entitled to support for say 70,000. Now, two ways of giving this amount. One is that the farmer will have to approach different people and get this money. The other is that we can talk to them. There could be a group of farmers, an SHG or a JLG or a cooperative of 100 farmers, 500 farmers, who can then consolidate their supplies, thereby making it easier to get this technology, and then tie up directly with a larger processing company, so that all the material that has been produced by them can be marketed directly. This, I think, is one of the ways in which a lot of initiatives have been taken. Maharashtra did 23 such projects. Punjab has done 14 such projects. Wherever we have set up centers for excellence, this thing has come up. So in the case of bananas, in the case of oranges, in the case of pomegranates, in the case of grapes, many of these initiatives have happened. But these are commodity-based goods. Because, Amul has been successful when there is a commodity involved. And some of the most significant failures, to my mind, have been when you have had large multi-purpose societies where one society is handling many different products. That becomes very difficult and very complicated. We should keep our solutions simple and open. For example, in Hoshiarpur, we have a center for excellence in citrus. When you have a center of excellence in citrus in and around Hoshiarpur area of Punjab, you could have about 5,000 farmers providing, who get technical inputs on citrus, who can then collect the citrus, who can then get into processing for citrus. So it will have to be commodity based. So my suggestion, and it's a very successful thing that we are doing, and the Forum of Enterprise for Equitable Development, which I am the honorary chairman of, we are helping, we are supporting. Help is not the right word, but we are trying to do the network between large groups of farmers, which could be either FPOs or JLGs or cooperatives, and tying them up with larger corporates which have the market, because that gap has to be bridged. It will be very difficult today to set up new markets, because there are already large, and because the corporates would also like to bring down their costs. So rather than buy from mandi, they would like to buy directly from the farmers. That's something which the formulas were trying to address, but it didn't work out. But there are ways to get around it. That's my input insofar as creating value chains in sectors other than milk is concerned. It has to be commodity based.
Thank you, sir. Vijayanath sir, can you just respond on the second question, which was basically how do we democratize the access of various entitlements program, which is routed through the SAG ecosystems and all. Any quick guidance that you have?
Two things. One, the VPRP thing has to be more detailed after discussion and not app based, which is a huge failure. After local discussion with community setting its norms, priorities, very much similar to the participatory identification of the poor, which Tamil Nadu pioneered. The second thing is the NRLM is now moving ahead with the poorest of the poor program. It's also moving ahead with persons with disabilities. So when you have a targeted program which is socially sensitive and the SDGs are delivering, then probably you can reach further. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we have to wind up because our next speaker is already have joined. So I'll hand it over to the organizer. I won't get into the summarizing the whole session. So I'll hand it over to the organizer. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the panelist members for joining this.
Thank you so much for all the amazing speakers of this session. I request everyone to please give them a big round of applause. So, may I now request Mr. Ankit from GDI to take over for the next session. Ankit.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia for the closing session of the conference. While Mr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia requires no introduction, I would still try and do justice to the numerous posts that he has held. He was the Deputy Chairperson of the Planning Commission of India from 2004 to 14. He has been a key figure in India's economic reforms right from early 1980s onwards and has held several important positions, including Special Secretary to the Prime Minister, Commerce Secretary, Secretary of the Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance. He was also a member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister and the first director of the Independent Evaluation Office at the International Monetary Fund. Dr. Ahluwalia is currently also a member of the Tamil Nadu Governing Council on Climate Change. He continues to be curious as ever. In order to prepare for this closing session, he specifically asked for all the presentations and all the session notes to be shared about all the 8 themes in the last 2 days, which we did, and he has gone through all of them today in order to kind of just prepare and summarize all the discussions that we have had in the last 2 days. Dr. Ahluwalia, broadly speaking, what we are looking forward to hearing from you are the following. How do you, from all of your experience of so many decades, see rural India evolve from now till, let's say, India at 100, which is 2047? How do we create in situ livelihood opportunities for rural India? How do we get more private sector investment for rural India? As well as the current challenges and policy reforms which you think need to happen to make all of these successful. Also, if there are any global examples that we can learn from. Over to you, Dr. Ahluwalia. We would have around, say, 25 to 30 minutes for the session. So over to you to kind of share your thoughts on rural India at 2047.
Thank you very much. Can I be heard? Is the sound okay?
Yes, we are able to hear you clearly.
Okay, this is very difficult interacting remotely, but good afternoon, everybody. Let me begin by thanking the organizers for inviting me to come to this, to join this session. In fact, they have invited me to come all the way to Chennai. I would have liked to do that because there's really no substitute for actually being in the conference in order to get a feel for it. I wasn't able to do that, so here I am virtually. This is the stuff you're covering is both very important and also very rich, because I've seen from the agenda a little bit of what I listened to. You're putting together a full experience of different parts of the country. And I've been asked to kind of, overview. I mean, how who's going to, if we actually achieve our objective of being Viksit Bharat, or how is the rural economy going to change by 2047? And forecasting that far ahead is actually either a hero's job or a mug's job. It's kind of a little bit like you need to think. You went back to 2020, 1 year after the Kargil war, and somebody had asked you to say, what is 2024 look like? What would your answer be? And I mean, we would not then have had any of the period of accelerated growth that we see from the period 2000 onward. And most probably everybody would have said, well, the economy will keep growing at whatever it was growing in the previous 20 years, that is from 1980 to 2020, and that average would have been really something of the order of 5.6. In fact, it's grown much faster. It's also opened up. Very few people would have appreciated what services exports and the linking of the economy, global trade and services would have done, and so on. So the first question to ask is that, rather the first position to take is that what is going to happen to the rural economy by 2047 is not unconnected with what will happen to the economy as a whole. Now, the target that the government has set, Viksit Bharat, getting out of what the World Bank calls the middle income range, people differ on what that requires in terms of growth. I think most people think that requires, for the next 24 years or so, that India should grow somewhere 8.5% in real terms. Now, we did grow that rate for about 4 years, between 2004 and 2007, and slowed down again. So to achieve that would require very, very substantial improvement on the performance thus far. However, most people, most international observers think that there is a certain momentum that has been developed, and that India is likely to grow now and certainly in the next 10 years around 6.5%. And that's lower than what the government actually is thinking of, although the government hasn't, to my knowledge, made specific forecasts for a 10-year period. We have a kind of end date 2047, and we have a projection for the coming year. So I think you have to make the assumption that, it will certainly grow. It may or may not actually get to the developed country stage by 2040. Even if it doesn't, it would have gone pretty close to it. But what's that going to mean? Rural India and for agriculture. So I think it's very clear that if the Indian economy is going to be at more than 7%, then that will be accompanied by a very significant increase in urbanization in the country as a whole. That actually means a reduction in the number of people in rural areas. I suspect that it must also bring about reduction in the number of people dependent on agriculture. I mean, that percentage was going down.
Dr. Ahluwalia, sorry to interrupt. We are able to hear your voice a little faintly. Can I request you to be a little closer to the microphone, please?
Oh, all right. Okay. Hang on a second. This one I can get closer. Is that more helpful?
Yes, it is better than earlier. Could you continue?
Okay. But I'll speak a little slower, so you'll be able to grasp what I'm saying. So essentially, on a moderately successful projection of the economy as a whole in the next 24 years, which is, I think, a reasonable basis for assuming, we must assume that the percentage of the population dependent on agriculture will go down, and also that the percentage of the population living in rural areas will go down. So a lot of what we see today as the nature of the rural development, which is highly marginalized forms of existence, which deserve to be supported, that problem may be somewhat less. I mean, I think at the same time, one has to recognize that the problem today is that both the center and the state have a very large number of schemes in the rural areas. I saw one of your presentations actually have about 8 different ministries that are somehow or the other involved in rural development. When you talk rural development as the development of that part of the country that is rural, and by definition, virtually every ministry operates both in urban and rural areas, so in health, in education, in transport infrastructure, etc. There will be a rural component. But the question is, do we really mean then by rural development? If I go back 20 years, I think the concept of rural development was more or less limited to the idea this is the part of the country where the poor are collected, and we ought to pick few schemes that will actually bring benefits to poor. It was kind of concern about inclusion, which got translated into rural development, and then you had the big program there, which was the MNREGA program, Rural Employment Program, and what happened was a realization that rural development has got to mean development of access to all services that any citizen of India has a right to expect. So you had rural sanitation, you had rural infrastructure, you had rural roads, you had rural schools, rural health clinics, etc. As a result, I think what we now think of as rural development is really the broad range of governmental activities in there. What's wrong with that? But I think we should recognize that that's very different from the narrow concept of rural development. It is just providing incomes for those at the margin. That's one point that I'd like to make. Second point I'd like to make is that when we think of what's going to happen to rural development or rural areas, and India is, so to speak, victim in 2047, a similar kind of question is that, Bihar going to be large. Bihar's per capita income becomes that of Tamil Nadu. Because it's not as if the whole country is going to have the average income associated with being outside the range of developing. I mean, inter-regional variation, parts of the country will remain focused. I think it's very important to know what are the schemes in the more adopted part of the country that are actually working, and what is it about their working that is why they function better than the ones that in the poorer part. Now, I think what happens here is that when NGOs pick up particular activity, they're devoting all their energies to that particular activity. So they're telling you whether they're making a difference. And I must congratulate all of you who are working in that space. Because when I look briefly at some of the presentations, the signs of success in some of those areas is very strong. And actually, that's the whole story of India, that you could write an entire book about India, which is a list of success stories. And if you wrote such a book, you would find tremendous successes coming out of rural areas. I mean, virtually all the Indian Test cricketers who have just won a World Cup did not come from elite institutions. But to conclude from that therefore there's nothing wrong with all our institutions would be a big mistake. I think we need to know what is it that is making some teams work exceptionally well in some areas, and what is it that's making similarly conceived teams not work well in other areas. I think that you need independent evaluation of these teams, and I will urge, I'm sure the World Bank does it already, but other organizations, the NGOs, etc. It would be very interesting if they were to work in both the more advanced states and the less advanced states and try to find out what is it. Is it the case, by the way, that the same scheme is just as effective in the poorer state as it is in the richer state? Or is it the case that it's more effective in the more advanced state? And is that because of some systemic change or difference which drives the positive environment? I think that's probably the best way of working out lessons for policy, and I hope that out of your work you would be able to get a feel for that. So that's my second. So the third point that I'd like to make is that you need to ask yourself, what is it that will remain important big time in what you're doing today, even 25 years later? You know, to my mind, anything that deals with water scarcity should be at the top of the list. Like when I was in the Planning Commission, I tried very hard to moderate the criteria being used for identifying projects in the MGNREGA scheme, to say that, look, we've got to give priority to those projects that actually deal with water conservation. And it was interesting because many of the NGOs that we dealt with felt that this was an example of top-down planning. And they said that, look, we should leave it to local authorities, the British Empire or whoever, to decide what is most important. My feeling was that, look, these are not necessarily institutions that are really looking at the common. First thing they'd like to do is to get a rural road built all the way to the panchayat chief's home, and it would say that this is really what we need. But to my mind, I felt it would put that what conservation schemes, that would be the longest lasting benefit. Frankly, climate change is obviously just not around the corner, it's here. Across the corner, is right there with us. One thing we do know is 20 years from now, the problem of water scarcity will be much worse than it is today. I mean, we know that with the concentration of rainfall and the increased number of extreme events, there's a serious danger of runoff of water, so we won't be conserving it, it won't be recharging the aquifers, etc. And I mean, that to my mind suggests that in addition to things like afforestation, afforestation done in a rational way, you go from the top of a hill down, making sure that you impede the flow of water so that it gets absorbed. Work done on the ground, creating small reservoirs, small ponds, etc., which enable the storing of water. Indeed, really water scarce area, underground storage of rainwater that is captured in every pond. It's probably what we need to do. And the scale of this is actually immense. So I would really say that of all the things that are being done now, the things that 25 years from now will be felt to have been really useful are the things that help in the conservation of water, because climate change is right there and we need to do something. The there is one other point that I want to make. That is, when you look at what's working, so between now and 2025, presumably, the country will become more developed. We have to ask ourselves the question, will the amount of devolution local authorities remain the same, or will it substantially increase? And I have no doubt in my mind that we need much greater devolution to local authorities and indeed Nagar Palikas and Panchayat and so on. But that's not something that can be done at the local level. But what would be interesting in the work that you are doing, can you demonstrate that where there is devolution, these schemes work better or not? Now that requires a classification of states according to the degree of devolution. It's difficult to do, but if you would do that, then what does the data say? Does the data say that states that have more devolution are actually doing better in this? I think this will be extremely, extremely important. Last point that I want to make is that too many of the schemes that we have, both at the central government level and at the state government, have evolved in response to particular occasions, unique occasions when something is started. But between now and the next 25 years, if the country per capita income is going to quadruple, when actually in order to get out of the middle range, it has to increase by almost 5 times. But let's say even if it's quadruple, then only there must be some schemes we can be phased out, and the resources being used in those schemes should be moved to the other. And I think that is the useful thing for the central government and the state government to know about. Because the way a government works is that whoever working on a particular scheme wants that scheme to be expanded forever and ever. Only thing that makes the government and forces the government to decide what to phase out and what to strengthen a very strong medium-term resource planning exercise. Now, that's very difficult even in the central government. In the old days, when we had planning, we don't have planning. In the state governments, it just didn't happen. It happened essentially on a day-to-day basis or a year-to-year basis, depending on whatever the priorities were that were seen. This cannot, I have no hesitation in saying that we cannot be continuing this for the next 25 years. My last point is that, and this is where you would be feeding back both to the central government and to the state government, that, schemes are put forward. How much stability is allowed in the design of these schemes? And it used to be my argument that we should massively increase the degree of flexibility. But a lot of the guidelines which guide these individual schemes and which govern whether resources are actually released or not, it amounts to checking whether the criteria under which the scheme was approved are actually being followed. But very often these criteria are not necessarily very valuable. I think this is something where NGOs who are working with implementing agencies on the ground can feed this back. And it would be interesting if an NGO in a particular area is working on 2 or 3, that's the problem. Very often they're only working on one scheme. But if an NGO is working on 2 or 3 schemes, they would have a sense that, on the whole, it's better to put more money in one scheme rather than these are some of the things, and I haven't actually been able to read the papers, I have skimmed the presentation. To my mind, these are some of the things that come out. All this, let me say that whenever I read something which describes what is being done at the ground level and provides credible evidence that it is leading to significant improvement, whether it's in farming or in non-farm activity or extending credit or improving education or improving health, whatever. It's very hard. I mean, if resources were not a constraint, one would say all of this needs to be done. But the truth of the matter is resources are constrained, and in many areas we are not funding them enough. I mentioned water, and quite frankly, on any calculation of the impact of climate change, India has already moved, I think, in the last 20 years, from being in a position where its per capita water availability probably described as not every part of the country, on average, comfortable, has moved now where the per capita availability is on the border of being. And in that situation, whatever we can do to make sure that water availability issues are dealt with properly. Let me say it can become politically a very explosive issue because not just between states, we know that already, but within a state, between rural and urban areas. I mean, if urban parts of India are going to become developed, then the water demand for urban areas is going to increase massively. And frankly, in a water-stressed situation in rural areas, perception that water is being taken away from rural areas and given to urban areas, which are in any case felt to be getting too much in terms of support, will generate problems. On the other hand, the other side of the same coin, Indian agriculture is the most inefficient that you can think of. 80% of the water we have is used by agriculture. And there's no question that compared to other countries, land productivity per hectare is extremely low. And the use of water is so. I don't think this is, solving this problem is actually getting good rural development work underway. It's not in the area of rural development. Some combination between the Ministry of Water Resources, Agriculture Ministry, etc. Connected to that, frankly, are a set of price signals. If the price signals that we are giving encourage profligate use of water, then I don't see how we're going to get to the kind of economic use of water that, to my mind, is water. I've spoken for too long, and I apologize for that. One of the problems is not being able to see what the audience thinks. So one doesn't know whether one is making any sense at all. Let me spend a few minutes answering one or two questions. I'd be really grateful if somebody gets up and tells me that I really misunderstood the whole problem and then lay out what the problem is. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ahluwalia. He has mentioned if we have a couple of questions from the audience, we can take it now. Any questions from the audience? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ahluwalia. I think it's no questions means everything is clear to whatever we were able to hear. Thank you so much for your time. We would have loved to have you in Chennai, as you mentioned, but logistical issues we are not able to cater to at times. What we'll do is send to you all the session notes, all the material for the conference again at the end of it with a summarized note. In case there are any more thoughts that you have, you can share with us after the conference as well. Thank you so much for taking out the time and joining us virtually for this. Right, with this move, we move on to the end of the conference. I would like to request Ms. Shreya Singh, Executive Director of TNRTP, to please come and give the vote of thanks.
Good evening to all of you. As we are ready to draw the curtains down for the 2 days of engaging and thought-provoking Rural India Conference 2024, I can actually really see the very wary faces looking at the watches and asking me to conclude so soon that they can leave the venue. But before I let all of you go, I'll be failing in my duty if I don't extend thanks to everyone who has actually put their hearts and minds to bring this conference together. First of all, my very, very big thanks to all the panelists and the participants who have joined us online and in person, and even who have flown down from the different parts of the country to attend this conference. Thank you very much for the thought-provoking idea exchanges and also for your valuable time, setting the right context for thus paving the way for sustaining efforts by each one of us. I also take my time to extend my sincere gratitude to our Additional Chief Secretary Sir, Gagandeep Singh Bedi Sir, and also erstwhile Principal Secretary Sendil Kumar Sir for being a steady pillar of support for organizing this conference. I would also like to extend our thanks to BMGF and World Bank team led by Taskmaster Samik and Ashia for conceptualizing this conference and thus giving us a forum to discuss on how to take forward the journey of rural development. Samik, thank you for believing us in our cause and our commitment, and we ensure you that we will strive forward to achieve much higher standards of satisfaction while continuing to be the role model of rural development for the entire country. I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to CEO TNRTP, Divyadashini Madam, for being the driving force and ensuring the lineup of each one of us on our toes for this conference at every point of time. I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to GDI partners led by Ankit, Pranjal, Kanika, Ayushi and the team for their meticulous planning and for even the seamless work behind the curtains to ensure the reach of this conference beyond the walls of this room. My sincere thanks goes to all the participants who are present in person and online throughout this conference and for your patient listening and for your active participation in deliberations for making the sessions engaging. My sincere thanks and appreciation goes for the silent TNRTP team led by Arul, Punkodi, Srinivasan, Sendil Kumar, Babu and Chakramani for their tireless efforts. My sincere thanks to technical support team led by Satish Kumar and Gunashekaran, logistic teams led by Dharmarajan, Anand, Muruganandam, Keshav, Praveen Kumar. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also request you, all of you, to put your hands together to the unsung heroes of this conference, Arun, Hari, Rajesh, Jagan, Nirmal, Nasir, Kritika, Divya and Vijita, who tirelessly ensured that everything was in time, right on time, ticking on clock. My thanks also goes to the seamless registration desk led by Ramesh and also the facilitation team led by Jay Ganesh. I also extend my sincere thanks to the efficient team of Radisson Blue for putting together this venue beautifully, and also the team of Talk for beautifully coordinating the logistic sides of this. Pardon me really if I have left to mention any of the names over here, but last but not the least, I would also like to extend my thanks to all the office assistants and drivers who ensure that we are on time and we do our work tirelessly. So as we all bid farewell to a 2 days conference, let us continue and strive forward for reimagining a better India with a much more rural development, bridging the gap between a rural and an urban. Thank you all once again and have a good day.
Thank you, ma'am. As we come to the close of the Rural India Conference 2024, we are deeply appreciative of the insights shared here and the enthusiasm demonstrated. We believe that this conference has been a resounding success, helping forge new networks, putting together a diverse and remarkable group of minds to engage in dialogue on various fronts. The insights and collaborations sparked here have the potential to significantly impact rural communities across India. Let us carry forward the knowledge and inspiration gained and work towards a vibrant and sustainable rural future. Please remember to fill out the feedback forms accessible through the QR codes on your tables. Your feedback is crucial for us to improve the future editions. Now, I kindly request everyone to kindly raise for the national anthem. Okay, let's all sing it on 3, 2, 1. Jana Gana Mana Adi Nayaka Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vigata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkala Vanga Vindhya Himachal Thank you for attending the Rural India Conference 2024. This is Kritika signing off. Safe travels, and we look forward to seeing you at future events. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you. A huge round of applause for the team and all the participants. Thank you so much for coming.